everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
JJK Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Synopsis. Naoya Zenin was killed twice. First as a man, then as a cursed spirit. Both times by the same woman, Zenin Maki. Given a third life, he woke up as something he despises above all else, a woman. Naoya Zenin, reborn female, back at the moment of her birth. She doesn't care about fate. She doesn't care about the Zenin clan's politics. She only cares about one thing, making Maki understand what it means to destroy someone who refuses to stay dead. Chapter 1-34, Naoya Zenin gloriously revives. 1609 words. My name is Naoya Zenin. That's right. I am Naoya Zenin, legitimate heir to the Zenin clan, one of the three great families standing at the pinnacle of the Jujutsu world, and the flesh and blood son of Naobito Zenin. The three great families, Gojo, Zenin, Kamo. Three colossal pillars towering over the Jujutsu world. Each clan guards a supreme technique passed down through the bloodline, their storehouses overflowing with cursed tools. They are the sharpest blade against cursed spirits, and the true power holding the entire Jujutsu order together. Yes, anyone should understand by now exactly what that name is worth. As the firstborn of the main line, already gifted with the clan's hereditary projection sorcery, I was destined, naturally, inevitably, to inherit the Zenin clan entire, and stand at the very apex of the Jujutsu world. That's how it was supposed to be. No, it was more than that. It was fate, carved into my bones from the very start. Even if I happened to come back as a woman this time around, that destiny would not waver by a single hair. Young mistress, please hurry and get dressed. The master has called a full clan assembly to make an important announcement. If you keep dawdling, you'll miss the family meeting entirely. Irritating. A gnawing, bone-deep irritation crept up her spine, vertebra by vertebra. Young mistress. Young mistress. Can you hear me? The irritation hit a peak. Stop rushing me, you old hag. The rage she couldn't hold back burst from her throat in a torrent of abuse directed at the woman waiting outside the door. That damned attendant, nothing but a lowly little errand girl, all humble smiles on the surface, and not a shred of understanding about her proper place. Smack! A bamboo ruler cut through the air with a sharp crack, and came down hard on the bare skin of her thigh. A vivid red welt rose instantly, pain exploding outward through her nerves like fire. How dare she? A wretched little servant, laying hands on me. Young mistress, a lady does not use such vulgar language. Please remember that. You dare. Smack. The ruler came down again, this time catching her on the side of the hip. The physical pain was almost beside the point. It was the burning shame of being disciplined by a mere attendant that surged up like scalding blood into her skull. Her fists clenched so tight the knuckles went white and the joints cracked, but the next moment, the words from beyond the door drained all the tension from her body, and her hands fell open, limp. Young mistress, it is precisely because word has reached us of your recent conduct, your complete disregard for the proper order of things, that Lord Naobito dispatched me here to discipline you. Every word you say today, every action you take, I will report to the master without omission. You insufferable wretch, how dare you humiliate me like this? The moment I awaken projection sorcery, I'll make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Fine, fine. I heard you. Don't come in, I'll dress myself. The vicious words churning in her chest never made it past her lips. The girl now known as Naoya, her name in this life, forced out those few broken syllables through gritted teeth, yanked her arm up sharply, and slammed the sliding bedroom door shut. The frame let out a dull, resonant thud. Ha! Naoya drew a long, slow breath and barely managed to press down the hostility roiling inside her chest. The full-length mirror beside her reflected her current self with perfect clarity. A little girl, no older than 6 or 7. She wore a thin blue sleeping robe, stood barefoot on the faintly cool tatami, and her jet-black hair fell loose to her collarbone. Her skin was an almost too delicate porcelain white. The only thing that marred the picture, her face, almost painfully refined even now, was the flush of shame and fury that hadn't quite faded, and a pair of eyes that held a hatred completely at odds with such a small, childish body. Where exactly did things go wrong? Naoya muttered to herself, staring at her reflection. The memories of her previous life ended at a single, frozen instant, the cold gleam of a blade splitting open her body. That coarse, utterly unladylike brute of a woman had killed him twice. The first time, as Naoya Zenin, captain of the Zenin clan's Hei unit, a special-grade jujitsu sorcerer wielding projection sorcery. The second time, as a special-grade cursed spirit, born from the resentment and obsession that refused to die with him. The memories of his time as a cursed spirit had grown hazy in the fog of that all-consuming hatred, but the decades he'd lived as a human were sharp as yesterday, every single moment. The moment he closed his eyes, those twin sisters would surface in the darkness, faces packed tightly together, along with their low-born mother, all the faces he despised with every fiber of his being. By the time he clawed his way back from that hatred, he was already standing in this familiar courtyard again. The Zenin clan at this point was at the height of its power, flush with people, nothing like the fractured ruin it would later become. The same Zenin clan that commanded the jujitsu world. The same bloodline of clan head Naoya Zenin. The only difference, he was no longer the celebrated firstborn son. He had been reborn as a newborn girl. Where had it gone wrong? If this was just a reincarnation, why had even his sex changed? Naoya, no going by that name now, turned it over and over in her mind, and in the end arrived at only one absurd conclusion. Compared to her previous life, she had been born a full 6 years later. Just because of that? Old man Naoya, you could have put in just a little more effort. Whatever. It's done. In the grand scheme of things, it was nothing but a trivial little glitch. Naoya gave a cold, silent snort. A different body, a female one, sure, but the Naoya Zenin living inside that soul had never changed at all. Submission and endurance were traits of ordinary women. And she, the moment she awakened her technique, was destined to stand above everything and reign over it all, which meant she could never, by any definition, be an ordinary woman. Another 5 minutes have passed. Are you dressed? If you don't know how to put it on, I can come in and help. The attendant's voice outside, flat and utterly unruffled, pierced through the sliding door again, merciless. Wait, I'm putting it on right now. Naoya flinched on instinct, and to cover it up, raised her voice even louder as she shouted back. She bent down in a flurry, snatching up the kimono that had been left scattered on the tatami. Now, how does this go on? Naoya turned the smooth fabric over in her hands. Whether in her past life or this one, as a treasured child of the Zenin clan, she'd never once had to dress herself, from morning wash to night undressing. The attendants had always seen to everything with their eyes lowered and their hands ready. And as for this life, she'd worn unisex children's clothes when she was younger, but lately the clan had apparently taken leave of its senses and decided she must switch to women's garments. The one thing she absolutely refused was to be forced into these clothes by that insolent, presumptuous disciplinary maid. It's just a piece of clothing. I can manage it myself. She began wrestling the kimono onto her body. The sleeves twisted into a corkscrew, the front panels kept going on inside out, the sash either came loose the second she pulled it or knotted itself into an impossible tangle. Within moments she'd broken into a thin sweat. She barely managed to get it on. The mirror showed a little girl with her clothes skewed sideways and the ends of her hair damp with perspiration, trying to put on a fierce scowl that couldn't quite hide how ridiculous she looked. As for that face itself, it was the one thing she hated looking at most. There was some resemblance to how she'd looked in her previous life, but with a woman's bone structure, and that hairstyle, she'd somehow come to resemble those insufferable twin sisters of hers. Once she awakened her technique, she'd find a chance to dye her hair back to blonde, just like before, she thought, turning away from the mirror as she slid the door open again. Anyway, is this good enough? She puffed out her chest to hide the embarrassment, and looked up at the attendant. The attendant studied Naoya's appearance in silence for a long moment. What, do you have something more to say? Young mistress. A quiet sigh. Then the woman crouched down and began setting the girl's clothing right. Top to bottom, shoulders to collar, sash to tabi socks, smoothing out every wrinkle, arranging everything into place. Young mistress, please let me help you next time. No, absolutely not. The attendant let out another sigh, said nothing further, and stood up, taking Naoya's hand. Wait. What do you think you're doing? Let's go. You're already late. Chapter 2, Zenin Family Meeting. 1659 words. Ah. Good morning, you magnificent bastards, every last one of you. Seeing you all standing here without a scratch on you, yeah, that's my beautiful day completely ruined. The voice arrived before the men did. A booming laugh echoed down the hall, accompanied by the heavy thud of footsteps on wooden floorboards, and then a tall figure in a grey-blue haori came striding in. Naoya had assumed she was the last one to show up. She hadn't counted on that insufferable old man, Zenin Naobito, somehow managing to be even later than her. Compared to the frost-haired, increasingly eccentric elder she remembered from her past life, the Naobito standing before her now still had most of his hair black, only a few streaks of gray threading through his temples. But that swaggering, utterly shameless arrogance of his. Unchanged across the decades. Exactly the same. Show some respect before the clan head, said the gaunt man seated to the lower left position, his brow creased with disapproval. That was Zenin Oji, likewise a special grade sorcerer, and one of the Zenin clan's central pillars. The clan head hasn't said a word yet, Oji. You're awfully eager, aren't you? Naobito slid a sidelong glance at his brother, let out a bark of laughter, then turned and dropped himself into the seat beside him. You, if you don't understand your place. Ahem. That's enough. The old man seated at the head of the room, face carved deep with wrinkles, aged almost beyond recognition, tapped his walking stick against the floor twice, silencing them both. This was the current head of the Zenin clan. To be clear, Naoya was the legitimate child of Naobito, who would one day become clan head, but that day had not yet come. The man at the head of the room still held the title. Then let us begin. The meeting was held in the Zenin clan's assembly hall, which was, in the end, simply a large traditional Japanese room. Space was limited. Only the clan's sorcerers were permitted inside to be seated. Everyone else knelt in the courtyard outside, listening in. Naoya's small body wriggled and squirmed through the gaps between the adults, up on her tiptoes, desperately trying to push her way toward the assembly hall. But all she could see was a wall of adult backs. She couldn't make out a thing, only the muffled murmur of voices drifting out from within. Stop right there. Have you no manners? A large hand closed around Naoya's wrist and dragged her backward. She turned to look. This person, she had a vague recollection of him. One of Naobito's sons, she thought. The old man had fathered many children over his lifetime, but only one of them was legitimate, Naoya herself. Not that it mattered much in a clan of sorcerers. When it came down to it, strength was everything. Legitimate or not, main family or branch, what counted was awakening a technique and becoming a powerful sorcerer. That was the only prerequisite for having any standing at all. Those born without a technique were discarded without sentiment. Just like this young man in front of her, Naobito's blood ran through his veins, and yet, lacking any innate technique, he'd been shunted off to the hay, that catch-all unit for the powerless and the unwanted. What was his name again? Naoya strained to remember. Something like Zenin Kaido. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Naoya asked, frowning. She wasn't afraid of someone like this, someone destined to have no technique, someone who'd never become a real sorcerer, whatever older brother title he tried to hide behind. She remembered clearly, in her past life, this man couldn't even lift his eyes when she looked at him. Insolent brat. Who taught you to speak to your elders like that? I'll discipline you myself in father's name. Without hesitation, Kaido raised his hand and swung. Naoya's mind reacted instantly, every instinct from her past life screaming to dodge, but this small, young body could not keep up with her consciousness. It locked up, refused to move. Slap! The blow connected with her cheek, and the force sent her stumbling back 2 steps, dropping her to the ground. The kimono she'd worked so hard to put on properly was now smeared with dirt. Kaido stepped forward, grabbed her by the collar, and lifted her. "If you can't learn to behave." The words died in his throat. A sharp, searing pain erupted from his arm. Naoya had opened her mouth and sunk her teeth into him, deep. "Ugh! Let go! You little demon!" He thrashed his arm and shouted, but Naoya clamped down and refused to release. The Zenin clansmen ahead of them heard the commotion and turned around one by one. "What is going on? How dare you make noise during the assembly? Disgraceful! You're shaming the entire Zenin clan. Who's causing a scene? Drag them away, don't disturb the clan head. Silence! All of you, silence!" The commotion below inevitably reached the ears of those above. The clan head rose to his feet, unsteady but commanding. The assembled Zenin members parted, revealing Naoya and Kaido standing behind them. "Who are these two?" "My daughter, clan head." Naobito rose as well, answering without a hint of embarrassment. "Like father, like daughter," Oji said with a cold smirk. "Explain yourself," Naobito said, stroking his beard, his expression giving nothing away. I was simply disciplining my younger sister, father." Naoya finally unclamped her teeth, and dropped to the side, spitting. Kaido dropped immediately to one knee. "Oh? So what you're saying is, you tried to teach a child a lesson, and ended up getting bitten and howling like a dog." I. Enough, Naobito." The clan head returned to his seat. Kaido looked as though he'd received a pardon from death row. The whole room exhaled. "This daughter of yours, how old is she?" "Let me think, nearly 7. Naobito answered. "Bring her up here." The clan head waved his hand. Naoya pushed herself up off the ground, spat out the blood in her mouth, brushed the dirt from her kimono, and leaned close to Kaido to murmur. "You'll regret this. You." Kaido raised his head, but Naoya had already turned, and was running toward the assembly hall. Naoya stood before the elder clan head. The old man looked her over. The kimono that had surely been carefully arranged this morning was now covered head to toe in mud and grime. "What is your name?" "Naoya, Zenin Naoya." She'd barely opened her mouth before Naobito cut in, and answered for her. "Has her technique awakened?" the clan head asked. "Not yet. But her innate cursed energy at birth was considerable. If she awakens a technique, she'll be a fine sorcerer." Naobito answered again. Naoya listened in silence, a quiet unease settling in her chest. In her past life, she had awakened projection sorcery at age 6. But now, somehow, she was nearly 7, and she hadn't caught so much as a flicker of it. The clan head nodded slowly. "Her cursed energy is considerable, even I can feel it. But it is not enough." The old man no longer looked at her, and his voice rose sharply. "Cursed energy alone is not enough. One must also inherit the clan's technique. That is precisely why I called you all here today. The 6 eyes of the Gojo clan has already turned 12. He carries the limitless technique." The clan head paused here, letting his gaze sweep across the assembled faces before continuing. "Our ancestor once fought the ancestor of the Gojo clan's 6 eyes in a great battle. Our clan's inherited art, the 10 Shadows technique, against his limitless. They destroyed each other. Neither walked away. From that day forward, the 2 clans have been enemies. Now a new 6 eyes has appeared in this world. And what of us, the Zenin clan? Among the new generation, has anyone awakened the inherited technique? When that 6 eyes grows into his power, what will we face? The clan head speaks wisely. Naobito and Oji lowered their heads in unison. The old clan head looked at Naoya once more. Gifted sorcerers often awaken their techniques at 5 or 6. Naobito, do you believe she still has a chance? I'm not so presumptuous as to make that call, Naobito replied, neither warm nor cold. Listening to the two of them volley back and forth, Naoya felt a growing dread in the pit of her stomach. The old clan head was already striking his cane heavily against the floor. I have held this seat for decades, and I am nothing but a guttering candle now, my time is running short. But the Zenin clan cannot fall. The next generation must have someone to carry it, not just any sorcerer, but someone with the strength to stand as an equal against the Gojo clan's 6 eyes. Someone who can hold up this entire clan. Oji, your wife is about to give birth, is she not? Yes, clan head. Zenin Oji bowed his head. I will not disappoint you. The old clan head looked at Naoya once more, then lifted his gaze to address the room. If no one awakens the inherited technique, we will need to find another way to mend relations with the Gojo clan. In that event, this child has an acceptable face, and is of suitable age. She will be offered in marriage to that 6 eyes brat from the Gojo clan. He paused. That is, of course, the absolute last resort. Clan head, I'm not sure that would be wise, this warrants more deliberation, and besides, do you still remember a certain... Naobito stroked his chin as though about to say something more, but the old clan head cut him off with a sharp voice. Do not speak of that monkey. In any case, the weathered eyes swept from Naobito to Oji. The position of next clan head will be decided between the two of you. That is what I am here to announce today. Dismissed. Chapter 3, Big Brother fans' dream shattered at the Twin Towers. 2095 words. Projective sorcery, come out already. In the privacy of her own chamber, Zenin Naoya gripped her own wrist and desperately tried to sense the technique lying dormant somewhere inside her flesh. At this rate, even she was starting to panic. Without awakening her technique, she'd end up like some ordinary, worthless woman, shipped off to the Gojo clan as a marriage bargaining chip, and wed to that Gojo Satoru or something. Absolutely not. No, calm down. Based on everything she knew about Gojo Satoru from her previous life, a natural-born powerhouse like him would never stoop to playing along with some clan-arranged marriage. He was destined to walk through life alone. So there was no need to panic too much. Wait, if Gojo Satoru refused to cooperate, they'd probably just substitute some lesser branch member of the Gojo clan in his place. Wasn't that even worse? She had to awaken her technique as soon as possible. But wishes were one thing, and reality was another. She could feel it, the technique was in there, etched beneath her skin, buried inside her flesh, yet she simply could not use it. It was as though it were deliberately refusing her. And it wasn't just the technique itself. A technique still needed a catalyst to awaken, fine. But the basic skill of controlling cursed energy was something she should have been able to recall effortlessly from the memories of her previous life. Yet even the cursed energy, which she could clearly feel, refused to obey her. The sensation was alien, as if it weren't her own cursed energy at all, but someone else's. Ever since the last Zenin clan gathering, she had been trying continuously to call forth her technique and gather cursed energy. Half a month of attempts had dissolved into nothing. Naoya rested her chin in her hand and sank into deep thought. It couldn't possibly be because this body was a useless woman, unworthy of wielding a technique. Even Zenin Naobito wouldn't accept that logic. The ability to use cursed techniques had nothing to do with being male or female. Surely not, it can't be that reason, can it? An absurd yet strangely plausible hypothesis flashed through her mind. At the very end of her previous life, she had died as a cursed spirit. When she'd come back to herself, her soul had awakened inside the body of this infant girl, returned to human form. But could a soul that had become a cursed spirit truly revert to what it once was? Cursed spirits have no physical body. The logic behind how they wield techniques and cursed energy is entirely different from that of humans, freer, more instinctive. Even now she remembered that sudden, luminous clarity of a world thrown wide open. As a cursed spirit, Zenin Naobito had pushed projective sorcery to its ultimate limit, reaching a pinnacle that even the old man Naobito himself had never achieved: domain expansion, time cell moon palace. But if her soul had retained the memory of being a cursed spirit, the sensation of wielding a technique as a cursed spirit, could she still use a technique after reverting to human form? There was no precedent. Becoming a cursed spirit was, for any human, the same as death. Returning to human form was impossible, so there was no way to verify the answer. But if that's really the case, I can't possibly only be able to reclaim my technique by turning back into a cursed spirit. You've got to be kidding me. Naoya clasped her hands behind her head and slumped onto the floor without a shred of dignity, legs crossed and swinging idly, racking her brain for any other possibility. If the strict maidservant assigned to discipline her ever caught a glimpse of this pose, there would certainly be a ruler produced and a thorough scolding delivered. Now that I think about it, it's been noisy outside this whole time. There's no way I can think straight with all that racket. Naoya attributed the complete blankness of her mind to the commotion outside. She stood up in irritation, slid open the room's shoji screen door, and looked out toward the garden. Hey! Excuse me. No one paid her any attention. Servants and maids hurried back and forth along the covered corridor. She strained her ears, catching what people were shouting. She's in labor. Hurry, Lady Oji is in labor. Ah. So that was it. She knew exactly what was happening. Naoya's lips curled into a cold little smile. She set off along the corridor. The Zenin clan lived together in one vast, traditional Japanese estate, never mind that it was already 2002 outside, a modern society where ordinary citizens lived in high-rise apartments, talked on telephones, browsed the newly fashionable internet, and debated space travel and international affairs. The Zenin household still lived like a samurai family of the Edo period, leading a cloistered existence within their sweeping, ancient compound. Passing through the garden archway, she could see it, the residence of the Oji branch family, its entrance attended by clan physicians standing at solemn attention. Naoya's timing was perfect. She had barely stopped walking when a loud, lusty wail rang out from the delivery room. It's born. Oh. The gathered clan members burst into cheers, and for a moment the air was filled with joy. You won't be smiling for long, Naoya thought coldly. The shouting continued from the courtyard. Is it a boy or a girl? Is it a boy? Let me see, it's a girl. Oh, a girl, is it? Never mind that, what about the cursed energy? Bring the cursed energy measuring tool, quickly. Here it is, here it is. Test it, now. Let me see. Huh? What is it? What's the reading? Strange, there's no reaction, is it broken? Broken? Impossible, hand it here, you don't know how to use it. Don't tell me it actually is broken. How? Let me try it on you. Wait, that's odd, it's working fine. Wait, forget the measuring tool, look at Lady Oji, she seems to be in a lot of pain. Pain, isn't it over? Wait, what does that mean? Good heavens, there's another one. The Zenin household, which moments ago had been brimming with excitement, fell within minutes into an eerie silence. Only the overlapping, vigorous cries of infants echoed through the air. Word came from the delivery room, mother and children were safe. Yet every face wore a strange, awkward expression. Because what accompanied that news was an established fact: Lady Oji had delivered 2 baby girls. In the eyes of ordinary people in the modern world, twins signified double happiness, 2 blessings instead of 1. But for the Zenin clan, who adhered strictly to ancient cursed arts traditions, twins were an omen of absolute misfortune, through and through. Not every clan member understood clearly just what taboos twins held for the use of techniques, cursed arts contracts, or ritual ceremonies. For most of them, only one deeply ingrained conviction had been carved into their hearts. Twins meant inauspiciousness. Whispers began to spread. Twins, of all things. And one of them seems to have absolutely no cursed energy fluctuation. Really? Then isn't she the same as that person? Don't talk nonsense, there's still a faint, extremely weak trace of cursed energy. Twins are such a terrible omen. Lord Oji's expression right now is as black as the bottom of a pot. Keep your voice down, Lord Oji will handle it his own way. Boom. A violent surge of cursed energy erupted without warning. A razor-sharp blade aura flashed and vanished in an instant, and by the time anyone had recovered their senses, the Japanese-style room serving as the delivery room had half collapsed, tiles and debris scattering in every direction. Ah! Zenin Oji stood beside the ruined structure, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His long sword had already been drawn from its sheath. He clutched the hilt in a white-knuckled grip and let out a manic, unhinged howl, a sound that even drowned out the infants crying. Inside the delivery room, the exhausted mother closed her eyes. The two swaddled infants cried without pause on the bed, yet, miraculously, not a single piece of fallen debris had struck them. Everyone nearby was so frightened they didn't dare even breathe. TSK, if you find them so distasteful, just kill them outright. Hacking at the house with a sword, or you trying to scare people to death? A contemptuous, dismissive voice came from the side. Everyone turned in alarm toward the sound, and they saw a girl in a black juban standing at the entrance to the courtyard, her expression imperious. I'm just saying, if you're going to act, aim at the target. Stop being so wishy-washy. What kind of attitude is that? Isn't it said that twins are inauspicious? Sorcerers exist to drive out inauspiciousness, isn't that right? Especially when they're useless baby girls at that. Naoya advanced step by step. Zenin Oji's brow nodded furiously, and he demanded in a sharp voice. You're one of Naobito's brats. That's right. Naoya walked right up in front of Zenin Oji, straining with all her might to tilt her head back and look him dead in the eye. It sounds like you understand your own position quite clearly. Zenin Oji suppressed his towering rage and drove the long sword back into its sheath with a crash, his tone glacial. But I won't be doing what you people want. Position? I never. BZZT. Naoya had barely gotten half her sentence out when someone abruptly clamped a hand over her mouth. By the time she realized what had happened, Zenin Naobito was already standing behind her. Oh my, this is all due to my failure as a parent. So sorry to have bothered you. Please, carry on, we'll be taking our leave. Ugh, that rotten old man. He must have used a cursed technique. Zenin Naobito had appeared in an instant, and then, for the first time in years, she felt it again, the absolute, breathtaking speed of projective sorcery taken to its extreme. This was a rule-based technique capable of splitting a single second into 24 frames, presetting movements, and executing them at ultra-high speed to achieve a continuous chain of blisteringly fast actions. And Zenin Naobito was the sorcerer universally acknowledged in the jujitsu world as the fastest alive. The technique that Zenin Naoya had inherited was precisely this. Whoosh! The world blurred and streaked past at dizzying speed, and when the scenery finally snapped back into focus, the two of them were standing in their own family courtyard. Naoya felt the world spinning around her but managed, just barely, to keep herself composed. She turned around and found Zenin Naobito sitting on the wooden step at the edge of the covered corridor, his expression unusually grave. I have to say, Naoya. Naoya instinctively took half a step back, but the dizziness hadn't faded yet, and her legs gave out beneath her, she plopped straight down onto the ground. Those things you said, who on earth taught you to say them? Who? Who taught me to say them, you tell me, what exactly did I say? The whole kill this, kill that, inauspicious this, useless that, you shouldn't be saying things like that. Naobito spoke slowly. Naoya raised an eyebrow. Does someone need to teach me? Isn't that just what everyone says? And who is everyone? Naobito's expression was serious. What do you mean who? Everyone is everyone. Every single person I've laid eyes on, every single thing I've heard, that's how it all goes. In this house, everything my eyes have ever seen, all of it. Naoya said with disdain, utterly confused as to what had gotten into this insufferable old man. In her past life, he'd sat comfortably as clan head for over a decade without batting an eye at any of this. Naobito took in her words, paused for a moment, and said nothing more. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Naoya looked at the silently unmoving Naobito. When he made no move for a long while, she turned to go. Wait a moment. Naobito's voice came from behind her. Naoya, you're quite strong-willed, aren't you? I'll admit it, I've been underestimating you all along. Oh? I'm glad you've finally come to understand that. Naoya's lips had just started to curve upward when Naobito, ignoring her insolent tone entirely, continued. So, there is something I may need you to handle. I have no interest in playing games with you. Not very like a sweet little daughter, are you? But don't be hasty, handle this matter well for me, and I'll grant you one request. Anything. Naobito laced his fingers together and broke into a wide, toothy grin. Chapter 4, Zenin. Naoya has no way to retreat. 1,709 words. 3 days later. Hey, so where exactly are we going? You'll find out when we arrive. Naoya glared at the maidservant walking ahead of her, the eyesore old man Naobito had sent to boss her around. The woman wore a plain kimono under an apron, chin slightly tucked, moving forward at a measured pace without making eye contact with anyone, her steps neither too high nor too low. What gave her the right? Here she was, forced to trail along like some hopeless lackey behind this insufferably cryptic maid. When it came down to it, she had only herself to blame for letting her guard slip and agreeing to Naobito's terms. If her hypothesis was correct, the root cause of her technique being completely sealed off was almost certainly at the level of the soul, a fracture between soul and body that had thrown her technique and cursed energy out of alignment. This had never been a problem with an easy solution. The boundary between soul and body was something even the finest sorcerers in the jujitsu world couldn't draw a definitive line around. After days of secluded deliberation, combing through every memory she possessed, the only lifeline she could grasp was the sealed curse tool stored in the Zenin clan's forbidden vault. In her previous life, Naoya had always disdained borrowing the power of curse tools and paid little attention to the vault's collection, but thinking back carefully now, there were indeed a handful of items that seemed to touch on the mechanics of soul and body. Yet given her current circumstances, getting anywhere near the forbidden vault was out of the question. The Zenin clan respected nothing but strength. They weren't about to let her rummage through the vault just because she carried the Naobito's daughter nameplate. With no other options left, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and pin her hopes on Naobito's airy little promise. Come to think of it, had there ever been a maidservant like this one in this household, in her previous life? Naoya's memory drew a blank. Then again, in her past life, she had never spared a second glance for the lower-ranking servants who did odd jobs around the estate. Old scrolls were always full of that sort of cliched tale. Some great general or daimyo happens to remember a servant's name, exchanges a few casual pleasantries, and then years later, when the mighty man falls on hard times, that lowly servant who received that tiny scrap of consideration throws their life away to repay the debt. It wasn't that Naoya didn't understand the strategy of winning people's hearts, but that was the thinking of the weak. Hey, what's your name? She asked. You may call me Ray, the maidservant replied, lowering her head. What a boring name. Naoya spat into an ornamental pond. How much longer? We're already here. Ray came to a stop beside a water wheel at the edge of a mountain stream, a row of low-roof tile buildings stretching behind her. The Zenin clan's estate was laid out like the domain of a feudal warlord from the Warring States era. It had swallowed an entire continuous stretch of forested hills, shielded on all sides by layer upon layer of barrier seals. And this place was at the very edge of those grounds. Far removed from the core residential area where the main family lived, it was so secluded that on a normal day you wouldn't see a single soul. Just looking at that row of tile buildings, you could see where the peeling plaster had been hastily patched with gray mortar, and even so, nothing could conceal the air of dilapidation seeping through every crack. Naoya's brow furrowed. "Hey, so what are we doing here? You'd better not be messing with me." Rei didn't respond. She simply raised a hand, pushed open a creaking wooden door, and walked straight inside. A wave of mildew hit them head-on. Naoya wrinkled her nose in disgust, but after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and followed. Wait, no way. The instant she made out what was inside, Naoya froze completely. Against the wall sat an old wooden crib. Its railing was what registered first, and even before she could make out what lay on it, her chest had already plunged with a terrible premonition. In the swaddling cloth, two infants who had not yet reached a month old lay thin and small as two little kittens, resting quietly on the padded surface, eyes closed in sleep. Hold on. What is the meaning of this? Naoya's voice shot up instantly. Please lower your voice, don't wake the children. Rei raised a hand and gestured toward the crib, her tone as unruffled as ever. This is what you'll be doing from now on. Doing what? Naoya's frown deepened as a dozen thoughts raced through her head at once. Could it be that Zenin Oji had given up entirely on these twins and planned to quietly dispose of them in some out-of-the-way corner? But even as useless as they might be, they still had value as carriers of the Zenin bloodline. Why would anyone strike them down the moment they were born? And besides, that sort of filthy dirty work couldn't possibly fall to her. They are Master Oji's daughters. The task is to look after them, and you're here to help me. Rei pointed at the crib. No, are you kidding me? What the hell does this have to do with me? Naoya shouted, the noise instantly jolting the infants awake. The pair stirred in bleary confusion, then broke into overlapping wails from the crib. You made a promise to Master Naobito, Rei said calmly. Yes, I agreed to do work for him, that's true, but not just anything, and furthermore, what does this have to do with me? Idiot. I believe it does concern you, Rei replied. Considering your future needs when it comes to marriage and forming alliances, learning to raise children is an essential condition for becoming a good wife and mother. This is also for your own benefit, better to get an early start. Absolutely not. The words marriage, alliances, good wife and mother landed in Naoya's ears and made her cheeks flush red with fury. That old man Naobito actually dares to trick me. I'm going to find him right now. Naoya stormed out through the door. At that moment, Rei's voice drifted from behind her. If you refuse to do this, Master Naobito says you can forget about his promise for the rest of your life. Fine, forget it, who needs it? Her footsteps stopped. Planted to the spot. Calm down. Calm down. Things are different now. Marriage, childcare, it's an insult to myself, no question about that. But if I can't get my technique back, it might actually come true. Once I get my technique back, every last one of them is going to pay for this. Naoya drew a slow, deep breath, forced a smile up onto her face, and turned around. I was just joking a moment ago. I'm glad you understand. Rei said mildly. Now, since you're the one who woke them, please stay here and watch over them. Don't let anything happen. I need to go fetch and heat some water. Please wait a moment. Naoya sat on a tall wooden stool, just at the right height to reach the edge of the crib. Rei had apparently genuinely stepped out, actually leaving her alone with these two children. What a remarkably unwise thing to do. Her gaze drifted downward. The two infants on the bed were bundled in their swaddling cloths, worn out from crying and asleep again. To the naked eye there was nothing to tell them apart, they were nearly identical. So then, which one was Maki, and which one was Mai? There was no way Naoya could forget, never mind Mai, but in two separate lifetimes, she had been killed by Maki both times. That heartless monster. The entire Zenin clan had been destroyed at her hands. Naoya stared at the sleeping infants, and a sudden vertigo washed over her. The swaddled babies dissolved from view, replaced by that blood-drenched woman with the cold, iron eyes, standing right in front of her, blade rising and falling, an icy edge splitting her body apart in an instant. She swayed, nearly toppling from the stool, and reflexively reached for the bridge of her nose. No. No crack. Nothing had happened. There was no terrifying god of slaughter before her, only two infants so fragile they could shatter at a touch. But the phantom pain, raw and real, still lingered in her chest. Wait a moment, doesn't that mean? Both their lives are completely in my hands right now. Naoya murmured. That's right. Heaven-sent tyrant, gravedigger of the Zenin clan, all empty words for now. Never mind which one was Maki and which was Mai. She only had to reach out, close her fingers gently around those thin, fragile little throats, and these two lives, destined to unleash catastrophe upon the world, would reach their absolute end before they had even truly begun. My lady, what are you thinking about? The voice came from the doorway without warning. Naoya snapped back to herself, every hair on her body standing on end. Rei was pushing through the door, carrying a kettle filled with hot water. Naoya's hand, which had already extended halfway into the air, dropped instinctively, coming to rest gently over the soft baby hair of one of the infants, mimicking a stroking gesture, as she said with perfect nonchalance. I was just wondering which one is Maki and which one is Mai. Ha ha, I honestly can't tell them apart at all. Naoya scrambled to cover her awkwardness. Rei, however, smiled faintly. Maki. Mai. Have you already gone ahead and picked out names for them? Come to think of it, yes, they should probably have names. Chapter 5, Zenin Naoya entrusts the curse. 1418 words. What do you mean? Name them. Naoya frowned, thrown off by the unexpected answer. That's right. Rei gave a small nod. Lady Oji was badly shaken, and Lord Oji appears to have been called away on clan business. He left in a hurry. As things stand, the twins have yet to be given names. By tradition, twins raised within the main house are prone to early death, and are said to invite misfortune. So they've been brought here to be raised instead. I see, abandoned by their own parents, then. Naoya let out a contemptuous laugh, and turned toward the crib where the two infants lay sleeping. She pitched her voice into a drawn-out, mocking sing-song. Did you hear that? Your mommy and daddy don't want you. You're unwanted goods, and you don't even have names. How can you say that? Didn't you just give them names a moment ago? Rei lifted the kettle onto the table and rummaged through a cardboard box beneath it, producing a tin of powdered formula. Somehow, it was a startling sight. Who would have thought the Zenin household kept something that looked like it came straight off a supermarket shelf? What? I did no such thing. You did. Maki and Mai, you said, and then you asked me which one should be Maki and which one Mai. Rei produced a can opener and pried off the aluminium lid. That was just idle nonsense. Naoya ground her teeth. She hadn't known the two of them were still nameless. It had slipped out before she could stop herself. Do you have any other names in mind that you think would suit them better? Rei measured out a precise scoop of formula, and tapped it gently into a sterilized bottle. Which one is the elder? Look carefully, the one on the left is the elder, the one on the right is the younger. Oh. Naoya stared at the two of them for a long moment. She could almost make out a difference, or perhaps there was no difference at all. Though if she could sense them through cursed energy, telling them apart would be simple enough. In that case, the elder one is pig slop and the younger one is dog scraps. I thought the names you came up with before were perfectly fine. The elder is Maki, the younger is Mai. Let's settle on that for now, and consult Lord Oji and Lady Oji later about their wishes. Rei had already finished mixing the formula, and delivered this verdict with quiet authority. TCH. Naoya snorted through her nose to signal her disdain, but then she felt a gaze settle on her, and it made her skin crawl. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Even under Naoya's glare, Rei held her gaze steady, and a soft smile crossed her face. Maki. My. The elder is the younger's hope, the younger is the elder's support. You gave them beautiful names, my lady. My lady, though you are willful and aloof on the surface, though you keep others at arm's length and speak in ways that cut, deep down, you are a kind child at heart, aren't you? I think you've completely misread the situation. Naoya blinked, startled for just a moment, then caught herself. As if she would ever be swayed by such a cheap trick. Besides, do you know? In the world of jujitsu, names are dangerous things. They're easily laden with grudges, easily turned into curses. What if I were cursing them? These two spending their whole lives dragging each other down, sinking lower and lower, bound by their names for the rest of their days, I'd say that's not entirely out of the question. No, if anything, you could call it a fait accompli. Well, I don't expect someone like you to understand any of this. My lady, when I am paying you a compliment, please do not say things that kill the mood. I would rather you not compliment me at all. Without noticing, Naoya had grabbed the hem of her kimono, and was clutching it tight. Her palms had kneaded the fabric into a crumpled mess. My lady, now I'll demonstrate feeding. Please watch carefully, I'll feed Mai, and you will feed Maki. First, lift the baby gently and hold her at an angle. Never feed a baby lying flat, she'll choke. Right. Then keep the bottle tilted at the right angle as well, so she doesn't swallow air. Mai, or possibly Maki, opened her mouth and latched onto the nipple. Rei cradled the infant's neck in one hand and held the bottle with the other, her full attention on the child. Do you understand? Yes, yes, I've got it, no need to demonstrate further. Then you'll feed Maki. The elder is calmer than the younger, just right for your first try. Rei said evenly and passed over the other warmed bottle. Naoya steeled herself and took the bottle, then mimicked what she'd seen, lifting Maki and propping her against the cushion at the side of the crib. But after staring for a long moment, she suddenly thought it looked more like Mai. Oh well. It would sort itself out once they grew up. Wah, wah. Maki let out soft, babbling sounds, not quite crying, just gazing up at Naoya with wide, round eyes. All right, this is the finest milk there is. Drink up. Naoya brought the bottle to the infant's lips with barely concealed distaste, but Maki simply kept her mouth wide open, taking absolutely no interest in the bottle being pushed toward her face. Your angle is wrong. Tilt it a bit more. Rei guided from the side. All right, I know. Naoya tried again, and at last Maki accepted the nipple. Strange, really. Take piglets in a pen, or the young of any number of animals, the moment they catch the scent of their mother's milk, they scramble for her with everything they have. The strong claim the most nourishment and grow stronger still, the weak are left with scraps and grow weaker, until only the most capable individuals survive. But humans, supposedly the highest order of animal, and yet human young had to be actively fed by hand. Too much and they won't drink, too little and they won't drink, too hot and they won't drink, too cold and they won't drink. They act as if their own death is no great matter. Compared to animals, they were frankly pathetic. Zenin Naoya had always admired the former way of things, without question. Lost in her wandering thoughts as she fed, Naoya had paid no attention whatsoever to the fact that Maki had already been overfed, and was beginning to spit up. Wah wah. Wah. My lady, my lady. Rei called out. Oh. Naoya snapped back to the present, quickly pulled the bottle away, and stared helplessly at Maki, who had broken into full-throated wailing. Wipe her clean, quickly. Rei handed Naoya a cloth. Right. On pure reflex, operating entirely on instruction, Naoya took the cloth and wiped Maki's mouth. The crying infant went quiet again almost at once. Maki and Mai are both such easy babies, Rei said, and gently gathered Mai as well, setting her down beside Maki. It's as if they're afraid of being a burden, they only cry when they absolutely must, and the moment things are set right, they settle down immediately. Probably the most well-behaved they'll ever be in their lives. Naoya gave a cold laugh, then found her gaze drifting to the crib, to the two small figures pressed close against each other. Yes. She had thought it through. There was no need to rush her revenge, the timing was not right. Killing them would be trivially easy. A flick of the wrist, nothing more. But her current self was far too weak. Without her technique awakened, killing members of the Zenin bloodline at a moment like this would bring the charge of kinslaying down on her head, and she would not escape the clan's punishment. So, first, find a way to deal with Naoya. Reclaim her strength. She had a fierce and certain premonition, the moment her technique returned, she would not need to relearn or readjust a single thing. Even the highest mystery in all of jujitsu, domain expansion, would come back to her as naturally as breathing. That was, without question, the realm of a special-grade sorcerer. When that day came, a special-grade sorcerer who had mastered domain expansion, against two unwanted twin girls abandoned by their parents and cast aside by their clan as unlucky omens. Between those two things, was there really any choice left to weigh? Chapter 6, Zenin Naoya Nightmare reappears. 1,359 words. Around 6 in the morning, the Zenin clan's morning bell jolted her awake. The clan stubbornly clung to this ancient way of marking time, ringing the bell once every 2 hours throughout the day. Naoya surfaced from the murk of sleep and stared blankly ahead. So annoying. Once I'm clan head. I'm smashing that wretched bell. She sat on her futon for a while, mind empty, before sluggishly throwing back the covers and hauling herself upright. Lazily, fumbling, it took her a good while to wrestle herself into her clothes, layer by layer. She cast a perfunctory glance at the full-length mirror, confirmed she hadn't put anything on inside out, yawned enormously, and pushed the door open, stepping out in her wooden sandals. Dawn was just beginning to pale the sky. She walked the winding paths of the Zenin estate, and as she passed the training grounds, the Kokura unit had already finished their morning drills. That was the Zenin clan's private guard corps, made up of clan members who carried no technique and possessed only meager cursed energy. The kitchen had sent a large cart loaded with food, and the soldiers, still steaming with exertion, queued in a long line to collect their breakfast. Naoya glanced over. She didn't stop. She didn't stop anywhere at all. She kept walking, forward. Past the stream threading through the courtyard, along a path buried under fallen leaves, through the forest of buildings and out the other side, to the forgotten edge of the compound. You're early today, young mistress. Just woke up early. A lamp burned inside. When Naoya pushed the door open, she found Ray sitting beside the crib, working a pair of knitting needles through some needlework. Naoya glanced toward the bed, both Maki and Mai were fast asleep. 3 months had passed since she first came here, and Naoya had gradually begun to feel that she had walked straight into some kind of trap. Help raise these twins, and I'll grant you one request, that was the deal. But no one had specified how long the raising was supposed to last. On top of that, the old man Naoya had been completely invisible lately, she had no idea what he was up to out there. My whole reason for being here was to get into the Forbidden Vault and find a way to awaken my technique, and instead I'm wasting time like this. Young mistress, have you had breakfast? Ray asked. I've eaten. She hadn't eaten anything, but she had absolutely no appetite right now. Lady Mai was crying all last night, she seemed to have caught a chill. She was restless the whole time, and didn't fall asleep until nearly dawn. Ray let out a long, weary sigh and set down her knitting. I need to go sleep in the next room for a little while. Would you please keep an eye on them? Useless creature. Can't even manage something this simple. Naoya gave a cold laugh. Go on, get out of here. Ray nodded, got to her feet, and glanced back as she went. Please call me immediately if anything happens. I don't need you telling me that. Naoya dropped into the chair Ray had vacated and waved her off irritably. Ray slipped out and closed the door. Naoya stared at the sleeping infants in the crib for a moment, then lost interest entirely. She leaned against the crib railing and let her eyes fall half shut. Don't get the wrong idea, this wasn't slacking off. This was practice, training herself to control her cursed energy. Something like meditation, like sitting in stillness, searching for the feeling of cursed energy within the void of silence. The Zenin clan's sorcery education adhered strictly to the most traditional methods. Though she had heard rumors that institutions like Jujutsu High on the outside quietly passed around all manner of unorthodox approaches. The Naoya of her past life had never attended a sorcery academy. That sort of institution was for commoners with no lineage to speak of. Core children of the three great clans had no need to lower themselves to such places. Cursed energy. Where is the cursed energy? Head, lower abdomen. Perched on the high stool, her head began to nod, slowly dipping lower. Without realizing it, Naoya's consciousness drifted away. How utterly cruel. Do you have no heart at all? Splash. A ripple bloomed across the river's surface as the head gurgled and sank. The woman was covered head to toe in the healed-over scars of old burns. She kept one eye shut and looked back with a blank, expressionless face. Ah. My heart, he took it with him when he left. Unpleasant. That face, just seeing it was unpleasant. Some pathetic weakling, daring to wear the expression of someone strong. You are not Toji. Only I have the right to become that kind of strong. Fists drove down again and again. The other person had no power to fight back at all, which only confirmed the conviction burning in her chest. That's right. I am the true powerhouse. Speed is power. Speed is impact. Projection sorcery's speed layered and layered upon itself, and just like that she launched forward in one explosive charge. I'll drive straight through you. A fist loomed larger and larger before her eyes. Thwack. A fierce impact hit her square in the face. Naoya's eyes snapped open. The light ahead of her was blocked, obscured by something. A small hand, reaching toward her face. Yeah. Ah. A scream tore itself from her throat. Naoya's entire body lurched, taking the stool with her as she toppled backward, and the unidentified creature now sprawled across her chest kept right on babbling and cooing, as if laughing at her. Thud. The back of her head smacked hard into the floor, and Naoya yelped in pain. You little brat, how dare you use me as a landing pad? Yeah. Just you wait, I am absolutely going to, MMPH. Get your grubby hand away from my mouth. Don't touch my face. Gay. What on earth happened? Ray finally came rushing in, and surveyed the scene of absolute chaos. Crawling at only 3 months, Lady Maki truly is gifted beyond measure. That's just what they call strong in the body, empty in the head. She'll grow up to be a boorish brute of a woman, mark my words. We'll need to raise the crib railing. That was dangerous. I never imagined she could climb over it and crawl onto Lady Naoya. Maki had been tucked back into the crib. Having apparently just discovered what limbs were for, she was now excitedly crawling back and forth across the mattress. Mai lay on her back nearby, watching her lively sister with a vaguely bewildered look. Ray fetched the first aid kit, parted Naoya's hair with careful fingers, and felt along the back of the girl's head for the swelling. Does this hurt? Lighter. Do you even know how to bandage someone? Please bear with it just a moment, the skin isn't broken. I'll disinfect it. Ray dabbed a cotton swab in iodine and swabbed at the lump hidden beneath Naoya's hair. Naoya winced, biting back what were very clearly about to be some extremely unladylike words. By the way, seriously. She looked up toward the crib. Mai, seemingly frightened by Maki's endless crawling, had begun showing early signs of an impending cry. Do children really grow that fast? What are you talking about? You're a child yourself, haven't you noticed the changes in your own body? Ray put the first aid kit away and said, I am not a child. Ray smiled, stood where she was, considered for a moment, then stepped forward and took Naoya's hand. The girl had no idea what was happening as she was led to the doorway. Stand right here, please. What are you playing at? Ray produced a small knife from her apron pocket, reached above Naoya's head, and carved a line into the door frame. There. That's your height right now. Come back in a while, and we'll see how much you've grown. Completely pointless. A waste of time. Naoya shook off Ray's hand, declared her disdain, and bolted off to the side. Chapter 7, Taken Away. 1,473 words. Had she grown any taller? Naoya stared at the notch carved into the door frame, rising onto her toes, then settling back down flat-footed. Not that she cared about something as trivial as height, of course. It was purely a matter of sorcery. Projection sorcery demanded that the user predefine every movement, all 24 frames of the next second before acting. Any deviation between the preset and the actual motion would freeze the caster for a full second, leaving them completely unable to move. Which meant she had to know her own body with absolute intimacy, every muscle, every inch of skin, even the precise arc of her hair when it caught the wind. All of it committed to memory. So, tracking changes in her height was part of her sorcery training. Obviously. That was all this was. Not much difference. Naoya touched the crown of her head, leaned against the door frame, and let her shoulders slump. She stopped staring at the notch and let her gaze drift into the room. Ray was out today, but before leaving she'd had the nerve to assign Naoya a task: take Maki and my outside to get some sun. Insufferable woman. Who exactly is supposed to be whose attendant here? Using me like I'm some kind of servant. As if I'm going to let you order me around. Grumbling under her breath, Naoya hauled an old-fashioned pram in from the adjacent room. She stepped onto the footstool and stood over the crib. A wooden divider split it down the middle, separating the two sisters. Ever since Maki had learned to crawl, she'd been perpetually terrorizing Mai into tears, so they'd had to keep them on opposite sides. Stay still. Don't you dare squirm. Naoya reached for Mai first. The little one was in that hazy half-asleep state, and went along with it without protest, letting herself be scooped up into Naoya's arms without fuss. You're heavy. Heavy as a little piglet. What on earth are you eating every day? Infants ate milk, obviously, though Ray had recently been making noises about introducing solid foods into the feeding schedule. Naoya had glanced at the proposed recipe once. The ingredient combinations alone had been enough to turn her stomach. Wah wah, the infant made a noise of indeterminate meaning, though Naoya was getting better at decoding them. Probably expressing drowsiness. Hold on. You'll have all the sleep you want in a moment. She wrestled Mai down onto the padded seat of the pram with considerable effort and let out a long breath. Now for the little menace. She seemed to recall Ray saying something once about how the older twin was calmer than the younger. In Naoya's estimation, that was complete and utter nonsense. Sure enough, Maki lay there in the crib with her eyes wide open, legs kicking restlessly. Naoya crept forward on silent feet, approaching from behind where Maki couldn't see her. Got you. Swift as a striking snake, Naoya hooked both hands under Maki's armpits and scooped her up. Wah wah wah. Maki shrieked her displeasure and thrashed with all four limbs. Naoya gave her no time to put up a real fight, and dumped her straight into the pram. Maki looked around at her suddenly altered surroundings. The expression on her face shifted in slow stages, from confusion, to alarm, to full-blown outrage, and then she burst into tears. The moment Maki started crying, Mai, as if on cue, started crying too. Go ahead and wail. You could scream yourselves hoarse for all I care. Naoya's temple gave a small, irritated throb. She lowered the pram's canopy partway, moved around to the back, and began pushing the whole unwieldy contraption forward with some effort. According to Ray, sunlight was good for infant development. The past stretch of weeks had been rainy season, the sky perpetually draped in a gray film of overcast, and the rare clear days brought only the punishing kind of glare. But today the sun was just right. A few tufts of white cloud drifted overhead, and soft light filtered down through the gaps between them. Naoya pushed the pram to the stream that cut through the courtyard, dragged a stool over beside it and sat down. The water wheel turned under the current, creaking its slow, rhythmic song. Bathed in the gentle warmth of the sun, both infants quickly quieted their crying. The heat seeped into Naoya too, settling into her limbs until everything felt soft and loose. "I've been a little too slack lately, haven't I?" She propped her elbow on her knee and rested her chin in her palm, eyes drifting half shut. Melting away. The drowsiness felt like an instant, subjectively. When she surfaced again, the sun had already slid past the midpoint of the sky and begun its lean to the west. She raised her eyes. The clouds on the horizon had grown thicker. A wind blowing in from the east was hurting great swathes of cloud cover across what had been a largely clear sky. "The wind's picking up. I should take them back before they catch a chill." Naoya rose onto her toes and hopped off the stool, reaching for the pram's handle, and in her peripheral vision, a figure shifted among the trees nearby. "Who's there? Come out." She stilled, eyes fixed on the furtive silhouette. The grass rustled. A woman in a kimono stepped out from between the trees. Her face was utterly blank, and her hair was drawn back with immaculate neatness. "Oh, it's you." Naoya's mouth curved into a cold smile. "I was wondering who it was." Lady Oji. She knew this woman all too well. The lawful wife of Zenin Oji, which was to say, the birth mother of Maki and Mai. In her past life, Naoya's human existence had ultimately ended at this woman's hands. Battered to the edge of death by Maki, she had thought she might scrape away with her life, only for this seemingly docile woman to drive a fatal blade into her back. "So then, what brings you here?" Naoya watched Lady Oji, eyes slowly narrowing. "You already know the answer to that." Lady Oji gestured toward the pram. "I've come to take these two children back." "What do you mean?" Naoya's brow furrowed. "Weren't you the ones who declared twins to be a bad omen and threw them away? Why the sudden change of heart? This is a family matter. There's no need for you to involve yourself. We're grateful for your care of the children during this time." The words had barely left her mouth before Lady Oji reached for the pram's handle. Naoya's hand shot out on pure instinct, and she slapped it away. Smack. Lady Oji's hand was knocked aside. She stepped back half a pace and looked down at Naoya with an unreadable expression. "Oh? You intend to stop me?" Naoya froze. What reason did she have to stop this woman from taking the twins? They were nothing more than a piece of the deal, instruments of her own torment. Once she handed them over to Lady Oji, her obligation would be fulfilled, and it would be time for that old fossil Naobito to make good on his promise. Her goal from the very start had been the cursed tools in the Forbidden Vault. She didn't have the luxury of time. If she failed to awaken her technique within a year, she'd be shipped off in a political marriage to the Gojo clan. She had no room to dawdle. And where else did these twins have to go? If not back to their mother, back to the Zenin Oji household, where else could they possibly go? It's just because the pram is mine, that's all. You can't take it, you thief. Naoya stumbled over her own words for a long moment before finally landing on an excuse. Lady Oji regarded her in silence. Then, after a beat, she nodded. "You're right. That was an oversight on my part." With that, she leaned down over the pram, extended one arm to each side, and lifted both infants at once. Maki and Mai were still sound asleep, oblivious to the change, still adrift somewhere in their dreams. "Then I'll take my leave." Lady Oji turned away. Naoya should have stood there quietly and let her go. But she didn't know why, she herself didn't know, she opened her mouth anyway. "Yes? Is there something else you need?" Holding them like that. It won't be comfortable for them." That wasn't what she had meant to say. She didn't know what she'd meant to say. "I understand, thank you." Lady Oji glanced at Naoya once more, or perhaps she was looking at something beyond her, and gave a slight, quiet bow. Then she turned and walked away. Her figure vanished along the path that wound between the trees. Chapter 8, Careless, No Dodge. 1,367 words. With Maki and Mai taken away, Naoya had half a mind to head straight back to her own quarters, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided to stay put for now. Naobito's not at the main estate right now. Rei is his watchdog, and she's the one who'll be held accountable if they try to wriggle out of the deal. I need to be here when she gets back. Mind made up, Naoya didn't bother going inside. She sat down on the threshold instead. Rei had said she'd be back before evening, so there was still an hour or two to wait. Naoya had never been the type to wait for anyone. It was always the other way around. Before long, the restlessness set in. Her fingertips moved without thinking, picking absently at the grain of the wood beneath her. The furrow between her brows deepened. Forget it, leaving a note amounts to the same thing. There's no point sitting here. She was already pushing herself up off the threshold when she lifted her face, and felt something cold and wet land on her cheek. Naoya blinked. The sky had darkened without her noticing. The season had no patience for fair weather. In the time it had taken her to grow bored, the horizon had gone black with storm clouds. Boom! The downpour hit all at once. Lightning split the sky. Rain hammered the roof tiles with a sound like cracking wood, and within moments the eaves became a solid curtain of falling water. Not wanting her kimono soaked, Naoya stepped back from the threshold and retreated into the room. Great. Now I'm stuck here. Dong, dong, dong. Threading through the sound of the storm came something else, the toll of a bell from somewhere in the distance. Under normal circumstances Naoya couldn't have cared less about the time bell, but the moment this one rang out, the color drained from her face. Wait, that bell is... Young miss, Naoya, miss. A figure came running through the rain and wind. Naoya looked up. It was Rei, and by the time she reached the doorway, she was soaked through to the skin. Her dark hair was plastered to her cheeks, still dripping from the ends. Would you look at yourself, Naoya said, her face screwing up in distaste. What happened to you? You're dripping all over everything. Don't come near me. Young miss, where are Maki and Mai? Rei didn't answer her. She looked past Naoya and swept a quick glance around the room. Their mother came and took them. Naoya crossed her arms, her tone flat and irritated. She cut a sideways look at Rei. Anyway, that means my job here is done, doesn't it? You mean, Lady Oji took them? Rei went still for a moment. Just now. What, is there a problem? Naoya asked, but even as the words left her mouth, she thought of the bell, and a cold unease stirred in her chest. Young miss. Rei drew a slow, deep breath. There has been some trouble at the Zenin main estate. Lord Naobito is not currently on the grounds, but the situation is not yet critical, it should be contained soon. This villa is remote. It's unlikely the disturbance will reach here. I must ask you to stay inside, lock the doors and windows, and do not respond to anyone who knocks, no matter who it is. You're a resilient girl. Please bear with it just a little longer. I'll be back shortly. With that, she raised her hand and ruffled the top of Naoya's head, gently, the way you'd comfort a small child, then turned to plunge back out into the rain. Hey, wait. Explain yourself properly. Naoya grabbed her by the arm, voice dropping to an edge. I heard those bells just now. I know what they mean, that's the signal for an outside attack on the Zenin grounds. Don't try to feed me nonsense. Rei stopped. She turned around slowly to face her. Rainwater traced a line down her jaw. She studied Naoya in silence for a moment, as though weighing her words, and then, at last, she spoke. Young miss, you have always been sharp. You would never do anything reckless. So, I'll tell you the truth. There are curse users inside the Zenin main estate. Cursed spirits were monsters born from human emotion. In the world of jujitsu, those who wielded techniques to exorcise them were known as jujitsu sorcerers. Those who turned the other way, who colluded with cursed spirits, were called curse users. Sorcerer or curse user, the nature was the same. Only the allegiance differed. TCH, and people are panicking over small fry like that. Naoya let out a scornful laugh. I'm curious how they even got past the clan's barriers, but at the end of the day, curse users are nothing but rats. Skulking around in the shadows, too dirty to show their faces in daylight. Daring to storm the Zenin estate. They're walking straight into their own graves. You are not wrong, curse users alone would be nothing. The problem, Ray said, her voice unhurried, is that the cursed spirits sealed in the Zenin dungeons have, for reasons unknown, been released by those same curse users. As of now, nearly 1,000 cursed spirits are running loose inside the estate, causing destruction. The Hei and To sorcerers and the Kokura squad are working to suppress the escaped spirits, while simultaneously hunting down the curse users. Now you know the situation. I have to go. Hold it. Far from letting go, Naoya moved in a flash, stepping directly in front of Ray, blocking the doorway completely. Then what exactly are you planning to do out there? You're a servant. You should be hiding, same as anyone. Are you out of your mind? Ray stood where she was in silence. She didn't answer. She didn't move forward. Naoya gave a small, satisfied hum. Her words had done the trick, it seemed. But then, a cold hand came to rest against her cheek. Gently. The fingertips were damp and chilled from the rain, yet the touch itself was impossibly soft. Are you worried about me? I'm just reminding you of your place. Naoya had barely opened her mouth when something wrong made itself known, stirring at the edges of her limbs. Wait a moment. The wrongness spread fast. Like fine static electricity running along the inside of her veins, it crept outward in silence, and within seconds it had flooded through her entirely. Her arms and legs, her hands and feet, all of it went numb and heavy, swallowed whole. Naoya bit down hard on the tip of her tongue. The sharp pain punched through the fog, and she snapped back to herself just enough to keep from collapsing entirely, swaying heavily but still upright. The cold hand left her cheek. You're a jujitsu sorcerer. Her throat felt half paralyzed too. Naoya forced her eyes wide and stared at Ray. A jujitsu sorcerer, hiding right here, at her side this whole time. There was no such sorcerer in the Zenin clan's records. Did Naobito know about this? Damn it all. It's all right. Don't worry. The technique I used will wear off on its own in 12 hours. Stay here and rest. Personally, I'd recommend sleeping through it. Leave the grown-up matters to the grown-ups. She bent down, gathered Naoya's limp, unresisting body into her arms with practiced care, carried her into the adjoining bedroom, and lowered her onto the soft mattress. That absolute wretch. Shameless. Despicable. Utterly without honor. A filthy, brainless hack not even fit to lick the boots of a common street performer. How dare she ambush me? Naoya Zenin was incandescent with rage. If she had her technique right now, she would kill that woman, tear her apart, beat her face into pulp. But she didn't have her technique. And this body, this barely functional, borrowed feeling body, wouldn't so much as twitch. Chapter 9, Zenin Oji's Ambition. 18 words. She had, more or less, managed to calm down. Naoya stared at the mold-spotted ceiling beam, eyes forced wide open, because right now, her eyes were the only things she could move. Her body. Completely immobilized. And yet her mind was running at perfect, infuriating clarity. Ray, it had to be that wretched woman's technique. Paralyzing the body while leaving consciousness fully intact. She'd have been better off just knocking her out cold. But what was done was done. All she could do now was think. Start from the beginning and work through it. Sorcerers had attacked the Zenin compound. They had broken the seals on the dungeon and released every cursed spirit held inside. And naturally, it happened during one of the rare stretches when Naobito was away. What fighting strength did the clan have left right now? The Hei were an elite unit, a handful of special grade and semi-grade 1 sorcerers, the absolute cream of the crop. The Toe commanded the grade 2s and 3s. As for the Kokuru, that glorified cleanup crew, when real trouble hit, they were useless. The old clan head had been a genuine grade 1 in his prime, but the years had long since hollowed him out. He wasn't fit for battle anymore. Zenin Oji fancied himself enormously, and to be fair, he did hold the grade 1 title, and currently served as the Hei's captain. Zenin Jinichi should still be stuck around grade 2 at this point, or just barely touching the threshold of grade 1, serving as captain of the Toe. As for Zenin Ranta, that scion from a branch family, though he'd eventually climb to grade 1 in time, right now he was probably just an unremarkable rank-and-file member of the Toe, nothing more. Come to think of it, how exactly had a handful of sorcerers managed to breach the Zenin compound's barrier and release cursed spirits from a heavily guarded dungeon? An inside job. For that matter, in all her memories of her past life, this attack had never happened. Why? Why had a deviation like this sprouted from what should have been a fixed course of events? Without meaning to, Naoya found herself recalling a small, unremarkable moment from her past life. Back then, Naoya Zenin had only just awakened his technique, the same hereditary clan art as Naobito Zenin's, projection sorcery. Everyone said, "You're a genius." Everyone said, "You are the future of the Zenin clan." The young Naoya Zenin had basked in the applause and the glory, and had usually forgotten about the resentful stares being leveled from the shadows. Day by day, Naoya had grown, cursed energy use growing more refined, projection sorcery becoming second nature, while the old clan head had faded, day by day, appearing before others less and less. Until one day, word of his death arrived. She still remembered the morning bells that day, the monks chanting sutras through the night, and before the old head's spirit tablet, Naobito stepping forward to claim the position of clan head as a matter of natural succession. And as a matter of equally natural succession, the genius Naoya had become the unspoken heir apparent. And yet, she had once overheard people muttering in private. "You know why Lord Oji lost the succession back then? Because he couldn't keep up with Lord Naobito in the heir department." Hearing that, Naoya had nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Was that a joke? This wasn't baseless contempt. She could say it with certainty. Zenin Oji was the kind of man who, even if he bound himself by oath to never raise a blade again, wagering the entirety of his remaining years as the price, even then, he could never be Naobito's equal. Even among special grade sorcerers, the gap between the strong and the stronger was a chasm. When it came down to it, all those labels, grade 1, grade 2, were nothing but a mutual back-scratching game played by the officials at the Jiu-Jitsu Supervisory Board. Someone with grade 1 ability being rated grade 2, or someone who had long since surpassed grade 1 still sitting at that rank, that was hardly unusual. Special grade, after all, had always been defined by a single standard, possessing the capacity to pose a threat to the destruction of a nation. Right. The real reason Zenin Oji had failed to inherit the clan headship back then had never been about heirs. It was simply because he was, completely and utterly, no match for Naobito. And after Naobito's death, he still wouldn't be a match for the young Naoya, either. A sorcerer's ceiling was decided at birth. The strong are born strong. So then, if it is an inside man, who? Someone with the standing to escort others through the Zenin barrier, and help them release the cursed spirits in the dungeon. Think. Why didn't any of this happen in the past life? That's it, damn it, how did I forget something like this? A buried piece of information flashed through her mind, and Naoya's heart gave a violent lurch. She had been born later than in her previous life, which had blurred her sense of time. She had been confined to a forgotten corner of the clan, her attention entirely consumed by trivialities. She had been too complacent, and somehow she had forgotten such a critical date. The old clan head's death. In her past life, the old head had died shortly after Maki and Mai were born. Zenin Oji was simply outclassed, and Naobito had always had the stronger claim to the headship. Naoya had considered that self-evident. But what if Zenin Oji himself didn't see it that way? What if he blamed his failure on Zenin Maki and Zenin Mai for not being Naoya Zenin? In the previous life, Naoya had already awakened his technique well before the old head's passing, an undeniable genius, the present and future of the Naobito line bearing down on Zenin Oji so heavily he could barely breathe. But in this life, Naoya had failed to awaken her technique. She had to admit it, unlike the genius she had been before, the version of herself right now carried no weight at all. In the eyes of the clan, she was probably nothing more than a tool earmarked for a political marriage. What if the old clan head was already dead? In the will, Naobito Zenin declared as successor. Looking at a Naobito line far weaker than in the previous life, could Zenin Oji still hold his ambitions in check? Never mind Zenin Oji, she herself would absolutely do exactly the same thing. Hadn't the Naoya of the past life gone after Fushiguro Megumi, the one who'd stolen the headship away? Think fast, if it were her, what would she do? In the past life, Naobito had died from wounds sustained while exorcising a special-grade cursed spirit. The final 3 days of desperate emergency care before his death had made concealment impossible. But the old clan head was different. He had passed quietly in his own bedchamber, of natural causes. Only the handmaids who attended him, and the retainers who visited daily would have known. If it were me, Naoya Zenin, seeking the headship, the first move would be to suppress news of the death. Keep the mourning hidden. Then, find a way to eliminate Naobito. Along with all the factions loyal to him. Better yet, manufacture chaos, even if it meant letting wolves through the gate. Once every rival was swept off the board, step forward to clean up the wreckage. Blame Naobito's death on the enemy outside. Then announce that the old clan head had also been killed in the chaos, and for good measure, pin the label of traitor who colluded with the enemy on Naobito too. By the end of it, she could claim the headship cleanly and without dispute. This kind of plot, it had played out again and again across the 1,000-year history of the Zenin clan. That it was happening now, or would happen in the future, was nothing surprising at all. Come to think of it, that old man Naobito hasn't shown his face around here in a long time. They said he was on a mission outside. Don't tell me he's already walked into a trap. The more Naoya thought, the more her irritation built. And Lady Oji, of all the moments to come and collect Maki and Mai, what is she playing at? That woman had no will of her own. Every move she made was as Zenin Oji's puppet. Taking Maki and Mai away had to be on Oji's orders. Fine, Oji staging a coup was one thing, but fetching the 2 daughters he couldn't stand the sight of, what was the point of that? Surely he hadn't suddenly found his conscience now that he thought the throne was his, ready to share his good fortune with the family. What on earth is he trying to do? She wanted to grind her teeth in frustration, but her muscles were dead weight, she couldn't produce even that much force. All she could do was stare uselessly at the cobwebs strung across the ceiling beam. This was absolutely wretched, unable to feel her own body, like being a corpse that still had to think. Could things possibly get any worse? As it turned out, they probably could. She had no idea how much time had passed. The rain gradually softened, and through the thinning sound of it, footsteps began to filter through. Hey! Should be right around here. Break the door down. The shouts came from just outside the door. Naoya snapped back to full alertness, and in an instant, a far worse possibility took shape in her mind. Ray almost certainly had no idea what was really going on. She'd probably assumed it was nothing more than a standard sorcerer intrusion and cursed spirit breakout, which was exactly why she'd paralyzed Naoya with her technique, and left her here, to keep her from running out and causing trouble. This place was out of the way, cursed energy sparse, neither attacking sorcerers nor escaped cursed spirits would bother going out of their way to come here. But if this truly was Zenin Oji's coup, and their objective was to purge the Naobito line, then they would absolutely send people specifically to hunt down Naobito's direct descendants, which meant her, Naoya. Boom. The solid wooden door collapsed inward. And in the doorway, armed with weapons, dressed in black, stood figures of unknown allegiance. Chapter 10, Big Brother Shan's World. 1435 words. Come to think of it, maybe she owed Ray a thank you for locking her down here in the first place. Because if the pursuers had actually kicked down the door and come at her directly, there was no way she'd have gone quietly. And they certainly wouldn't have backed off just because she fought back. A straight-up clash meant zero chance of winning and zero way out. She'd have ended up beaten to a pulp. This way was better, honestly. Pinned to the bed by a curse, caught without a struggle, at least she'd been spared the thrashing. When she thought about it like that, she really did owe Ray a heartfelt thanks. From the bottom of her heart. You hear that, Lady Ray? Hold still. A heavy fist drove into her stomach. Hey! Are you serious? Have the cursed spirits been chewing on your brain? How much more still can a person who can't move at all possibly get? Go die. This brat's eyes give me the creeps. Bag her. Right, hold her steady. The men sent to capture her were a rough lot. They dragged some burlap sack from God knows where, and yanked it down over her head. Everything went dark. Then someone hauled her up and slung her over a shoulder. Move, move. Let's go. Don't let anyone see you. Her body jolted with every step. Where exactly were they taking her? They weren't planning to drag her somewhere remote and quietly put her in the ground, were they? Or maybe they hadn't finished dealing with the old man Naobito yet, and were planning to use her as leverage, If that was their thinking, they were dead wrong. If Zenin Oji was the sort who looked down on everyone, then Naobito was the sort who looked through everyone entirely. He'd sired a small army of children and cared about precisely none of them, no sense of family duty, no trace of fatherly feeling. If they actually shoved her out front as a human shield, that old bastard Naobito would probably just flatten her along with the enemies standing behind her, and once the dust settled he'd magnanimously have whatever was left of her, hopelessly mixed in with the mangled remains of her captors, burned down to a handful of worthless ash. The image settled in Naoya's mind, and she laughed coldly to herself. Darkly, she almost looked forward to it. Inside the sack it was pitch black, but sounds of clashing steel rang out at intervals nearby. The Zenin clan's forces were out and moving, suppressing wandering cursed spirits. Which meant they were heading toward the heart of the Zenin clan's territory. Well then. Let's see if I guessed right. Naoya slowly closed her eyes. Thud. The sack hit the floor hard. Naoya's skull rang from the impact, and she silently cursed these brutes every way she knew how. My lord, we've brought her. The lackeys fumbled with the drawstring. Harsh light flooded in, motes of dust swirling through the air. Naoya squinted, trying to take in her surroundings. The air carried the heavy scent of incense. A wooden-carved Jizo bodhisattva stood with his staff raised, eyes half-lidded, gaze cast down in quiet compassion. This was the Zenin family's ancestral temple, the place where they enshrined the Buddha and the clan's forebears. Zenin Oji stood before the altar. Just as she'd suspected. The man's face was stone-set, but he wasn't paying the slightest attention to the group that had just entered. His gaze was fixed ahead, on the woman crumpled on the floor at his feet. Talk. His voice was flat. Where have you hidden those two little abominations? Naoya blinked. She recognized the woman, it was Lady Oji. One side of her face was swollen grotesquely, purple and black with bruising. Blood ran from the corner of her mouth. Several teeth, trailing bloody foam, lay scattered on the floor. She hung her head and said nothing at all. What was going on? Hadn't Lady Oji been sent by Zenin Oji to retrieve them? Hadn't she already taken Maki and Mai away? Or were those two abominations referring to someone else entirely? Naoya hadn't worked it out yet when Oji's foot shot up and connected with Lady Oji's body. Bang! He had held back, but even so Lady Oji was sent flying, crashing through the folding screen behind her and vomiting up a mouthful of blood. "You miserable woman. Do you really think, even now, that I won't kill you?" Zenin Oji wrenched his blade free of its sheath and leveled it at the barely breathing Lady Oji, yet she remained motionless as a doll, uttering nothing, only pulling thin, faint breaths. There's no need for Mr. Oji to work himself into such a state. Parental love, ha ha. A fool like this could never understand the grand design you have in mind. The flippant voice came out of nowhere. From the inner chamber behind the altar emerged several languid figures. Their outlandish clothing and mismatched, irregular appearances looked utterly alien against the solemn, cloistered world of the Zenin clan, as though they'd stumbled in from another dimension entirely. In an instant, Naoya had already pieced together who they were. Sorcerers of the Dark Path, curse users. The contract will be honored. You don't need to worry about that. The moment Zenin Oji laid eyes on them, his expression darkened by 3 more degrees. His voice went cold. Of course, it's not your sincerity we doubt. After all, you did swear a binding vow. The leader of the curse users had nails driven through his face as piercings, and wore a fashionable leather jacket. He looked like the frontman of some heavy metal band that had wandered in off the street. Even so, we're simply concerned that Mr. Oji has run into some trouble. Our payment, for instance, seems to have been hidden away by your lovely wife. If your hands are too full to go looking, we'd be more than happy to be of service. You will stay out of it. Zenin Oji said coldly. I'll have their location out of her shortly. Then we look forward to hearing the good news. After all, your brother's strength speaks for itself. Our barrier specialist is talented, but keeping him pinned down is taxing. If something were to go sideways. The curse user licked his lips, smile spreading, the threat barely veiled. Do your job. Zenin Oji gave a cold snort. The curse users traded glances and withdrew. Listening to the exchange, reading between the lines, Naoya had already pieced it together. Zenin Oji wanted to move against Naobito, but couldn't use the Zenin clan's own forces. Hei and Hai, whatever their names were, would never obey an order to kill Naobito, and his private retinue alone was hopelessly outmatched. So he'd cut a deal with these outlaws instead. And it sounded like Maki and Mai were the agreed-upon payment. Twin children born into a sorcerer clan, they had always been treated as a bad omen, despised and cast out by their kin. But to curse users with no taboos whatsoever, that ill-starred fate would make fertile ground for cultivating curses. TCH. That bastard Zenin Oji, trafficking in Zenin blood like it's a commodity. I misjudged him. I never thought he'd go this far. So Lady Oji hid Maki and Mai. She must have found out ahead of time. No, knowing that idiot Oji, he probably just assumed she'd never push back. He'd made exactly the same mistake she had. Naoya was still turning it over in her mind when she realized Zenin Oji had crossed the room, and was crouching slowly in front of her. Those 2 brats have been hanging around with you lately, haven't they? Tell me where they're hidden. If you don't talk, I'll make you regret you were ever born. First of all, I have absolutely no idea. The one person who does know is half dead on the floor because of you. And second, I physically cannot tell you anything right now. Naoya thought all of this very clearly, and could say none of it. My lord. The lackeys kneeling in the hall finally spoke up. This brat, when we found her, she seemed to have a curse put on her. She can't speak and she can't move. Chapter 11, Instant Open. 2,249 words. This whole situation was utterly absurd. Zenin Oji was a brainless, bumbling fool. Full stop. That was Naoya's one and only honest assessment of the man. When Oji discovered she couldn't move and couldn't give up any information, Naoya had half expected him to pull something clever, break the paralysis technique holding her down, or summon some mind-reading specialist to dig the information straight out of her skull. Instead, nothing. Absolutely nothing. The moron had rummaged up a handful of cursed tools from God knows where and blasted her with unfocused cursed energy, then grabbed her jaw, and pried it open to force some mystery pills down her throat. He spent half the day going in circles, and the grand total of his results was giving Naoya a splitting headache and an upset stomach, with zero progress to show for it. Having hit a dead end with Naoya, Oji turned his attention back to Lady Oji, who was already barely clinging to life after everything he'd already put her through. Even if she was willing to talk, she had no strength left to speak. Blocked on both fronts, he started taking it out on the offering table, split it clean in half with his blade, decided that wasn't satisfying enough, picked up the pieces, and hurled them at Naoya. The paralysis kept the pain blunted, but watching the red bloom of her own blood rise into her field of vision, it was starting to make a terrible kind of sense. The last time around, when Naoya Zenin's power grab had ended in catastrophic failure, and the whole clan had gone up in smoke, the reason might very well have been because this idiot was part of the plan. A truly spectacular miscalculation. Oji-san. The curse user's voice cut through the room. The one who looked like the lead singer of a heavy metal band emerged again from the chamber behind the altar. He craned his neck back lazily, leaning against the shrine cabinet, and said, "I'll ask just once more, are you quite certain you have the means to pay us?" "I told you, I'll sort it out." Oji spun around, glaring daggers at the curse user. "Time is getting rather tight, Oji-san." The curse user's words were polished and respectful. His eyes held not a shred of it. "You're a man of enormous influence in the Zenin clan, of course, you can afford to take your time. But we small-timers who live and die by the blade, we've always found that payment in hand is the only thing worth trusting." The moment the words landed, the other curse users in the back room stirred, their presences sharpening all at once. The two sides faced each other across the altar statue, cursed energy coiling uneasily through the air. The flame of the offering lamp flickered without ceasing, as though it might gutter out at any moment. "Well then, you're unhappy. You want to start something." Someone finally spoke. Zenin Oji raised his blade slightly, voice dropping cold. "Don't forget. We swore a binding vow." "That's right, the binding vow." The curse user clapped his hands together. "That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with you. Come out." "Wah, wah," a sharp, thin crying cut through the room. A bald curse user walked out slowly, a baby dangling from each hand, their wails weak and breathless. It was Maki and Mai, for some reason Naoya couldn't explain. Her heart lurched violently. Beside her, Lady Oji, barely alive, seemed to stir, then went still again. Since Oji-san was taking so very long, the curse user's face spread into a satisfied smirk. A flash of fury crossed Zenin Oji's. "I sent some of my own people to go find them. Not because his daughters had fallen into the hands of dangerous men. Because these curse users, these pieces on his board, had dared to act on their own initiative." Zenin Oji read the room, swallowed his fury, and bit out through clenched teeth. "In that case, you already have your payment. What's keeping you? Get back to work." No, that is not payment." The curse user wagged a finger, then raised his voice. "This is a trophy we found ourselves. The binding vow specified, payment has to be handed over by you personally. So the real payment, Oji-san, you still haven't delivered. Don't push your luck. That girl over there," the curse user's gaze slid to the side. "She's Zenin clan too, isn't she? Give her to us as well." "Absolutely not." Zenin Oji snapped. "I have other uses for her." "Ah, I see." The curse user feigned a dawning realization, drawing out a thoughtful pause. "You're planning to use her against your brother, Naobito Zenin. Right? You want us to pin Naobito down and drain him dry, and then you sweep in and deliver the killing blow." Honestly, I rather admire that style of thinking. In a different setting, we might have gotten along quite well. You cannot be serious. This idiot actually wants to use me as leverage against Naobito. Naoya thought. Even with curse users running interference for him, he needs yet another insurance policy. Just how terrified of Naobito is he? The way he's carrying on, you'd think he was trying to take down the strongest sorcerer alive, Gojo Satoru. So then, this deal. Oh Oji-sama. Someone's coming from outside, an unfamiliar sorcerer. They're carrying the old master Naobito-sama's seal. A lackey burst through the door in a panic, got the words out, then stumbled face first into the razor-sharp standoff inside the ancestral hall, and swallowed every word that came after. Not another syllable. Zenin Oji and the lead curse user both froze. Half a second later, Oji shot his hand up in a sharp silencing gesture, and hissed under his breath. Put everything on hold. Wait for me to get back. The curse user's odd smile lingered, but he gave a nod of assent. Blade into sheath. Zenin Oji's face had gone a rigid, iron gray. He strode out of the ancestral hall, and swept down the stone steps. And Naoya felt her heart plummet. A terrible possibility slammed into her all at once. Oh no, someone showing up with the old man Naobito's seal, it couldn't be that woman. The cursed spirits outside have broken loose, everything's in chaos out there. And here you are, Oji-san, hiding in a place like this. What exactly are you doing? Rei lifted her head slowly and looked at Zenin Oji, standing at the foot of the stone steps. Who are you? A servant. And you're questioning me? I serve Master Naobito. I am here to carry out his instructions. Rei held a small seal badge, wound in fine cord, dangling from her fingertip. She gave it a gentle swing toward Zenin Oji. Hand it over. Let me see it. Of course. Rei lowered her gaze compliantly, then began climbing the steps one by one, eyes cast down. Please inspect it. Both hands offered up the seal, raised high above her head. Steel light flashed. Zenin Oji drew in nearly the same instant, every ounce of his dense cursed energy coalescing along the blade's edge, a vicious, sweeping sword beam slashed outward. Of course, a sorcerer connected to Naobito, appearing at a moment like this. Kill her first and ask questions never. So it was you after all, Oji-san. Rei raised her eyes and looked at him, calm as still water. Cursed energy surged up around her body, trying to wrap itself over her like a shell, but that thin, frail layer of cursed energy had no hope of stopping the fully charged Iajutsu of Zenin Oji, a special-grade sorcerer who had been ready for exactly this. Pfft. Blood burst across her abdomen, soaking through the white of her apron, staining it red. A mouthful of blood spilled from her lips. The only thing left she could do, in that single borrowed moment, was swing her arms forward with everything she had and hurl the seal into the hall. The instant her strength gave out, her body lost its footing. She crumpled to the ground with a dull thud. In the last flicker before her mind went dark, one memory surfaced, the words she had whispered to the young lady on the very first day they met. Young lady, it is precisely because word has reached Master Naobito of your recent improper conduct, your complete disregard for rank and order, that he has sent me personally to correct you. Every word you speak and every action you take from this day forward, I will report to the Master without omission. The seal, in truth a cursed tool, came in a matched pair, parent and child, designed to resonate with each other. That was the method of reporting. Through this seal, Rei had managed, just barely, to contact Naobito Zenin, trapped somewhere inside a barrier, and convey to him the full picture of what was happening. Of course, it had other uses as well. There was no time to stop it. The metal seal split the air and plunged straight into the ancestral hall, its hard surface bouncing off the cold stone floor in a rapid series of ringing, ear-splitting cracks. Clang! Clang! A faint pulse of cursed energy rippled outward. No one could make sense of what had just happened, but 1 second later, a frantic shout erupted from the back room behind the altar. We've got a problem, the barrier, Naobito's breaking through. He's found the way out. The technique the curse users had designed to contain Naobito Zenin was called Labyrinth. Built on a foundation of barrier sorcery, it used cursed energy to carve out a shifting, disorienting space, and its strength was bought with the binding vow that the caster must be trapped inside the maze alongside their target. There was only one correct path out, set by the caster themselves, and that was the only way to leave. Damn it. The lead curse user froze for half a second, then made his call without hesitation. It's over. The moment Naobito breaks through, the deal is done. Take the twins and the brat, we're pulling out right now. Yes. The curse users moved as one. Don't even think about running. Zenin Oji finally grasped what was happening. He let out a furious roar, launched himself into the air, and came down at the lead curse user blade first. The curse user's fists blazed up like molten rock. He roared back with equal fury and threw his arms up to meet the slash. The blade bit deep into both forearms. I knew it, you never had any intention of letting us leave. Hey. Hey. And so what? Did you think you had the right to make deals with the Zenin clan? Listen to me. You shameless old snake. Save your energy for Naobito. Does anyone here know reverse curse technique? The kind you can project outward. I'll have plenty of time after I've wiped out every last one of you. God, what a stupid question to be asking. Everyone pile on. He's one man, he can't take all of us at once. A battle cry, and the surrounding curse users swarmed in all at once. Cursed energy and sword light crashed wildly through the cramped ancestral hall, and the whole place dissolved into utter chaos. A voice, young, a little unpolished, stripped of any readable emotion, rose suddenly through the chaos. I cannot watch this anymore. Hey, are you all actually stupid? A glance toward the edge of the brawl, and there was the black-haired girl. Somehow, at some point, she had gotten her movement back. Her kimono had come half undone, and the cloth across her chest was soaked dark with blood. She was walking in through the door of the ancestral hall. Calm. Unhurried. Straight into the middle of a fight that was still going full tilt, as though no one else in the room existed. Wait, when had she even gone outside? The whole scene was too far gone. Not a single person had noticed when she'd broken free of the technique, or when she'd slipped out of the hall. The black-haired girl slowly raised her eyes, tilting her head as though turning something over in her mind. A moment later, she clapped her hands together, and cocked her head to one side with an almost endearing little tilt. Forget it. I've had enough. You can all go ahead and die. Palms pressed together, middle fingers hooked over ring fingers, both hands pointing straight ahead. Like a tide answering the pull of the moon, a swell, a surge, a rhythm felt rather than seen. And she felt it, even if only for an instant. But an instant was all the projection sorcery practitioner ever needed. Domain expansion. Lunar Palace of the Time Womb. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut Chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, reborn as Naoya. I really am here for revenge. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 12, 1 second. 1742 words. Flower of Worship. A technique passed down in secret through the three families, the Zenin, the Gojo, and the Kamo, hereditary and unbroken for generations. The instant a domain expansion is born, every technique within it is granted the properties of guaranteed hit and guaranteed kill. A sorcerer without a domain of their own, the moment they set foot inside an enemy's barrier, will almost always find themselves erased before they can so much as raise a hand in protest. Flower of Worship is the three families' answer to that killing blow. The counter passed down to meet a domain head-on. The instant an enemy's technique makes contact, cursed energy is marshaled automatically to launch a single retaliatory strike, neutralizing the guaranteed hit effect the domain confers. It is only a stopgap, but at the very least it ensures a sorcerer is not cut down in the same breath, utterly helpless. If Zenin Oji were given one more chance, he would abandon every other motion without a second thought, pour every scrap of cursed energy he possessed into a single all-out flower of worship. But who could have seen it coming, that the clan's little brat, who had never once let slip even a fragment of technique, whose hand signs had seemed like nothing more than childish mimicry, had beneath that act concealed the highest, most rarefied art the jujitsu world had to offer. In the vast dark, something enormous and fleshy, like a womb, flickered past and was gone. How long had it lasted? A second? No, not even a second. Not long enough for any response to form. By the time he registered what had happened, his body had already hit the ground hard. He couldn't tell where it had gone wrong, but his cursed energy would not gather, and every inch of him screamed with pain. Through vision blurred to smears, he could see that the curse users who had been swaggering around moments before were now without exception sprawled across the floor in every direction, bright red blood seeping madly from their pores. Poison. A curse. What had caused this? Time seemed to freeze for an instant. That eerie, suspended stillness, he had felt something like it once before, trading blows with Naoya Zenin in a sparring match, and yet this was different in some fundamental, bone-deep way. Surely not. Projection sorcery. Step. Zenin Oji wrenched his neck around and, barely managing to raise his head, saw the girl walking toward him, one step at a time. Blood was running from the corners of her eyes, from her nostrils, from the corners of her mouth, from her ears. She seemed entirely unaware of it. She only braced one hand on her knee, bent slightly at the waist, and picked up the long blade where it had fallen on the floor. She was still small, too small, and the adult-sized sword was far too long for her frame. She had to drag it along with both hands, hauling it forward in labored, halting steps as she made her way toward Zenin Oji. You dare kill me? Shut up. You've been insufferable enough today already. The blade thrust clumsily toward Zenin Oji's throat. The paralysis technique that had held her down had dissolved. All that remained was the faint, fading residue of foreign cursed energy drifting through her. Of course, the caster was dead. How could the technique possibly sustain itself? Naoya moved forward in silence. Every enemy had already lost the ability to move or resist. But a single second of domain expansion was not enough to kill them outright. A sorcerer's endurance and regenerative capacity far exceeded an ordinary person's, so she had to finish this now, root and branch, while she still could. Naoya dragged the long blade and went through them one by one, executing each in turn, piercing hearts, slitting throats, destroying the lower abdomens where cursed energy is generated. Wait, mercy. Please. Thunk. I curse you, I'll haunt you from the grave, I swear it. Thunk. The Jizo Bodhisattva looked on in silence. The smell of blood spread through the temple hall. Her body was growing tired, her head was swimming too. Was this the backlash from forcing the technique past its limits? But she was already too exhausted to think through the specifics. Yes, in the instant the paralysis had released, as sensation crept back into her body piece by piece, Naoya had touched it clearly, if only for that single fleeting moment, that long-missed sensation of projection sorcery, and the cursed energy surging through her veins. But for some reason, the technique that should have answered her like an extension of her own arm now responded only in fits and starts, like an old television with terrible signal, where only the occasional clear image breaks through amid an endless, grating wash of static. Only 1 second. 1 second was enough. 1 second is the most fundamental unit of projection sorcery. By mapping out 24 of her own movements within a single second, projection sorcery achieves a speed that defies all reason, and during the period the technique is active, any enemy it makes contact with is forced to move at that same rate of 24 frames per second, or else they are frozen solid for exactly 1 full second. And within a domain expansion, a refined technique is granted the guaranteed hit property, and its effective precision reaches the cellular level, which is to say, inside the domain, any cell unable to sustain activity at 24 cycles per second will have its biological processes suspended for 1 second. 1 second of cellular level suspension and desynchronization is enough to cause massive tissue necrosis and multi-organ failure throughout the human body. The only way to survive would be immediate repair via an exceptionally high-efficiency reverse curse technique, a vanishingly rare ability that these curse users, and Zenin Oji himself, could never have possessed. Every curse user was dead. The blade in her hand had apparently been one of Zenin Oji's prized cursed tools. It had a high affinity for cursed energy, though its raw metal strength was nothing exceptional. After she had hacked through so many people with no technique or form to speak of, the edge had chipped and curled badly. Naoya, utterly spent, tossed the long blade aside without a second thought and walked to where Lady Oji lay. "Hey! Stop playing dead, it's over." She had meant to crouch down and check for breath, but she was too tired. So she just nudged the woman lightly with her foot instead. No response. Not even a twitch. Ah. She was dead too. What a useless woman. If she'd just done as she was told from the start, none of this would have been necessary, and yet somehow she'd managed to get herself killed in the process. Naoya turned her head and swept her gaze around the room, taking stock one more time. Setting herself aside, the only living people remaining were Maki and Mai. The two sisters lay scattered on the floor, their crying now grown faint and thin. But what else could they do? Against a fate like this, there was nothing to do but cry. "Can't, my vision is starting to blur." Forcing the technique out at that scale had taken its toll after all. There might still be a stray curse user or two she'd missed, but she had nothing left to do anything about it. Naoya stumbled forward, making her way to Maki and Mai. She gathered the pair of sisters into her arms with what little strength remained, loosened her sash slightly, and wrapped them both inside the open front of her robe. She leaned against the wall and slid down it slowly, inch by inch, until she was sitting on the floor. "They're all dead." Naobito Zenin stepped over the bodies strewn across the ground, bent down, and retrieved a clan seal that had fallen into a pool of blood. He wiped it clean on his sleeve and tucked it into his robe without ceremony. Only once that was done did he steady himself and look up, taking in the scene inside the temple hall. The Zenin family's ancestral temple, a place that should have been a sanctuary of stillness and solemnity, had been transformed into something out of a vision of hell. Corpses lay everywhere, surrounded by dark, congealed pools of blood. And in the corner beside the offering table, a girl with blood smeared across her entire face lay unconscious against the wall, a pair of infant twin girls bundled tight inside her robe, eyes closed. The sight before him defied any ordinary explanation. Naobito stood where he was, making no move to disturb the unconscious girl, sinking instead into quiet thought. An internal dispute, and they wiped each other out. His gaze drifted to Zenin Oji's corpse. Even in death, the man's eyes still held the ghost of shock. And yet, the residue of cursed energy hanging in the air caused the cursed energy and technique within his own body to stir, faintly, with something almost like excitement. He set the questions aside for now. The fine details would have to wait for the coroner's conclusions. Naobito's gaze fell on the broken blade lying on the floor, and thinking through the crude, clumsy wounds on the bodies, cuts no swordsman like Zenin Oji would ever have made, a hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Zenin Oji and the curse users he'd hired had a falling out. In the middle of the fighting, some wide-area technique struck all of them, leaving everyone incapacitated. And then, at that moment when no one could move, a third party who was still capable of action, almost certainly someone with no understanding of swordsmanship whatsoever, picked up this blade and killed every last person on the scene. His gaze drifted slowly to the unconscious girl in the corner, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Surely not. Ghost Fire read more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Reborn as Naoya. I really am here for revenge. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 13, Salmon. 1,351 words. Salmon or cod. In the fresh seafood section of the supermarket, a woman studied the display case with quiet concentration. Whole fish and neatly cut fillets lay arranged in rows across crushed white ice, one after another. I heard salmon is good for fetal development, something about DHA, they were saying on TV. She wore no superfluous jewelry, just a fitted turtleneck sweater, her black bob cut to the nape of her neck. The very picture of an ordinary Japanese housewife, and yet something about her made the image sit wrong. her bearing too graceful, her skin too pale, too luminous to belong to the world of the mundane. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, leaned slightly forward, and fixed her gaze on the red and white flesh with renewed intensity, as though trying to determine whether it was fresh. "Ma'am, our salmon comes in fresh every day, caught the same morning up in Iwate Prefecture, none of that frozen, air-freighted stuff." The fishmonger noticed her and gave a thumbs up, pitching his wares. "Is that so? Then could you wrap some up for me?" The woman smiled softly, lifting a hand to her lips, and spoke in a gentle, unhurried voice. The fishmonger felt something stir in his chest. "Of course, just one moment." Flustered by his own reaction, he spun around quickly to look for a bag. While he was rummaging, he heard the woman's voice drift from behind him, bright and sociable. "Oh my, Mrs. Itadori. Fancy running into you here. Ah, you're Mrs. Miyagi. What a coincidence." So she's married. A faint, irrational pang of disappointment settled in the fishmonger's chest. "Indeed. You only just moved to the neighborhood, Mrs. Itadori, so you probably don't know yet, this supermarket has the freshest produce around. Everyone in the area shops here." Mrs. Miyagi edged closer with warm familiarity, patting her on the arm. "I see. Thank you for letting me know. And please, do look after my husband Jinkun. I hope your husband will take good care of him." Of course, goes without saying." "Oh, that reminds me, Mrs. Itadori, Mrs. Miyagi seemed to have just remembered something. Her voice rose a notch and her expression grew animated. "You haven't been here long, so you might not know, all the wives in this neighborhood get together quite regularly. You haven't come to one of our tea gatherings yet, have you? We're not sure if you'd be interested, but the tradition is, proper little pastries and fine tea, everyone has a chat, we book spa appointments together." The woman's lips curved faintly upward. Just as Mrs. Miyagi was hitting her stride, a cheerful ringtone cut through the air and interrupted her entirely. "Excuse me, I need to take this." The woman fished a flip phone from her pocket and glanced at the lit screen. Mrs. Miyagi, mid-enthusiasm, felt a flicker of irritation. "Speaking of which, Mrs. Itadori. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but surely you know, when someone is speaking to you, it's considered rude to answer another call. Isn't that just basic manners?" "Shoo." The woman raised one finger. Mrs. Miyagi had been mid-sentence, and in the next instant her eyes went utterly blank. She stopped speaking. She stopped moving. She stood there like a wooden carving that had learned to breathe. The woman answered the phone as though no one else were present. "Hello. Are you there?" "Yes. Go ahead. I'll keep it short. That job of yours has fallen through." "The Zenin clan twins," the woman murmured, a faint contemplative pause in her voice. "That's right. Total failure, everyone sent on the job is dead. The question now is whether you want to reinvest and try again, or let it go. Fair warning, if you let it go, the deposit isn't refunded." "Ah, I see." The woman gave a small laugh. No trace of regret colored her voice, she spoke lightly, almost airily. "Let me think. No, let's call it here." "You're sure?" "I have one more name I can recommend, expensive though. More than everyone else combined." It was really just a passing curiosity. The woman smiled faintly, one hand drifting down to rest against the gentle swell of her abdomen. "I wanted a specimen, to study the cursed energy connection between twins. But there's no need for that anymore. I already have a far better toy." 3 short beeps and the call ended. The woman tucked the phone away and turned back to the fishmonger. "Is it wrapped up?" "Huh? Oh yes. Right here." The fishmonger startled back to himself. Somehow, for a moment there, his mind had drifted completely away. "Thank you." The woman gave an elegant little nod, picked up the wrapped fish, and walked away, pushing her cart, her hips swaying gently as she disappeared into the aisles. Behind her, Mrs. Miyagi stood exactly where she'd been left, mouth slightly open, motionless, a living wooden carving. When Naoya opened her eyes, the first thing she registered was the sharp, heavy mingling of disinfectant and rubbing alcohol. She blinked. A pale white ceiling swam into focus above her. As her gaze steadied, she confirmed it, she was in a hospital room. The Zenin clan did have its modern concessions. Proper medical facilities, for instance, contemporary medicine and equipment. Stubbornly clinging to tradition in trivial matters was merely inconvenient, but sorcerers genuinely fought cursed spirits for a living, and medical care was a matter of actual survival. A faint, sharp sting pricked the back of her right hand. She turned her head and saw an cannula taped in place, the clear tubing running upward to a drip bag overhead. Naoya frowned and reached up to pull it out. "Leave it. It's just saline." The voice came from across the room. Naoya looked up to find Naobito sitting composed and upright in a chair opposite the bed. "I was wondering why the hospital needed so much alcohol disinfectant. Turns out it's because you drank yourself into a stupor." Naoya's expression curdled with distaste. "Drinking in a patient's room? Have you no common sense?" Naobito lowered the flask in his hand and wiped his mouth. "Because it's all so unbearably tedious. Every sort of tedious business imaginable keeps coming to me for instructions. This room is the only place I can get a drink in peace." He took another long pull from the flask, then stared blankly ahead and gave a derisive sniff. "And to think there are people who lose their heads over this sort of drudgery, who'd throw their lives away for it. There's probably nothing stupider in the entire world." "Humph." Naoya let out a cold laugh and didn't take the bait. She looked down at the veins on the back of her hand. "The last thing I remember before blacking out, I was holding Maki and Mai. It seems I was rescued. But where are they?" "So what happened?" Naoya looked up, stumbling slightly over the words. "I mean, those two. You managed to protect them, more or less." Naobito crossed his arms and said it without any particular feeling. "You protected your family. Are you joking?" Naoya narrowed her eyes. "They're not my family. If anything, I'm the one who killed their family." "Heh. Have it your way, then." Naobito showed no interest in arguing the point. He simply stood and walked toward the door. "Anyway, those two girls. Maki and Mai, was it? They're here too. When you can walk, go see them yourself. I have enough headaches as it is. I've no interest in babysitting." With that, he pulled the door open and stepped out. The wooden door swung softly shut behind him, cutting off all sound from outside. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 14, All Hands Busy. 1,377 words. Her mind was thick and sluggish, too dull to bother with thought. She was awake, technically, but her consciousness lingered somewhere far off, in no particular hurry to settle back into her body. After Naobito left, Naoya sat on the hospital bed for a good while longer before she truly came back to herself. Ah, right. Something surfaced suddenly. She'd forgotten to bring up the promise. But calling Naobito back now was pointless. Naoya exhaled through her nose. Whatever. I'll bring it up next time I see that old man. If he tries to weasel out of it, he'll regret it. The arrangement had been simple. She would help Lady Ray look after the Maki and my sisters, and in exchange Naobito would grant her one request. But now Ray was dead at Lady Oji's hands, Lady Oji was dead at hers, and Maki and Mai were orphans. With everything in this much of a mess, she honestly wasn't sure whether the deal still counted as fulfilled. Seriously though, she's just gone like that. Thinking of Ray, that handmaiden she'd seen nearly every day lately, Naoya felt oddly off balance. She'd watched it happen in real time, had accepted in the moment that Ray was dead. And yet now that the dust had settled, the reality of it felt strangely thin, like something she still hadn't quite caught up to. Forget it. She was nobody important to me. Sorcerer or not, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Naoya stared at the curtain swaying in the draft from the window. She's really dead, isn't she? Drip. Drip. The forebag was nearly empty. If she didn't pull the needle soon, the line would start drawing blood back. She reached to yank it out, then noticed the call bell sitting on the bedside cabinet, and changed her mind. Just in case. She slapped the bell hard. The piercing ring shattered the quiet of the hospital room. Ding-a-ling-ling. The effect was immediate. The door burst open and a maidservant rushed in, wearing a kimono apron. Naoya looked her over. A complete stranger, unfamiliar face. A small, silent snort formed somewhere inside her. Miss Naoya, what do you need? The maid kept her head bowed, her expression flustered and jumpy, not a shred of composure to speak of. Naoya opened her mouth, ready to snap at her for being such an idiot, but somehow the urge evaporated before she got there. Hey! Get this thing, take it out. Now. She couldn't be bothered to say more. She pointed at the forebag. Ah, of course, I'll take care of it right away. The maid seemed to only now register what she meant, and scrambled forward, rummaging through the bedside cabinet for cotton swabs and iodine, knocking the bottles together with a noisy clatter in her haste. Watching this display of sheer clumsiness, Naoya's brow twitched involuntarily. Excuse me, aren't you a regular household servant? This is a medical facility, isn't it? Surely there's someone more qualified than you. Young miss, I'm sorry, with all the cursed spirits causing havoc, a lot of people got hurt, and the hospital is short-staffed, so they've been sending the house servants over to help out. Meeting Naoya's deeply skeptical look, the maid added in a small voice. I know I'm just here to fill in. But pulling out a needle, at least, I can manage that much, I promise. Then do it faster. Naoya said, impatient. The maid knelt on both knees and carefully cradled Naoya's right hand in her palms. She dabbed iodine around the puncture site, made sure everything was ready, pressed down on the tape, and gently eased the needle free. Does it hurt at all? The maid's meek, anxious expression sparked an irritation in Naoya that she couldn't quite name. She flicked her hand dismissively. Fine. That's all. Phew, the maid let out a long breath of relief. Then I'll excuse myself. Wait. The maid had barely straightened up when Naoya's voice cut out of nowhere and stopped her cold. Visibly, unmistakably, the maid's shoulders jolted. Why, you have another order for me? I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat. While the maid went to fetch food, Naoya wrapped a hospital robe around her shoulders and pushed open the door of her room. Her body was still a little weak, but walking was no problem. Her recovery room was on the second floor. She stepped out to the gallery railing and looked down at the hall below. It was packed wall to wall with makeshift cots, and judging by the clothing, most of the people lying in them were members of the Culling Game Corps. She herself had the luxury of a private room. Clearly a benefit of being associated with Naobito. Speaking of which, Naobito said Maki and Mai were brought here too. She supposed she should at least look in on them and see how they were doing. But this hospital had so many rooms. Which one were they in? If you're going to mention it, at least tell me where. Having no idea of the location, Naoya did the only thing she could. She wandered aimlessly along the hospital corridors. Her best guess was that they wouldn't be too far from her own room. Wah, wah. A baby's cry cut into her ears. Naoya stopped walking. Just ahead, a hospital room door stood half open. Who else could it be? She moved forward slowly, nudged the door open a fraction wider, and there they were. Maki and Mai, lying in hospital beds, both of them looking entirely intact. But Naoya's brow creased. There were no adults in the room looking after them. The beds were ordinary ones, no side rails. And that sound was clearly hunger, wasn't it? They'd just left the children here, completely alone, with no one watching. Naoya stood peering through the gap, her hand closing around the door handle without her noticing. All right, fine, it did look like they'd been somewhat neglected. But what did that have to do with her? As the maid had said, they were short-handed right now. There wasn't even a dedicated nurse to look in on Naoya herself, let alone spare attention for two useless little brats like these. Right. They were fringe members of the family. There were injured corps soldiers everywhere who needed care. Kids like these, the kind nobody needed, ought to be grateful just for being alive. No one was obligated to give them special treatment. If anything, this was exactly the treatment they deserved. The doubt lingered, but Naoya had argued herself into it. Slowly, her fingers released the door handle. Besides, not killing these two back at the clan shrine had already been an act of extraordinary generosity on her part. I'm going back. I've really outdone myself in the boring department, wandering all the way out here just to waste my time. She half turned to leave, and heard footsteps come to a sudden stop not far away. Naoya looked up. The flustered maid had somehow caught up with her, a few members of the culling game corps trailing behind, the whole group now standing at a halt in the corridor, expressions caught somewhere between hesitation and discomfort. Young miss, I brought your meal, but when I got back to the room you were gone, so I panicked a little and called some people to help me find you. The maid explained in a small voice, eyes down, clearly unable to hold Naoya's gaze. Find me? Then what's with those faces you're all making? Naoya narrowed her eyes. Something was off, more off than she'd first thought. A clueless maid was one thing, but why did even those corps soldiers have that look, stricken, like they were bracing for something grim? You're all afraid of me. Ghost fire went more, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 power stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 15, Zenin Naoya feels taboo. 1,621 words. No. Absolutely not, the maid denied flatly. I was only looking for you. Then, come here. Why are you standing so far away? Naoya beckoned the maid over with a wave of her hand. The moment she saw the maid's face drain to a sickly gray, her hands and legs trembling, she let out a cold laugh. See? Exactly what I said. She didn't particularly care what others thought of her, but being feared for no discernible reason was, to Naoya, simply absurd. Please stop making things difficult for us. Even if you are Lord Naobito's daughter. A soldier in the uniform of the Zenin household guard lunged a step forward, fists clenched, neck stiff, and hurled the words out at full volume. Making things difficult. No, you're all so terrified of me already. If I don't make things difficult for you, what was all that fear for? Naoya fixed her gaze on this nameless nobody who had come out of nowhere, and fired back without missing a beat. We are not afraid of you, the soldier said. And more than that, I'd advise you to keep your distance from this place. This is for your own good. If you get tainted by the ill omen, even Lord Naobito will be dragged into it. Wait a moment, what did you just say? The man's righteous indignation was so perfectly sincere, as he spoke utter nonsense, that Naoya genuinely wondered if she had misheard. Naobito. Me? How would I drag him into anything? The people across from her exchanged glances. After a few seconds of silence, the maid sighed and looked at Naoya. Young lady, perhaps I should be the one to explain. It isn't you everyone is afraid of. It's what's behind you. Behind me. Naoya went still. A prickling crept up her spine. Her mind flashed through every legend she'd ever heard, cursed spirits that stole lives by stepping on your shadow, wraiths that clung to your back and drained your life force, and she spun around sharply. There was nothing there. Are you mocking me? Naoya turned back on the maid with a scowl. The maid waved her hands frantically. No, I meant Lord Zenin Oji's 2 orphans. You see, haven't people always said that twins bring misfortune? Usually everyone takes that sort of thing with a grain of salt, nobody truly believes it, but this time, didn't it come true? Naoya went completely still. You see. Right now the whole clan is saying, Lord Zenin Oji and Lady Oji had barely given birth to the twins before being cursed to death by them. That those 2 children put a curse on them. And then the clan's cursed spirit prison, that seal held for hundreds of years without ever breaking, and it just happened to break right after they were born. So many people were injured, some killed by cursed spirits, isn't all of that the misfortune they brought with them? The maid drew a deep breath. And besides, a sorcerer said it's quite possible that a powerful vengeful spirit is residing inside them, and that it was what killed Lord Zenin Oji and Lady Oji. There was a proposal to have them executed, but Lord Naobito intervened and stopped it. But now they've been moved here to the hospital wing, and we're the ones left to look after them, and we're frightened too. What if the vengeful spirit kills us as well, or we get tainted by the misfortune? So you understand now, don't you? If you do, please come away quickly and stop going anywhere near that place. As she spoke, the maid looked up, and met the black-haired girl's gaze of utter contempt. People who work for a sorcerer clan, and you're still afraid of something like this. No, you don't understand, the maid cried. What I don't understand is you. Naoya paused and her voice went cold and sharp. You don't have the sense to tell right from wrong on your own, so just follow the orders of those stronger than you. Naobito told you to look after them. So look after them, properly and without complaint. After all these years in the Zenin household, has no one ever taught you what obedience means? Easy for you to say. Be quiet. I don't want to hear a single word of excuse from any of you right now. Naoya, who had felt a flicker of heat rising in her chest moments before, went suddenly completely calm. She understood now. Maki and Mai were being shunned, not because there was no one to watch over them, not for lack of staff, but because everyone was too afraid to go near them. It was hardly surprising. Ordinary people had always feared what they could not comprehend. The strong were born to be feared, like the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna, 1,000 years ago, like Gojo Satoru, the greatest sorcerer of the modern age, like that man who had been called a tyrant. Their power was so absolute that no one could ever truly understand it, and so fear became a permanent fixture of their lives, an ornament they were simply born wearing. But 2 infants. They were hardly Sukuna, or Gojo Satoru. If word got out that the mighty Zenin clan was frightened of a pair of babies. And as for vengeful spirits, curses, it was all fabricated rumor, pure fiction. Naoya knew better than anyone exactly how Zenin Oji had died. Right then. I understand. You're afraid of them, fine. You don't need to bother yourselves with it anymore. She had thought it through. There was nothing left worth saying. Naoya's expression settled into perfect stillness. She stopped speaking. The calls of the maid and the soldier behind her, she ignored them entirely. She turned, pulled open the door of the hospital room, and walked toward Maki and Mai. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, neither arising nor ceasing, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. This is the dharma of emptiness, neither past, nor future, nor present. The funeral rites ran from dusk to the dead of night. The monks' chanting seemed to carry all the way to the edge of the sky. Naoya Zenin sat in black mourning dress, her posture listing slightly, swallowed up in the kneeling crowd. Before her, behind her, on every side, clan members bearing the Zenin name were pressed shoulder to shoulder around her, an impenetrable black tide. The last time she had set foot here was for the clan assembly under the old head. She hadn't imagined the next time would be for a funeral. You know, proper sorcerers, and they've got a bunch of monks who can't even generate cursed energy to perform the rites. Watch your mouth. Her elder brother, Zenin Kaido, was kneeling nearby, and this time he was considerably more restrained. He moved his lips but not his hands. Though that may simply have been because his injuries from suppressing the cursed spirits had left him incapable, one arm encased in plaster, strapped in a sling. He was practically half-eaten by rats already, and they're still going through all this ceremonial rigmarole, Naoya said with a cold laugh. Because Zenin Oji had concealed his death and suppressed all news of it, by the time the old head's body was discovered it had already begun to decompose, so the funeral had been stripped down to the essentials, with swift burial as the priority. Show some respect. Kaido started to speak, but Naoya raised a finger to her lips. Sho, listen. The long sutra-chanting segment came to a pause. A tall figure stepped up to the front of the hall, and faced the assembled Zenin clan. Ahem, ahem. A wet, rattling cough. Naobito Zenin cleared his throat and spoke. Members of the Zenin clan, hic. And honored guests from the Jujutsu Supervisory Office. This old man had definitely been drinking, Naoya thought, and then the voice above continued. I, Special Grade Sorcerer Naobito Zenin, in accordance with the will of the 25th head of the clan, hereby announce before the spirit tablet of the late head, effective this day, I formally assume the position of 26th head of the Zenin clan. Furthermore, I hereby declare ownership over the Zenin clan's armory, as well as all Zenin clan assets held within Jujutsu High. That concludes my remarks. Those few short sentences delivered, Naobito let out a long breath, turned, and stepped directly down from the ceremonial platform, skipping even the expected ritual of receiving pledges of loyalty. A moment later, the monk's droning, swaying chants started up again. Late May 2002. The Zenin clan, one of the three families of the Jujutsu world, erupted into internal conflict. The 25th head was killed. Special Grade Sorcerer Zenin Oji's rebellion was suppressed, and he was slain. The remaining sorcerers and clan forces suffered varying casualties in battle, after a cursed spirit broke through the seal of the prison. On May 31st, Special Grade Sorcerer Naobito Zenin announced his succession as head of the clan. All facts and details pertaining to Zenin Oji's rebellion were classified as the highest secrets of the Zenin clan. Publicly, the incident was attributed to an attack by a curse user. Ghost Fire P. Walnut Chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 16, The So. 1605 words. Naoya Zenin believed in the strong. Not the kind of strong that described people who lorded over others on the strength of some minor advantage, puffed up with self-congratulation. Not the fossilized old men who clung to seniority and called it greatness, coasting through life on titles they'd never earned. That breed was as common as frogs in a pond, not worth a moment's thought. No. A truly strong person was born standing at the summit. One glance was all it took to make the unbridgeable gulf plain, that decisive, absolute divide between them and everything below. Such a person had never known defeat. Had never been understood. And so, independent of anyone's love or hatred, their mere existence in the world was enough to draw the irrational fear of lesser people, a fear that had no name and needed none. In other words, to be feared by the world was, in itself, proof of strength. Holding fast to this creed, Naoya Zenin met everything with cold contempt. The deference her subordinates wore like a mask, with wariness lurking underneath. The scorn and mockery from clan relatives. The hatred aimed at her back from the shadows, the snide insinuations carried on the wind. Even when something inside her recoiled, she stubbornly reframed it all as proof of her strength. Yes. Just like Gojo Satoru. Just like Zenin Junichi. To be feared and loathed by these ignorant, mediocre people meant she stood among the same rank as them. She could only keep telling herself that, the more people despise me, the more it proves how strong I am. And yet, no matter how thoroughly she numbed herself, a voice in the back of her mind refused to go quiet. It whispered. It eroded her certainty. Stop fooling yourself. They don't fear you. They just think you're garbage. And so, right up until the very end of her life, she had never truly understood what it meant to be strong. Had never understood the loneliness and dread that came with it. When she came back to herself, the only feeling she had was one of absurdity. In her previous life, she had been a special grade sorcerer, the lead of the Zenin clan's elite Hei unit, hailed by her family as a genius, with countless cursed spirits exorcised to her name. And even having reached that height, she had never once truly experienced what it felt like to be feared. What she hadn't expected was this, that it would be in this life, as a powerless girl not yet 10 years old, that she would feel, for the very first time, the thing she had spent her whole previous existence reaching for and never grasping. Not because she had suddenly become some all-powerful force overnight. That had nothing to do with it, not even a single yen's worth. She'd simply gotten swept up in someone else's mess through no fault of her own. This is completely ridiculous. What did you two ever do to deserve this kind of treatment? Naoya muttered to herself, watching the two small figures playing by the stream ahead. Zenin was covered head to toe in dirt, even the soft black strands of hair falling across her forehead had clumped into muddy tufts. She was gripping a fistful of red clay dug from the stream bank and pressing it onto a mound in front of her, clump by clump, building something that rose into 3 lopsided tower-like prongs. That crooked little structure was the fruit of an entire morning's labor. Naoya had stared at it for quite a while and still couldn't make heads or tails of it, so she filed it in her mind under the category of shapeless dirt pile. Though in the eyes of a 3-year-old, it was probably a magnificent castle. As for Zenin, she had no interest whatsoever in the castle. Her little sister had poured her heart and soul into building. She was sprawled belly down across a smooth rock at the water's edge, half her body hanging out over the surface, both hands plunged into the clear current, hunting for the small fish and shrimp darting along the stream bed. Unfortunately, after half the day of this, her bamboo basket remained completely empty. Not a single catch to show for it. As if she'd actually heard Naoya's complaint, Mai looked up with a vague, puzzled expression. Sissy. Wonderful. She heard me, even from this far away. But then, a 3-year-old's language comprehension wasn't fully formed yet. She couldn't grasp complex concepts, and she certainly couldn't formulate any proper response to them. So surely she hadn't understood a word of what I was saying, Naoya reasoned to herself. Thinking back on it now, it all felt a little surreal. It had been exactly 3 years since Zenin and Zenin were born, 3 years since Lady Oji launched her rebellion. At the time, something must have short-circuited in her brain, because even though her arrangement with Naobito was already concluded, she had gone and taken these 2 orphan sisters home on her own initiative. Ever since her rebirth, from the very first moment of conscious awareness, she had been stunned to find herself reincarnated as a baby girl. The blow to her pride was so severe that she couldn't bring herself to accept it, and it had taken years just to grudgingly make her peace with the situation. Once she had somewhat settled, the absence of her innate technique became the next torment, and every day was consumed by the question of how to recover her projection sorcery, leaving her perpetually lost in her own world, blind to everyone and everything around her. Time had slipped by in a blur, but looking back, only these past 3 years stood out with vivid, almost painful clarity. Or rather, in a sense, it was like the experience of mental torture. The more something hurts, the longer it seems to last. And that was entirely thanks to the 2 little creatures in front of her. Nothing. Go play, Naoya said, waving her hand from where she sat on the wooden bench in the yard. But Mai had clearly misread the gesture. Seeing Naoya's arms open, she wobbled to her feet. Sissy, up. Mai came tottering toward her. Naoya went pale. Wait, stop right there, you filthy little creature. Sissy, up. Mai stretched out her mud-caked hands and flung herself at Naoya's chest. If Naoya had sidestepped, she might have enjoyed the delightful sight of the girl face-planting into the ground. But she hesitated for just a moment. And in the next, that small, warm body had settled itself squarely in her lap. Ah! Her clothes were dirty again. She had just changed into a clean set this morning. Sissy, Mai leaned across Naoya's knees and pointed toward the stream. Look, I made it. I've told you how many times, I'm not your sister, the one over there fishing is your sister. Naoya declared for what had to be the 100th time, but Mai couldn't parse the complicated sentiment behind it. She just stared up at her with wide eyes and repeated her demand with single-minded persistence. Sissy, look, look. Fine, fine, what is it? The angle was just right. Naoya reached out absently and brushed the mud from the black hair tucked behind Mai's ear, squinting once more at the bizarre dirt pile. The tallest one is Sissy, in the middle, that one's Maki, that one's Mai. Mai twisted halfway around and addressed the dirt pile as she pointed. What do you mean? Wait, I absolutely refuse to be that ugly thing. Naoya cried in alarm. Not that she could be picky, given that the only way you could charitably identify 3 separate lumps was to squint hard enough. They certainly didn't look like people. If forced to describe them, the most accurate term would probably be 3 lopsided mud sticks. Now listen to me carefully. Naoya turned to face Mai, tapped her own cheek with one fingertip, and said with great solemnity, look at this. Do you see? This is what a person's face looks like. It does not look like that. If you're going to make a clay figure, you have to at least put a face on it. Oh. But the blank look on Mai's face made it abundantly clear that not a single word had landed, and meanwhile the girl seemed more interested in sticking her muddy fingers into her own mouth. Disgusting, stop that right now. Having successfully prevented Mai from eating fistfuls of mud, Naoya drew a deep breath, and was just preparing to elaborate further when a sudden splash yanked her attention away. She looked instinctively toward the sound. The smooth rock at the stream's edge, Maki was gone. Naoya went rigid in an instant, immediately understanding, Maki had gotten too greedy chasing fish and fallen into the stream. The water here was shallow enough, barely ankle deep, not enough to drown a mouse. But by now she knew better than to apply ordinary logic to small children. Hey! She quickly set Mai down on the ground, rose to her feet, and ran toward the stream. Ghost fire here, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Chapter 17, Ultraman opens his eyes. 1,756 words. Hey, you little menace, next time why not just jump straight into the river? Naoya Nei-san. How many times do I have to tell you, I'm not your Nei-san? Stick your knees out. Let me see. Naoya hiked up the hem of her hakama a few folds and waded into the stream, bending down to haul Maki, who had collapsed flat across the pebbles, up out of the water. She pinched and prodded her arms and legs with a thorough inspection, confirmed there were no new injuries, and noted that her clothes were absolutely soaked through. Right, you're fine. No injuries, so let's go. But I haven't caught one yet, Maki twisted back with a look of pure indignation, her eyes still glued to the little fish swishing its tail through the current. I said that's enough for today. Not a single inch of room for sulking or pleading, Naoya turned and walked. The sun had climbed to dead center in the sky, glaring down hard enough to make your head swim. 3 people who'd been running themselves ragged all morning hadn't touched so much as a bite of lunch. Naoya took one girl by each hand, gripping them both firmly, and headed in the direction of the cottage. Nei-san, I'm hungry, Mai said, tugging at her sleeve. You're filthy. Bath first. Their home for the past 3 years was still that detached residence on the edge of the clan grounds, the one wrapped on all sides by the stream. It was inconvenient in every possible way, but it kept the gossip from drifting too close to their ears, so Naoya had pinched her nose and moved in. To an outsider, a grand old estate like the Zenin ancestral home, steeped in history, sprawling across the land, probably conjured images of the height of aristocratic luxury. Carved beams and painted rafters, pavilions and verandas, powerful scions of noble houses living lives of gilded excess within, pulling strings over the entire Japanese economy from the shadows. But only the people actually living inside knew the truth. An old pile like this had a worse quality of life than a farmhouse in the countryside. It was pure 18th century living. You burned wood to cook. You drew water from a well. When the wind picked up even slightly, the paper sliding doors rattled and clattered without stopping. So the very first thing Naoya Zenin did after taking over as clan head was to launch a massive renovation, tearing into the old structures, running water and electricity in from outside, even wiring up a cable TV line. For a time, declarations of "I would die for our clan head" flooded out of the younger clan members and field operatives alike. Though Naoya suspected a good half of that initiative had been driven by Naobito's own personal desires. Once the power was connected, he'd built a private screening room on top of his wine cellar, crammed it full of film reels, and spent his days drinking heavily while watching grand animated features inside. Well, whatever. At least when Naobito ran the utilities to the main estate, he hadn't forgotten to extend a line out to this detached residence too. Naoya slipped off her wooden sandals and led Maki and my barefoot into the bathroom. She adjusted the temperature and began running water into the white porcelain tub. "Come on, Maki, you first." Let my go first," Maki made a pained face. You're soaked through, do you want to catch a cold?" Maki shuffled forward with great reluctance. Naoya rolled up her sleeves, undid the fastenings on Maki's clothes, tossed the wet things aside, then lifted her into the tub, and took the showerhead in hand, rinsing her down with warm water. "NNGH, it tickles." Maki protested, but Naoya was ruthlessly impartial, executing her assembly line approach with absolute dedication. Once Maki was done, she was left to soak in the tub. Next came Mai, but Mai was so much dirtier than Maki that Naoya felt a headache coming on just looking at her. "All right, mud first." Mai was caked in mud from head to toe, and a strong smell of damp earth hit you the moment you got close. Naoya took the showerhead and wet her hair down, working first to soften the caked-on mud before squeezing in shampoo and conditioner. She worked her fingers into the fine, soft part of Mai's hair, massaging along the curve of her skull. Mai's eyes went half-lidded with contentment, like a little cat. "I'll help too." Maki, still soaking in the tub, promptly leaned over and joined in, scrubbing her small hands up and down Mai's back in imitation of Naoya. It took no time at all for the fresh half-tub of clean water to turn completely into a murky brown soup. Naoya drained the tub without changing her expression, and ran a fresh tub of warm, clean water, the level landing just at the sisters' chests when they sat down. "You two soak. I'll go get your clothes." Naoya scooped up the dirty clothes in her arms, called back over her shoulder as she steadied herself against the doorframe, and stepped into her sandals, reminding herself the clothes were in the chest in the bedroom. "Hey! Your clothes are in the basket by the door, don't soak too long, get out when the water cools." She'd fetched them and was already back, shouting into the bathroom. "Come bathe with us, Nei-san." A voice called from inside. "Why would I bathe with you too?" Naoya said loudly, dumped the clean clothes into the basket and walked away. "Ah! I have to make dinner again, what a bother." Had she ever thought of eating as a bother, back in the days when meals were set in front of her without any effort on her part? Naoya couldn't quite remember. She thought there might have been a time when she'd thrown a fit over food she didn't like the taste of. Naobito had arranged new servants for this residence too, but Naoya had looked them all over and found them wanting, so she'd driven them all away. She had expected him to keep sending replacements until she was satisfied, but he'd actually let her have her way completely and never sent anyone again. Naoya had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill she'd served herself. She walked into the kitchen and yanked the refrigerator open. It took a bit of effort, and stared at the emptiness inside, momentarily frozen. There's nothing left. She had a vague memory of a few rice balls still being in there. Naoya turned it over and over in her mind, and eventually decided she must have remembered wrong. There was no way something as small as Maki or Mai could have opened the refrigerator door on their own. Nothing for it. If they were living in the city, a convenience store would be a few hundred meters out the door, and with money in your pocket you could even have things delivered with a single call. But this was the Zenin estate, an old sorcerer's compound buried deep in the mountains, a place where even delivery drivers couldn't get in. Naoya let out a long sigh, picked up the wicker food basket from the counter, and walked out the door at an unhurried pace. The destination wasn't exactly close, a brisk walk would take at least 20 minutes. The girl swept her gaze left and right, making sure there were no prying eyes watching from between the trees. Projection sorcery. She pre-constructed a sequence of 24 frames of forward motion inside her mind, and her body instantly launched into motion along the predetermined path. In the next instant, the girl's form blurred into a streak of afterimage and shot through the forest path like the wind. The most straightforward application of projection sorcery was high-speed self-propulsion. 24 frames per second was merely the baseline, as long as the motion conformed to objective physical laws and stayed within the body's limits. Stacking frame upon frame could push the technique to speeds entirely out of reach for an ordinary sorcerer. This body was still developing. Even with cursed energy reinforcing every muscle, it couldn't match the acceleration ceiling that the adult male form of Naoya Zenin had reached in a previous life. But for a simple cross-country run like this, the base frame rate was more than sufficient. The only thing that required attention was keeping it hidden from view. Because the fact that she had awakened her technique, not a single person had witnessed so much as a hint of it, not in all the time since. The reason was simple. It wasn't that Naoya was deliberately playing dumb. Rather, she had discovered that while she had awakened her technique as hoped, it had come with a fatal flaw that her previous life had never known. When the technique first awakened, its feedback felt utterly foreign. The flow of cursed energy was stuttering and unstable. The first time she used it, it burned out after barely a single second. Over these 3 years, through day after day of relentless training, Naoya had managed to coax the technique into something approaching stability. At present, she could sustain full output for roughly 3 minutes. Exceed that limit and the technique would force itself into a shutdown. It sounded absurdly like one of those tokusatsu heroes from the TV shows, the kind of cosmic warrior who could only hold his transformation on Earth for 3 minutes at a time. If she made a public spectacle of having awakened her technique, stepped into the clan's spotlight, her weaknesses would inevitably be put under a magnifying glass. A fatal flaw like can only fight at full capacity for 3 minutes would be thoroughly mapped out before long, and if someone ever designed a trap around that vulnerability, the outcome would be catastrophic beyond recovery. Better to do what she was doing now, play the part of someone with no technique at all. Keeping a low profile was the same as keeping safe. Ghost fire went more, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 18, Those Eyes. Bonus chapter. 1766 words. Hello. Anyone there? Naoya hooked her fingertips around the edge of the wooden sliding door and eased it open a crack without a sound, craning her neck to peer inside. The cavernous kitchen was a landscape of iron pots, soup vats, and bamboo steamers stacked in haphazard layers across the stone stoves, and the smell of food hit her nose at once. Nobody home. Then I'm coming in. The main compound of the Zenin ancestral estate was built mostly from ancient timber, and in the old days, as a precaution against fire, a dedicated kitchen had been established in the northwestern corner to supply the whole household with meals, which was precisely where she now stood. Naoya had deactivated projection sorcery once she drew near enough to the family's inner grounds, covering the rest of the distance on foot. It hadn't taken long to reach the kitchen. It wasn't a mealtime, so the kitchen appeared to be deserted, which suited her perfectly. Naoya slid the door all the way open and strolled inside with complete confidence. Was this stealing? No, how could you steal from your own house? And besides, the kitchen fed several hundred people on any given day. The daily waste alone was astronomical. If she helped herself to just a little, who would ever notice? Quite the spread. The girl's gaze settled on the long work table in the center of the room, and she let out a low, unimpressed hum. TCH, guests coming. Judging by the ingredients stacked around the kitchen, it was clearly preparation for a banquet. Baskets of seasonal vegetables and fruits, great pots of steamed rice, the usual staples went without saying, but there was also freshly butchered beef and lamb, whole fish gutted and deboned, and every kind of seafood and mountain delicacy laid out in abundance. The ordinary fare the kitchen turned out 3 times a day, onigiri, sushi, pan-fried dumplings, simmered dishes cycling on rotation, never called for anything like this. No festivals, no seasonal celebrations recently. A spread like this could only mean a formal dinner for guests. Who was it this time, coming to freeload off the Zenin clan? Well, since I'm already here. Naoya thought it over, glanced left and right one more time to confirm she was alone. The original plan had been to grab some ready-made food and go, but then she'd walked in on this. Same logic as always, take a little, no one notices. She was still reasoning it through in her head, but her hands were already moving, sweeping across the work table like a gust of wind, stuffing the food basket to the brim without much effort at all. Naoya patted the basket on her arm with satisfaction, testing the weight, and turned to head back the way she came. Now then, what should I put together first? Miss, I think you've got the wrong place. This isn't a buffet. The kitchen was supposed to be empty, but a lazy, impertinent voice suddenly rang out from behind her, and Naoya's entire body went rigid. No, how? She'd already checked. There was no one else in here. Oh, I see. Didn't expect to find a lady thief in a place like this. Or is kitchen bandit your actual profession? The voice came again, not a hallucination. Every hair on Naoya's body stood on end. Where had this person come from? Or was it not even a person? A cursed spirit born from the ingredients. The god of the hearth. A helpful snail maiden? Some kind of kitchen sprite the Zenin clan kept on retainer. She'd never heard of anything like that. Who are you? She shifted her footing and turned halfway around, and the moment she saw the figure standing behind her, the challenge died in her throat. What she was looking at was something 1,000 times more troublesome than any ingredient spirit or kitchen sprite. That explains it. No wonder they needed a banquet of this caliber. They may be generational enemies, but precisely because they're enemies, you have to put on an even grander show to save face. That must be the logic. Naoya thought it through, drew a slow breath, and turned fully to face the white-haired boy standing before her. There wasn't any need to ask. Those eyes said everything. You know, this is awfully rude. I was the one who asked first. A handsome white-haired boy, dressed in a fitted black top, loose trousers, and a pure white haori draped over it all. The one from the Gojo family who bore the 6 eyes. The one people called the strongest, the one destined to overturn the entire jujitsu world. Gojo Satoru. Not going to talk? Then I'll just have to introduce myself to you. He hooked a fingertip on the rim of his round black glasses and slid them down 1/2 inch, and like the brilliant blue of a clear midsummer sky, that glassy light blazed to life inside the 6 eyes, their immense gaze sweeping over Naoya in an instant, enveloping her completely. Wait, hold on, what is this? Now that's interesting. Your body. He had been about to confirm the identity of the person in front of him, but the moment the 6 eyes opened fully, what they read from the black-haired girl before him was a sight unlike anything he had ever encountered. For one single instant, pure astonishment seized Gojo Satoru's mind entirely. Crash. From the moment Naoya had laid eyes on Gojo Satoru, she hadn't said a single word, she'd just stood there. Now, seizing the fleeting opening in front of her, she shot out a kick, and sent the produce basket beside her flying. With a great whoosh, a full basket of potatoes launched themselves at Gojo Satoru, only to halt dead in midair a few inches from his body, as if they'd slammed into an invisible wall. You're not serious. Using food as a weapon. Do you have any idea, they say that in Africa, every single second, the number of people who starve to death is. The potatoes lost momentum and clattered to the floor in a noisy heap. Gojo Satoru hadn't even lifted a hand, he simply raised his eyes with unhurried calm, and then the sight that greeted him cut his nonsense speech clean off. At the kitchen doorway, only the vanishing afterimage of a black-haired girl remained, a speed that had pushed past the extreme, a level he had never witnessed before. Fast, she's just a kid, isn't she? How can a kid be that fast? Is this real? Gojo Satoru snapped fully back to himself, cursed energy gathering beneath his feet, his eyes locking onto the direction the black-haired girl had fled, and he gave chase. Of all people, Gojo Satoru. How could they let someone like that into the Zenin estate? Was Naobito tired of being clan head? 3 minutes later, technique disengaged, Naoya skidded to a halt, her back pressing against a tree in the woodland, her chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. She looked back the way she'd come. No sign of anyone pursuing her. By all logic she should have shaken him, but this was Gojo Satoru. The strongest jujitsu sorcerer of the modern age. A man who, if he chose to, could single-handedly sweep away the entire jujitsu world. Projection sorcery prided itself on its godlike speed, but Gojo Satoru was acknowledged as the fastest sorcerer in the jujitsu world. Calm down. It hasn't come to that yet. Naoya muttered to herself, hand pressed to her racing heartbeat. The Gojo Satoru right now is only 15. He's nowhere near his peak. Nowhere near his peak, really. She'd heard that Gojo Satoru at 17 had already reached special grade level. And was the gap between 15 and 17 truly so wide? Naoya scanned her surroundings one more time and finally confirmed that Gojo Satoru hadn't caught up to her. Fair enough. The reason Gojo Satoru in her previous life had been able to surpass even projection sorcery in terms of raw speed was his inexplicable teleportation ability. If the 15-year-old Gojo Satoru hadn't yet mastered that technique, then with her own ability, she should have been able to lose him. But even if she'd escaped by sheer luck, there was no question about it, her cards had been seen. Naoya's mood sank in an instant. Those were the legendary 6 eyes. Those eyes, born with the ability to perceive the flow of all cursed energy in the world and deconstruct the composition of any technique, left no blind spots. Under the unobstructed gaze of the 6 eyes, Naoya had not the slightest confidence that she could keep her technique hidden any longer. If Gojo Satoru goes and blabbers about it, then it's completely blown, isn't it, the fact that I have a technique? The girl tilted her head back and sighed. The secret she had guarded all this time, and the first one to find it out was the Zenin clan's greatest rival. Come to think of it, why did I run? There wasn't any need to. That was true. There had been no reason to run at all. Whatever else could be said about Gojo Satoru, he wasn't the type to kill someone on a whim. But the pressure of those eyes had been overwhelming, and somewhere beneath the surface, a dim awareness flickered. She'd understood her own impulse in that moment. Just now, was I actually trying to compete with Gojo Satoru? Naoya murmured to herself. Because somewhere in the back of her mind there had been that itch for a contest, she'd struck first. Well, if the event in question was competitive fleeing, then she supposed she could count that as taking round 1. Not that it mattered now. Who could have predicted that a simple trip to her own kitchen for a snack would end in running into a monster like Gojo Satoru? She tightened her grip on the food basket in her arm, and let her breathing settle. What was done was done. First things first, time to go back and eat. Ghost Fire P, Walnut Chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 19, Strange Tale of the Female Ghost in the Ancient House. 1505 words. I'm back. Young master, please stop wandering off on your own. This is the Zenin estate. When you vanished without a trace, I nearly died of remorse on the spot. The tea room ahead was the guest quarters the Zenin clan had arranged for them. The moment Gojo Satoru slid open the door, he found his distant older cousin kneeling in seiza on the tatami. He scratched the back of his head, and walked inside with a wry smile. Come on, seppuku. Isn't that a little dramatic? You have absolutely no idea how I feel. Whether or not you need me, I am still technically your bodyguard. This distant cousin of his, Gojo Kazunari, not only dressed like some old-fashioned samurai, he spoke like one too, stiff and antiquated, despite looking no older than his mid-30s. Relax, relax, what could possibly happen? Gojo Satoru laughed it off. After all, if something came up that even he couldn't handle, there wasn't much hope that semi-grade 1 sorcerer Gojo Kazunari would be saving the day. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Zenin Jinichi, who had been sitting cross-legged in the corner of the tea room without a single opening to speak, let out 2 deliberate dry coughs to remind everyone he existed. Why is there a badger in the corner? Gojo Satoru pushed his glasses up and squinted at the rough-featured man. You. Zenin Jinichi had already been in a foul mood, having been sent to babysit the Gojo clan's insufferable guest. Now this rude little brat was mocking his face. The anger that flared up in his chest was immediate and scorching. But at the thought of all those rumors surrounding Gojo Satoru, Zenin Jinichi drew a long breath and swallowed the humiliation whole. That's right. Keep the big picture in mind. Young master, this is Mr. Zenin Jinichi, the eldest son of the previous Zenin clan head, Gojo Kazunari said by way of introduction. Eldest son of the previous head. Gojo Satoru tilted his head and tossed out the obvious follow-up without missing a beat. So he's the current Zenin clan head, then? No. He is not, Gojo Kazunari said, shaking his head. Huh? Why not? Didn't you just say he's the previous head's son? Gojo Satoru put on a perfectly bewildered expression. A man of honor can be killed, but not humiliated. How dare you mock me like this, right to my face? Zenin Jinichi finally snapped. He slammed his palm against the tatami and lurched to his feet, his fists clenched so tight the knuckles cracked. Hey, don't get mad, I was just asking a question. Calm down, calm down. It's not like I said anything about killing anyone. Don't go throwing around scary words like that. Gojo Satoru waved his hand and laughed. Zenin Jinichi stood rigid, fists white-knuckled, his fury slamming headlong into a wall of cotton. There was nowhere for it to go. With a heavy, smothered grunt, he dropped back onto his seat like a stone. Humph. The air in the tea room promptly froze solid. Ah, Satoru, sir, speaking of which, you took a tour around the Zenin estate just now, didn't you? Any impressions? Feel free to share. Gojo Kazunari watched the atmosphere curdle to an absolute standstill, a thin film of sweat forming at his temple. Terrified that the entire negotiation would collapse before it began, he racked his brain and tried desperately to smooth things over. Ah. Impressions, you ask? Gojo Satoru propped his chin on his hand and leaned back against the wall, languid and unhurried. Well, it's my first time here. I just wanted to see how the Zenin place compared to ours. I was expecting something pretty different, but when I actually looked around, it was all more or less the same stuff. I'd rather not hear that we're exactly like the Zenin clan, Gojo Kazunari said with a strained smile. Zenin Jinichi said nothing, but let out a cold snort that made his agreement abundantly clear. That said, setting aside the boring old buildings, I did run into something rather interesting. A flicker of excitement crossed Gojo Satoru's face. Oh? Because, I saw a female ghost inside the Zenin estate. Gojo Satoru drew out the words in an eerie, theatrical tone, and threw up his hands with a dramatic flourish, but Zenin Jinichi and Gojo Kazunari simply stared at him from where they sat, with the identical blank look of men watching someone say something profoundly stupid. Are you joking? How would there be a ghost in a sorcerer clan's estate? Zenin Jinichi said coldly. No, really, she was about this tall, looked maybe 10 years old or so. Gojo Satoru looked deflated and held up his hand to show the height. And she was genuinely fast. Gone in a flash, that's exactly why I said ghost. Probably one of the Zenin sorcerers, Gojo Kazunari mused, but even Satoru thought she was fast. Yeah, lost her completely. Gojo Satoru nodded. And I kept getting the feeling she wasn't even going all out. Zenin Jinichi had been listening passively from the sidelines, but at those words he found both pairs of eyes swiveling toward him at once. Why are you looking at me? No, impossible. The Zenin clan has no sorcerer like that. Are you certain? A girl of about 10, fast enough that even Satoru couldn't keep up. She's hardly someone who'd go unnoticed. Gojo Kazunari pressed for confirmation. Of course I'm certain. Zenin Jinichi folded his arms and declared with haughty confidence. If someone like that existed, how would I not know? And even if they did, there's no way they'd be some 10-year-old girl. Not a Zenin sorcerer. Interesting. Gojo Satoru listened, tapping his chin thoughtfully. In that case, maybe she really was a ghost. Sukiyaki. Suyaki pot. No. It's Sukiyaki, you try. Suarighty pot. Right, let's just eat. Across the low table, the two sisters sat side by side, eyes bright with anticipation. Naoya twisted the dial on the induction cooker and cranked the heat up to maximum. Before long, the broth began to bubble and gurgle, and the cold food she'd quietly liberated from the Zenin estate kitchen earlier that day started releasing soft wisps of steam from the iron pot. Itadakimasu. Naoya worked the long-handled ladle, spooning the cooked ingredients into bowls and letting them cool just slightly before distributing them to Mai and Maki. The motion was pure muscle memory by now, but her mind was somewhere else entirely. Wow! It's a mountain. Mai stared at the heaping mound of food in her bowl, and let out an odd little gasp. Oh. Naoya finally snapped back to the present and scooped some of the excess from Mai's bowl over to Maki's, but it was still an absurd amount, far beyond anything a 3-year-old could possibly finish. She couldn't help it. Her thoughts kept slipping away. What had happened today kept drifting back through her mind. Gojo Satoru. The so-called strongest sorcerer in the world, and in person, just an insufferable, cocky little brat. Well, given the timeline, maybe that was precisely what he was, in every sense. And he'd had the nerve to say something like your body is very interesting, to someone who looked like a 10-year-old girl. He deserved to be arrested. But Naoya had a vague sense of what Gojo Satoru actually meant. There was something wrong with her body. The 3-minute cap on her technique and cursed energy output, that strange, inexplicable limitation, had never appeared in any recorded sorcerer in history. Had Gojo Satoru seen through it? With those innate eyes of his, the 6 eyes. If so, was there a way to get something out of Gojo Satoru? No, impossible. The Gojo and Zenin clans were at each other's throats. She'd count herself lucky if he didn't actively make her life worse. Hey. Sis. We're eating. Mai can't eat any more. Drifting somewhere far away, Naoya was jolted back by the voices of Maki and Mai right in front of her. She steadied herself and finally focused on the girls sitting beside her around the little table, close enough to touch. Sis, open up, ah. Maki leaned in with a spoonful of food. No, stop. That's covered in your saliva. Just put it in the bowl. Naoya pushed the spoon away with undisguised distaste and let out a sigh. The clan. Her technique. Her cursed energy. Gojo Satoru. All that tangled mess, none of it had much to do with her life right now, anyway. If that was the case, then she could just forget about it for now. It didn't matter. Ghost Fire plus 40 ch, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's achieve our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Chapter 20, The Fruit Has Not Yet Ripened. 1,585 words. It was the dead of night when Naoya cracked her eyes open to find 2 warm little bodies burrowing into her chest. She lifted the blanket a fraction, and sure enough, Maki and Mai. 3-year-olds couldn't sleep on their own, fine, she understood that much. But she had put them both on the left side of the bed before lights out, reserving the right side entirely for herself. And yet every single morning, without fail, these two would somehow end up draped across her in whatever bizarre configuration they'd managed to roll themselves into overnight, like a pair of moths helplessly drawn to a heat source. It wasn't exactly silent, crickets were singing their hearts out beyond the window. Naoya was a light sleeper, that was what had woken her. She held the blanket up with one arm, and studied the sleeping faces of the two sisters in quiet silence. MMH. Maki let out a sleepy murmur, her small hand twitching, and she pressed deeper into Naoya's chest, fingers curling at her front, just like Mai. And suddenly it was hard to imagine. Hard to imagine this same little hand plunged into a pool of blood, stained scarlet to the wrist. Hard to imagine how a body this soft could ever become something as hard and merciless as a blade. Naoya watched without a word. Her right hand moved on its own, slowly, gently, and came to rest against the backs of their necks. Sometimes, in the lightless depths of a night like this, the killing intent she carried for the sake of revenge would flash through her heart like a struck match. No, not flash and vanish. The soul of Naoya Zenin corrected herself. The killing intent had never gone anywhere. She had simply done an excellent job of keeping it buried. The timing just wasn't right yet. Taking refuge here wasn't something she had intended. But the clan's useless lot had taken one look at Maki and Mai and started bleating about the ill omen of twins. The sight of those faces had been genuinely nauseating. So then, what about her? If she killed these two in advance, out of fear of what they might one day do, what would that make her, if not exactly the same as those mediocre fools? Killing them now would be tantamount to admitting she was afraid of that tyrant, Zenin Maki. Admitting she was weak, that faced with a superior who hadn't even arrived yet, she lacked even the spine to meet them head-on. The thought drew a cold, silent laugh up from somewhere inside her. In her past life, the reason she'd died was because she hadn't known that a domain expansion's guaranteed hit effect was nullified against Zenin Maki once her body had achieved perfection. Given a second chance, she would never fall to that kind of cheap ambush again. She looked back down at Maki and Mai nestled against her. Maki was burrowed into her chest, sound asleep, still murmuring. Naoya held her breath and strained to make out the faint wisp of sound. Mama, Mama. Oh, how wonderful. Dreaming about your mother, are you? The one who killed your parents, who made orphans of you both, was me, you know. So you want revenge too, don't you? Isn't that perfect? If we both have revenge on our minds, then when the time comes, we can throw ourselves at each other without a shred of hesitation. Revenge was a fruit that still needed time to ripen. She intended to savor it at its sweetest, at the exact moment it was ready. Perhaps they sensed something of that iron resolve. She wasn't sure when it happened, but even the crickets in the grass outside the window had gone quiet. Naoya was not so arrogant as to think her leaking killing intent had frightened off the crickets. Is someone there? She carefully lifted Maki and Mai to one side, then slipped free of the blanket. She threw a robe over her sleeping clothes and padded to the door, easing it open without a sound. Naobito Zenin was standing in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. He heard her and turned, slowly. What's the meaning of this? Naoya tugged the corner of her mouth into something that was not quite a smile. She had run through the worst-case scenarios, Gojo Satoru being the most likely nuisance, but she hadn't counted on this old man showing up to bother her in the middle of the night. Oh. It's been a while. Naobito raised a hand in casual greeting. Do you have any idea what time it is? Have you no sense of hours? Naoya swallowed the urge to turn around and go straight back inside. After all, the reason she'd been left alone out here these past 3 years, free to ignore the clan's affairs entirely, was largely due to Naobito looking the other way. Without that, would the Zenin clan ever have let a family member with any remaining utility simply sit idle? On the contrary, it's precisely because I have an acute sense of time, Naobito said, stepping forward and lowering himself onto the bench in the courtyard, that this is the only hour I could manage to slip away. Hey! That's my seat. Naoya said irritably. Naobito paid her no mind and went straight to the point. Tell me, you crossed paths with someone from the Gojo clan today. Didn't you? Naoya said nothing. Was it Gojo Satoru who went around blabbing, she said at last. Heh heh. Naobito didn't answer. He just stretched his mouth into a grin, teeth catching the light, and the moment Naoya saw that smile, a sense of dread dropped into her stomach. The next second, a thick fist filled her vision. This lunatic, striking without a word of warning, no mercy whatsoever. Naoya wrenched herself sideways, just barely slipping past Naobito's straight punch, but in the same instant, his other hand had seized her by the collar. Damn, he's made contact. Naobito Zenin's technique was also projection sorcery. She had to match his movements exactly, or she'd be frozen in place for a full second. 24 frames of motion per second at the same frequency. Naobito advanced, Naoya retreated. She held the gap constant. As I thought, projection sorcery. At that, Naobito let out a sudden roar of laughter, and something blazed to life in those cloudy eyes. Damn him, of all the times to light up with battle lust. The movement trajectories set by projection sorcery couldn't be altered mid-sequence. At the next action node, Naoya caught the precise gap in the pattern and snapped herself to the right, and finally put enough distance between herself and Naobito's relentless forward charge to breathe. Are you trying to kill me, you crazy old man? Naoya stumbled, steadied herself, and unleashed a stream of abuse. Naobito let his technique drop and came to a stop, unhurriedly dusting off the hem of his clothes. He glanced back at her with a grin. Ha! Call it Spartan-style education. TCH. Naoya clicked her tongue. So she'd been found out. No, she should have anticipated this the moment she laid eyes on Gojo Satoru. That much was obvious in hindsight. What she hadn't expected was for the consequences to arrive this fast. She'd thought she could keep it hidden a little longer. So what else did Gojo Satoru say? Did you come here to call me to account? Naobito shook his head. No, Gojo Satoru doesn't know who you are. I only heard it secondhand. I pieced the rest together myself. So you can rest easy. As of right now, I'm the only one who knows what you've been hiding. You raised a hand against your own flesh and blood on nothing more than a guess. You really are a piece of work, Naoya said with a cold laugh. No, even if you put it that way, being expected to look at a foul-mouthed little brat and feel something like fatherly affection. Naobito stroked his beard, looking her over with a slow, measuring gaze. That's still a lot to ask. Likewise, Naoya said, tugging the corner of her mouth. If she was being honest, it was hard to say there had ever been much in the way of father and child feeling between herself and Naobito. For Naoya's childhood, the person called father had meant nothing more than a prominent clan figure she glimpsed occasionally from a distance. And even after her technique awakened, even during the stretch of time Naobito had kept her close to train, the two of them had never quite been parent and child. More like an exacting master and a headstrong apprentice. Anyway, now that you've confirmed what you came to confirm, get out. I'm going back to sleep. Naoya shook her head, pushing the pointless thoughts away, and turned back toward the house. But Naobito's voice came from behind her. Not so fast. If you don't want what you've been hiding to become public knowledge, stop walking and hear me out. Ghost Fire read more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 21, Special Grade Curse Spirit. 1,444 words. Is that a threat? And if I refuse, what then? Naoya narrowed her eyes and turned to face him. Ah, nothing much, I suppose. I'd probably just inform the clan and the Jujitsu Supervisory Board that my proud daughter has awakened the clan's hereditary technique, projection sorcery. After that, the natural next step would be to recommend her as a sorcerer, and as for her grade. Naobito tapped his chin thoughtfully. Let me think. Grade 2, no, why not go straight to grade 1? It's just a form to fill out, and the board people would never oppose us. Think about it, a grade 1 sorcerer at age 10. That would do wonders for wiping that arrogant smirk off the Gojo clan's face. He clapped his hands together with evident satisfaction. Apparently, their brief exchange a moment ago had been enough for him to take the full measure of Naoya's abilities. You think that frightens me? Naoya said through gritted teeth. Can't help it, I've always had a perverse streak. Nothing I enjoy more than ruining someone else's carefully laid plans. Naobito smiled. Judging by how polished your technique looks, you've had it for quite some time now, haven't you? Remarkable patience. Naoya said nothing. So, if you want me to keep your secret, you'll hear me out. Fine. Naoya spat on the ground and weighed her options in silence. She decided, for now, to at least listen to what Naobito had to say. Talk. Naobito rose slowly from where he stood and drifted back toward the chair, settling into it again. He turned something over in his mind, then spoke. Tell me, since you've already met the 6 eyes from the Gojo clan, aren't you the least bit curious why they came to our door in the first place? What? Naoya blinked, her mind racing through every possible connection. A marriage alliance. The previous clan head had floated that proposal before his death, a marriage tie with the Gojo clan. But ever since Naobito took over, that idea had been buried and forgotten. And now that he'd seen Naoya inherit projection sorcery, there was no way he'd be shipping her off to the Gojos. Of course not. Naobito shook his head and cut straight to the point, dropping all pretense. Actually, this matter traces back to the rebellion 3 years ago. When Zenin Oji exposed the clan's dungeon, a large number of sealed cursed spirits escaped. You're aware of that, I take it. Wasn't it, weren't they all exorcised or resealed? Naoya asked, puzzled. She remembered the cleanup had taken the Zenin clan a full year from start to finish. That's the official story. Naobito gave a cold, dismissive snort, his tone edged with frost. In reality, yes, the grade 1 and grade 2 spirits were all dealt with. But 3 special grade cursed spirits have remained unaccounted for to this day. He paused, then enunciated each name with deliberate weight. Special grade cursed spirit, Gashidakuro. Special grade cursed spirit, Yamamba. Special grade cursed spirit, Aminojaku. Though of course, there are only 2 left now. His tone shifted back to casual indifference just as quickly. Last month, the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan ran into Aminojaku. The thing was exorcised on the spot. The trouble, however, is that it had been sealed under the Zenin clan for over 100 years, long enough for traces of our clan's unique sealing techniques to seep into its cursed energy. Which naturally made it trivially easy for the Gojo clan to trace it back to us. Naturally, they couldn't pass up the chance to kick us while we're down. So they've come here today to make a scene, and demand answers. Naobito said it all with an air of perfect calm. What, the Gojo clan came to collect a hospital bill? Naoya said with a sneer. Honestly, if I got to watch Gojo Satoru get beaten to a pulp, I'd pay any amount they asked. It's hardly as simple as a bill. Do you know what terms the Gojo clan put on the table in today's negotiations? Naobito paused, then let out a derisive laugh. They offered to generously help the Zenin clan deal with the 2 remaining special grade cursed spirits, free of charge, of course, and to charitably reinforce the barrier seals on our treasury and dungeon while they're at it. And if we decline, they'll consider filing a petition with the Jujutsu Supervisory Board to conduct a full review of every seal the Zenin clan currently maintains. And? You're telling me all this just to complain? Naoya curled her lip, her expression dripping with contempt. You made the mess. You didn't have the ability to clean it up yourselves. This is the consequence. Isn't that exactly what you deserve? Precisely, that's exactly how I see it. Far from taking offense, Naobito actually smiled. And that is precisely why I came to find you tonight. Zenin Naoya, Naobito straightened up in his chair and fixed his gaze on the girl before him. Would you be interested in exorcising the escaped special grade cursed spirits? What, not interested? I'd have thought it sounded rather exciting. If you want to kill me, just do it directly. Naoya pulled one corner of her mouth into a wry twist. You can't be serious. You want me to go fight special grade cursed spirits? Even in her previous life, as Naoya Zenin, a special grade sorcerer at the height of her power, going one-on-one against an average special grade spirit carried a serious risk of injury. And as for this body, the one that could fight at full capacity for all of 3 minutes, was he out of his mind? Don't be so resistant. Naobito waved a hand dismissively. Besides, I'm not actually asking you to go toe-to-toe with a special grade. The ones handling the special grades directly will be the Zenin clans, hey, and 2 units. You won't be doing the fighting. You're needed for something else entirely. I'll give you time to think it over. And once the job is done, I'll grant you one unconditional request. Unconditional, so if I told you to abdicate and hand the position directly to me, you'd agree to that too. Naoya said coldly. But to her surprise, Naobito answered without a moment's hesitation. Naturally. Why not? If it's unconditional, then a bet's a bet. Naoya fell silent. She studied Naobito's expression, turning his words over carefully. His face gave nothing away, it didn't look like a bluff. After a long pause, she spoke. Hey, speaking of which, the promise you made me 3 years ago. I still haven't cashed it in. That's true. Naobito nodded. Then I'm redeeming it now. I want access to the Zenin clan treasury, to choose a curse tool for myself. Not a loan. Not a temporary arrangement, one that belongs to me. Completely. Once I've verified that you're a man of your word, I'll accept your offer. Fine. No problem whatsoever. Naobito nodded. When? Tomorrow. Or we could go right now if you'd like. Tomorrow. Naoya considered it, then added, noon tomorrow. The crickets started up again. Naoya had seen Naobito out and now stood alone in the courtyard, still beneath the moonlight. She didn't know how long she'd been standing there when a soft, sleepy voice drifted up from behind her. Naoya-san. She came back to herself. My. Naoya turned to find Mai rubbing at her drowsy eyes, standing in the doorway. What are you doing up? I had a bad dream. I dreamed you were gone, and then I woke up and you really weren't there. Dreams are always backwards. Naoya said dismissively. But dreams can sometimes. Mai leaned against the doorframe and rubbed her eyes, the sentence trailing off unfinished, and then Maki shoved Mai's shoulder aside and poked her own head out from behind the door. Nei-san isn't lying to us, is she? Who knows, probably not. Naoya shook her head and walked toward the two of them. All right, back to bed, both of you. If you don't sleep now, it'll be morning before you know it. What? Nei-san, I need to use the bathroom. How old are you? Fine. Come on, then. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, JJK, Naoya Zenin reborn as a woman. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 22, Smiling Qingjiang. 1,522 words. Naoya Zenin rarely paid much attention to her own face. But judged by the aesthetic standards of her previous life, it was the raw material of a beauty. The skin of a 10-year-old girl, luminous and clear, already hinting at the loveliness to come, and yet beneath the wisps of hair that fell across her forehead, her fine brows and upswept eyes carried a sharpness that belonged to someone far older. Come to think of it, the height mark she'd carved into the doorframe 3 years ago, she'd already grown nearly 2 handspans past it. Well, have you made your choice? Naobito's voice carried over from somewhere behind her. I suppose it'll do. It's not as if there's anything better. Naoya drew her gaze away from the blade, its surface mirror bright and clear, and with a clean ring of steel, slid it back into the wooden scabbard. The Zenin clan's secret heirloom special-grade curse tool, Warego Aoe. The Smiling Blue River. Legend held that during the Sengoku period, a samurai of the Marigame domain encountered a female ghost in the mountains late one night, her face twisted into an eerie smile. He drew his sword and cut her down, but the apparition dissolved in an instant. When he returned to the spot the following morning, all he found was a stone lantern split cleanly in two, the ghost's uncanny smile carved into its decorative relief. This blade was not the original from the legend. But among the many cursed tools in existence, it had been rated special grade for its rare and singular property, the ability to sever the soul itself. The legend was attached to it after the fact, and the name followed. The soul is an intangible thing, without a physical body, it cannot persist in the living world. And so Warego Aoe had sat for years in the Zenin clan's sealed vault, untouched and forgotten. The reason Naoya had chosen it had nothing to do with that property. It was a tanto, and among all the special-grade cursed tools in the Zenin clan's collection, it was the shortest blade. Her current body wasn't suited to wielding anything too long. And that constraint only deepened when projection sorcery was factored in. The fundamental rule of projection sorcery was this: the sequence of movements programmed in advance could never be disrupted. Any deviation from the preset path would freeze the caster in place for 1 full second. Within the technique's system of judgment, natural extensions of the body, hair, eyelashes, fingernails, were treated as part of the body itself, requiring no additional preset. Inorganic objects without cursed energy, clothing, ordinary blades, fell outside the technique's scope, unless the caster actively wrapped them in their own cursed energy from start to finish. Cursed tools were the sole exception. A cursed tool carries its own cursed energy, distinct and alien from the caster's, and within projection sorcery's framework, it is treated as an entirely independent entity. To wield a cursed tool while projection sorcery is active, one must split one's attention and program a separate, complete sequence of movements for the weapon's trajectory alone. If the tool's movements fell out of sync with the body's, the freezing penalty triggered without mercy. And there was more. A cursed tool's energy produced a faint but constant interference with the caster's perception, and projection sorcery, at its peak, demanded a sense of time refined to the millisecond. That barely perceptible ripple of foreign cursed energy, for a time sense capable of parsing frame-by-frame intervals, became an interference magnified to an unbearable degree. For all these reasons, Naoya in her previous life had rarely used cursed tools in combat. It wasn't merely a matter of pride, the idea that a sorcerer shouldn't rely on external objects, it was a considered judgment about compatibility with the technique itself. Of course, this didn't mean a projection sorcery user was incapable of wielding cursed tools. Years of dedicated practice and calibration could produce a fighter who handled them freely in battle. Naobito Zenin himself was a master of exactly that. The question was always cost versus benefit. Against opponents who couldn't match her speed, she could suppress them barehanded through sheer positional dominance. Adding a cursed tool would only make the kill marginally faster, while introducing a potentially fatal vulnerability she hadn't needed before. And against opponents who could genuinely keep pace with her, an extra blade wouldn't tip the scales either way. The truth was, before Gojo Satoru had appeared in this world, there had simply been no sorcerer alive who could stand speed for speed against projection sorcery. But that was precisely the problem. Right now, what Naoya lacked most was time. 3 minutes of active technique, not nearly enough to leisurely suppress an enemy, whittle them down, and finish them off in the usual way. When facing an opponent she had no choice but to fight, she had to end it within those 3 minutes. Even if it meant accepting some risk, she needed the cursed tool to compensate for what her attack power alone couldn't cover. Naoya of the previous life had taken those so-called hard-won lessons as gospel. But projection sorcery hadn't been passed down for very long. By Naoya's generation, only 2 or 3 heirs had carried it. The accumulated practical wisdom about cursed tool usage was, in large part, nothing more than Naobito Zenin's personal opinions. Unlike those ancient techniques refined across 1,000 years, with annotated manuals and handwritten notes added by generation after generation, offering future practitioners a wealth of different perspectives, this tradition had nothing of the sort. Looking back now, in the final battles of her previous life, the ones she had fought as a human, she had suppressed her opponents in the opening moments every single time, and yet every one of those long, grinding battles had ended in defeat. Were Naobito's lessons really as universal as she'd assumed? Whatever the answer, she would have to step carefully forward when it came to using the cursed tool. Naoya turned the thought over quietly in her mind. And as for the pride those old-school sorcerers clung to so fiercely. Good grief, she'd already endured being reborn as a woman. What was a little optional pride worth set against that? Listen. I'm going away for a while. Going away. What does that mean? Naoya looked down. Maki was still staring up at her blankly, asking the question. In Mai's eyes, a flicker of unease had already begun to stir. It means I'll be gone for a bit. Starting today, these women will take turns looking after you, meals, daily life, and they'll handle your lessons too. Naoya gestured behind her. Several female attendants of the Zenin clan bowed their heads nervously. I don't understand, are you going somewhere very far away? Maki asked, head bowed. That, well, probably not too far. Naoya raised a hand and rubbed her forehead, grousing inwardly. She hadn't pinned down the exact location yet, but the cursed spirits were all somewhere within Japan. It wouldn't come to that. Nei-san. She was still turning over in her mind how to make the concept of distance comprehensible to a pair of small children, and in that split second of distraction, Mai had already thrown both arms around her waist and was holding on tight. I don't want Nei-san to go. Ugh, ugh. What was she supposed to do with this? This was such a hassle. She could freeze her in place with projection sorcery and just slip away, couldn't she? Naoya felt a fine sheen of sweat prickling across her forehead, heat rising along the collar of her robe. Her eyes darted around in mild panic until they landed on Maki, who was standing off to the side with a vague, dazed expression. Hey, Maki. Come here. With some effort, Naoya gently pried Mai loose from around her waist. She crouched down, taking one girl by each hand. Listen. When I'm not here, Maki, you're the big sister. Do you know what a big sister is supposed to do? I have to take care of my little sister. Maki blinked slowly, then answered. Right, more or less. Naoya nodded, then placed Mai's hand on top of Maki's. Mai, you listen to your sister. Your sister, Maki, I mean. If you're good, I'll be back before you know it. Mai's face was blank at first. Her gaze drifted slowly to Maki beside her, and then, all at once, her eyes brightened. I understand. I'll take good care of Mai too. Maki rose up on her tiptoes, eager to be the first to say it, and then wrapped both hands tightly around Mai's. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 23, Secret Weapon Bonus Chapter. 1,459 words. Mineo Ori. 24 years old. Female. Occupation, Auxiliary Manager. She'd attended Jujutsu High as a student, could barely make out the outlines of cursed spirits, if she squinted, but she'd been born without an innate technique, and her cursed energy levels were, to put it charitably, dismal. After failing the sorcerer grade assessment, she'd chosen to stay in the jujutsu world rather than leave it behind, and so she'd taken the position of auxiliary manager. A senior colleague had once told her, even though auxiliary managers weren't full-fledged jujutsu sorcerers, they served under the Jujutsu Supervisory Bureau, and shouldered critical responsibilities, battlefield support, barrier deployment, logistics, whenever sorcerers went on missions. They were the last wall standing between the fighting and the ordinary people who must never be caught in it. The work was modest, sometimes thankless. Every now and then, a sorcerer she'd been partnered with would sneer that she was useless. But she had always believed in the value of what she did, and she'd carried that quiet pride with her every single day. Yes, right up until 3:54 this afternoon, before she arrived at the Zenin estate, that conviction had never once wavered. You can't be serious, she's just a little kid. The shock nearly broke through her chest. Mineo Ori couldn't help muttering aloud, her gaze frozen on the rearview mirror inside the sedan. The girl reflected there had delicate features, porcelain skin, and black hair that fell to her shoulders. Long lashes hung low over her eyelids, her hands folded neatly over her stomach, sitting perfectly still on the leather seat. Dressed immaculately in a pale blue kimono, she had been standing expressionless before the stern old manor gates when Ori first laid eyes on her, like some traditional Japanese doll on display in a cultural heritage exhibit. And so, once again, doubt crept over her about what she was doing. Grasping for something solid to hold onto, she turned to the senior beside her, the one gripping the steering wheel, the one who had always been so dependable. Ida-senpai. Ida-senpai. I mean, there hasn't been some kind of mistake, has there? Mistake about what? 44-year-old auxiliary manager Ida Ryuichi kept his eyes fixed on the winding mountain road. It's just that child. Mineo Ori lowered her voice, confirmed the girl was fast asleep, and then said haltingly. She can't be more than 10, can she? A child that small. Are we really, truly sending her onto a battlefield? By any modern standard, it was the duty of adults to protect children, not the other way around. And yet here she was, doing the exact opposite. Ida-senpai didn't answer right away. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. If you don't want to lose your life, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, and don't think thoughts you shouldn't think. This assignment isn't like the others, you've heard the name, haven't you? It's the Zenin clan. That's right, the legendary Zenin clan. Ori's mind drifted back to the scene when they'd first made contact. She'd been dragged out of bed by a call from her superior before dawn, rushed to the designated location, signed a confidentiality agreement first, and only then, together with her senior, been briefed on the general scope of the mission. This is a top-secret operation involving the exorcism of a special-grade cursed spirit. Your assignment is to transport a secret weapon from the Zenin clan to the battlefield in Tokyo, and to safeguard the weapon in transit. Exorcism of a special-grade cursed spirit, Ida-senpai had looked like he'd swallowed something sour, but the moment those words reached her ears, Ori felt a surge of exhilaration, as though all the thankless years since graduation had finally been recognized. That giddy feeling lasted all the way to the Zenin estate. The ancient gate, like something from a temple entrance, swung open, and 3 or 5 masked figures in black stood just inside, dressed in the garb of shinobi and samurai, looking for all the world like extras who'd wandered off a period drama set. We're the auxiliary managers from the Jiu-Jitsu Supervisory Bureau, here on orders to escort the secret weapon to Tokyo. Mineo Ori glanced left and right. She couldn't see anything that matched her mental image of a secret weapon. Right here. A girl stepped out from behind the gate. Before Ori could even process what was happening, the girl was already walking toward the sedan on her own. Hey! Little girl, this area isn't. Before she could finish, Ida-senpai had already stepped forward and opened the car door. The black-haired girl climbed into the back seat without a word. Well then, thank you all for your trouble. Ida-senpai stepped up and gave the shinobi a slight bow. The masked figures retreated silently behind the gate. Facing the doors as they closed, Ida-senpai took 2 steps backward, then turned in silence and got into the driver's seat. Wait, huh? It wasn't until the engine rumbled back to life that Mineo Ori realized the so-called secret weapon was the girl in the back seat. Things like morality, the law, the modern common sense we take for granted, all of it rests on a stable, peaceful modern society. Those ancient jiu-jitsu clans, they may look like they're in the same country as us, but they don't exist in the same era. Less than 100 kilometers from Tokyo, in an open lot beside a highway service area, Ida-senpai took a drag on his cigarette, and spoke through the haze of smoke. Those old clans are relics from the golden age of jujitsu, after images of the Heian period that have persisted to this day. They taught you this at Jujutsu High, didn't they? Terrors like Ryaman Sukuna and Shutendoji rampaged across the archipelago, and the ones who stood against them were named straight out of legend: Abe no Saimai, Sugawara no Michizane. Cursed spirits swept through cities in great tides, human lives were worth less than weeds, and not even the court nobles could sleep in peace. So you understand now, don't you? Something that has survived since that era, a jujitsu clan like the Zenin that has endured for hundreds, even 1,000 years. Don't try to measure it by ordinary thinking, and don't try to pry into its secrets. Otherwise, nobodies like us won't even know how we died. But even so, Mineo Ori hesitated. Back in her Jujutsu High days, she had heard dark rumors about the 3 great clans from her classmates, whispered stories about cruel experiments, the creation of human cursed spirit hybrids, or merciless bloodline cullings that forced kin to slaughter one another. She'd never been able to tell truth from fiction, and had always treated them as nothing more than ghost stories of the jujitsu world. But now, the chill from those old tales was crawling up her spine, one vertebra at a time. Even if it is the Zenin clan, using a child as some kind of weapon, isn't that going too far? She couldn't help but speak up, her eyes on the slender figure inside the car. No, that's not something you need to worry about. In this line of work, don't let appearances fool you. Take that secret weapon, for example. She looks like a young girl, but there's a very real chance she isn't human at all. Could just be an assembled cursed corpse with a layer of human skin stretched over it. Or she might be a born monster, someone whose raw power from the moment of birth could crush the likes of us, kind of like that famous one. What's his name again? Right, Gojo Satoru from the Gojo clan. Ida-senpai tossed his cigarette but to the ground and crushed it under his shoe. Of course, there was also the possibility that she was a real human being, or had been one, once. Ida Ryuichi added that thought silently, but didn't say it out loud. Is that so? Mineo Ori looked as though she'd been startled. She was still chewing over the implications, her head bowed, murmuring to herself. That's right. That's exactly how it is. Ida stubbed the cigarette butt into the drainage gutter with a kick, then started walking toward the sedan. Stop overthinking it. Let's go, we have to reach Tokyo before the day is out. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 24. Then, become a girl elementary school student. 1,675 words. Renchi Girls Academy is a prestigious Catholic institution with a century of history, located within Tokyo. It operates a fully integrated 12-year curriculum spanning elementary, middle, and high school divisions, with external entrance exams open at both the middle and high school levels. Beyond the standard educational framework set by Japan's Ministry of Education, the Academy places special emphasis on cultivating each student's personal refinement. Elective courses include classical etiquette, the tea ceremony, multiple foreign languages, and religious philosophy. Dozens of cultural and athletic clubs are also available, balancing academic achievement with character development and the spirited interests of young women. And it should go without saying, students who meet the academic benchmarks are eligible for direct recommendation to affiliated universities. Backed by its storied history and wealth of educational resources, Renchi Girls Academy is not only the dream school of many high-scoring applicants, but also a magnet for daughters of the political and business elite, young ladies of distinguished birth. In other words, it is precisely what the outside world would call a school for rich girls. Stop. Stop. What on earth are you talking about? Why are you telling me any of this? Naoya stared at the auxiliary manager standing before her, the one who seemed to go by Mineo Ori. This woman had been rambling about things Naoya couldn't make heads or tails of, and on top of that, what was that thing she was holding in her right hand? That is, because it's what the assignment requires. Mineo Ori glanced down at the documents in her left hand, her expression creasing with visible discomfort. In any case, the reason for the briefing is that a cursed spirit appears to be lurking within a school. You'll need to infiltrate the premises under the guise of a female elementary school student and conduct an investigation. The cover identity has already been arranged by those above. Apparently it's all been taken care of. Give me that file. I'll read it myself. Had she misheard? Because she was fairly certain she'd just heard something utterly outrageous. Naoya's expression darkened as she spoke, and without waiting for Ori's reaction, she snatched the documents clean out of her hands and swept through them at a glance. Special Grade Imaginary Cursed Spirit, Kakurego Baba. Kakurego Baba, also known as the child-stealing hag. Her archetype draws from a yokai found widely across Japanese regional folklore. Legend holds that she preys specifically on children, especially young girls, who stay out late at night or defy their parents' warnings. She abducts them at twilight, dragging them into the demon realm, and ultimately devours them. That makes sense, no wonder she's hiding in a girls' school. Naoya mused to herself, then asked. Why not just evacuate all the students and teachers first? Then send sorcerers in to sweep the place room by room, wouldn't that be far simpler? Because Kakurego Baba is concealed among the students themselves, and there's no easy way to tell them apart. The other auxiliary manager nearby, Ida Ryuichi, stepped in to explain. This cursed spirit's ability is the creation of vengeful thralls. Any human she lures away has their soul extracted, and the empty body is then released to seek the next victim. These thralls behave in subtly irregular ways, but at a glance they appear completely indistinguishable from ordinary people. Kakurego Baba's true form is attached to one of these thralls. Furthermore, unless every single thrall is eliminated, even killing the host body won't be enough. She can revive herself through whichever thralls remain. And right now, those thralls are embedded within the academy. The number of victims is likely still growing. Therefore, the mission assigned to you is to infiltrate the academy, precisely identify and mark each thrall, and then the Zenin clan's auxiliary forces will move in and carry out targeted elimination in one swift operation. Hold on. Naoya's eyes stayed fixed on the file as she cut him off. How do we confirm all the thralls are inside the school? What if Kakurego Baba has already released one or two of them to hide somewhere we don't know about? Even if we wipe out every single person in that building, we'd just be spinning our wheels. Apparently, when Kakurego Baba revives, the thralls cannot be too far away from her, Ida Ryuichi answered, bracing himself, though Naoya pressed on relentlessly. The cursed spirit's true form is hiding inside one of the thralls as well, isn't it? Once we flush out the real body, will the strike force have enough firepower? Is it the Zenin clan's Hei squad? Based on her experience in a previous life, the standard formation for exorcising a special grade cursed spirit was the deployment of the Hei squad, composed of grade 1 and semi-grade 1 sorcerers. A coordinated assault by a squad of grade 1 sorcerers was more than sufficient to exorcise a conventional special grade. That the Zenin clan's internal arrangements are beyond our knowledge, we've only been liaising with the commander on their end from our side. Ida was already sweating, but pressed on to add, however, the file states that Kakurego Baba's particular threat lies in her concealment and propagation abilities, that's why she's rated special grade. But once her true form is exposed, her direct combat capability only measures up to a grade 1 cursed spirit. What's the name of your contact? Naoya asked, skimming through the file details as she spoke. I believe it was Zenin. Ryota. Ida replied, thinking it over. Ryota rings a bell. So that would be the 2 squad. Direct combat power of only a grade 1 cursed spirit, well, whatever. A semi-grade 1 leading the charge, with grade 2 and grade 3 sorcerers filling out the ranks, that should be enough. This field has always been critically understaffed, after all. Naoya let out a sigh, tossed the file aside, and sank back into the sofa. She began organizing the intel in her head while taking in her surroundings. The place they were currently in was a safe house provided by the Jiu-Jitsu Supervisory Bureau, tucked away in an upscale apartment complex near Rinchi Girls Academy. Safe house was the official name for it, but in practice it looked no different from any ordinary city apartment, a standard 3-bedroom, 2-living area layout. The only thing remotely worth mentioning was that the living room was exceptionally spacious. A cursed spirit hiding in a stuffy rich girl school like this, no wonder Naobito was so eager to dump this job on me, Naoya muttered under her breath. Guess I'll just have to figure it out as I go. But the words had barely left her mouth when, out of the corner of her eye, she caught the auxiliary manager called Mineo Ori tiptoeing toward her, arms full of something. WH. What do you want? The moment Naoya caught sight of what Ori was holding, her expression shifted entirely. Well, since you don't seem to have any objections to the mission itself. Something in Ori's eyes looked dangerously close to a suppressed grin. She'd been dancing around it for a while, but finally she just said it. Shall we try on the school uniform? School uniform? Meaning, she wants me to put on a girl's elementary school uniform. That sailor outfit she's holding. Okay, it doesn't look that bad, who am I kidding, of course it does. Is there any option that doesn't involve wearing the uniform? Naoya instinctively shrank back, her hands scrambling across the sofa cushions as she tried to retreat, only to slam hard into the solid backrest. Nowhere left to go. Probably not. Ori's smile stretched wide as she raised the sailor top and pleated skirt into the air, and their shadow swept over Naoya like a closing curtain. God, didn't anyone tell her to stay out of the 3 clans' secrets? Ida shook his head, pulled a cigarette from his pocket and tucked it between his fingers, then turned and headed for the balcony. Satoru, the Zenin clan's people have arrived in Tokyo. Keep an eye out. Ah, yeah, noted. The moment the call connected, Gojo Satoru tilted his head, and wedged the phone between his cheek and collarbone, freeing both hands to fly back to the handheld console in his lap. The Zenin clan will work on drawing out that special-grade curse spirit next. You stay out of sight, absolutely do not show your face without authorization. Ah, if they already know the cursed spirit is hiding in a school, why not just let me rush in directly? Gojo kept his eyes glued to the screen, his thumbs becoming a blur across the buttons. Are you an idiot? It's a girls' school, you can't exactly go undercover there. On top of that, Kakurego Baba is an exceptionally skilled hider. If she gets spooked and bolts, that's a disaster. Sure, so the plan is, the Zenin clan flushes the cursed spirit out, and then I make a stunning entrance at just the right moment, wrap it all up effortlessly, and leave the Zenin people fuming. Is that about right? Exactly. So keep yourself in check and don't do anything reckless. To make sure things go smoothly, I'll be on site tomorrow to keep an eye on you. TCH, damn it, I died. A bright red game over screen blazed across the display. Gojo Satoru stared at it, his face flushing crimson. What's wrong, Satoru? What died? An alarmed question came immediately from the other end of the line. Gojo snapped back to reality, hastily cleared his throat, and waved it off into the receiver. Huh? Oh. Nothing, I'll talk to you later, bye. Ghostfire read more, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 25, Classmate Takeuchi. 1,471 words. Alright class, before we begin today's lesson, your teacher has an announcement. We have a new transfer student joining our class today, let's all give her a warm round of applause, shall we? Ugh. Annoying. The instant those words hit the eardrums, irritation began coiling its way up along the spine. Now then, let's have our new classmate come up to the front and introduce herself to everyone. So annoying. A smattering of half-hearted clapping mingled with the curious chatter of little kids, and the irritation doubled. Hey, new student. You can come in now. The teacher waved toward the doorway with a smile. Don't be shy, everyone here is very friendly. 1 foot forward. The glaring red sailor collar circling the neckline dug into the throat, annoying. The skirt hem hung past the knees, brushing against the calves with every step, draggy and cumbersome, annoying. White tights clung to the legs, each stride accompanied by an inescapable sense of constriction, sending that wave of annoyance straight to the crown of the skull. Standing at the lectern with over 30 pairs of eyes glued on like magnets, a deep breath, swallowing the urge to turn around and walk right out. Fingers picked up a piece of chalk from the lectern, turned to the blackboard and wrote. Takeuchi Naoya. My name is Takeuchi Naoya. Wow. So it's Takeuchi-san. You can already write your name in kanji, and so beautifully too. Everyone should learn from Takeuchi-san's example. Let's all help each other and grow together, okay? It's just a name, give me a break. Next time I'll write it in kana, alright. Now then, Takeuchi-san, please take the seat by the window in the second to last row. And class representative, during lunch break, I'm putting you in charge of showing Takeuchi-san around the school, okay? Let's give her another round of applause. Ah, I want to leave so badly. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, right. I'm Takeuchi Naoya, a 4th grade elementary school girl, and today, just like every other day, I've come to the Renchoku Girls Academy Elementary Division to enjoy school life with all my wonderful classmates. Ugh, I'm going to throw up. After idling around for so many years, the plan had been to finally do something productive, go exorcise some cursed spirits, maybe. But Naobito Zenin had played a fast one, and now here was the result of stepping right into that trap. Fallen this low. That old geezer. He's probably off somewhere laughing, isn't he? Hey, Takeuchi-san. Takeuchi-san. Takeuchi-san, listen to me. Having been spaced out for who knows how long, it finally registered that the name being called was meant for her. Naoya raised her head in a daze. Before her stood a girl with short black hair, right in front of the desk. Takeuchi-san, the teacher asked me to show you around the school during lunch break. Lunch break. It was lunch break already. Naoya had absolutely no idea how she'd survived the entire morning, those pointless classes, nursery rhymes, coloring, and addition and subtraction. Come on, let's go. Lunch is only an hour, and the school's really big. Oh. Okay. Seeing Naoya slowly rise to her feet, the girl assumed her guide pose, and turned toward the classroom door. I'm Kirishima Mayatsuki. You can call me Kirishima. Naoya spent half a second imagining how an elementary schooler would sound, then produced a stiff reply. Alright, Kirishima-san. Let's go this way. We'll check out the nurse's office first, and I'll point out things along the way. Kirishima marched ahead at a brisk pace, her footsteps thudding against the floor. Naoya trailed half a step behind in silence, discreetly committing the building's layout to memory. The restrooms are over there, there's one on every floor, so it's really convenient. If you look down from here, that's the swimming pool. That's where we have swim class. Go up from here and you'll find the screening room. See that building? That's the chapel. If you take the path in front of it, you'll reach the middle school division, but there's a teacher station there keeping watch. Kirishima's tour came like rapid fire. Naoya only nodded occasionally, barely responding. Half her attention was on memorizing routes, the other half idly swept the surroundings, where she'd occasionally spot a tiny cursed spirit, born from the negative emotions of humans, cowering and trembling in some dark corner like a stairwell landing. Stomp! A sharp, heavy footfall suddenly cracked through the air ahead, and the brisk footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Naoya looked up to see Kirishima frozen in place. This is the nurse's office. A glance past Kirishima confirmed it, the sign on the door read, Nurse's office, plain as day. But the girl in front of her had her head bowed, shoulders faintly trembling, not saying a word. Naoya didn't understand what was happening, though she hadn't forgotten the real purpose of this little outing, finding the Changui controlled by the Ubium. No way it could be this convenient, right? The very first person to approach her turning out to be the target. Then again, something didn't add up. Takeuchi-san, do you have a problem with me? A problem? If you don't like me, just go tell the teacher. Have her pick someone else. I tried so hard to be nice, and you won't say a single word. You're making fun of me behind my back, aren't you? All of you. Every single one of you, you all. Being class rep. Class rep and all that, ugh. Mid-sentence, Kirishima had already started crying. Before Naoya could even open her mouth, the girl clapped both hands over her face, ducked her head, and dashed away. What was that even about? Elementary schoolers really are something else. Naoya didn't chase after her. Instead, with a might-as-well-try attitude, she meandered through the campus paths, making 2 leisurely loops. The result? Forget a changui, she didn't even spot a mouse. She replayed the method for identifying a changui in her mind. The key was cursed energy. Generally speaking, victims of cursed spirits tended to carry noticeably more residual cursed energy than ordinary people. However, according to the file, this principle didn't apply to the Ubium. As long as a person was alive, the fluctuations of negative emotions would generate cursed energy to some degree. Not every jujitsu sorcerer was born with an innate technique. What fundamentally distinguished them from ordinary people was the ability to perceive and control their own cursed energy, to rein it inward and prevent it from leaking out. Ordinary people radiated cursed energy unconsciously, while jujitsu sorcerers kept theirs contained within. The Ubium treated its changui as batteries for cursed energy, draining the cursed energy that naturally accumulated within them. As a result, a changui's cursed energy was forcibly locked inside the body, unable to seep out the way it would for a normal person. Instead, it displayed a containment signature remarkably similar to that of a jujitsu sorcerer. The only way to identify a changui was to get close and precisely read the flow characteristics of the target's cursed energy. But on the walk over just now, she had done a rough scan of every student they'd passed, and not a single one matched the profile. By the time she drifted back to the classroom, the bell signaling the end of lunch break had just rung. Takeuchi-san, where did you go? The teacher didn't press further, just ushered Naoya back to her seat. As she passed by, she stole a sideways glance. Kirishima's seat was empty. Gone. Naoya tapped lightly on the desk, sinking into thought. Come to think of it, this so-called changui, how long was the search supposed to take? If she kept coming up empty, was she going to be stuck attending elementary school here? Grinding through one grade after another, then moving up to middle school to keep looking. And if middle school didn't pan out, high school next. The Ubium's nature was to abduct young girls. While most modern laws and certain international conventions defined anyone under 18, or in some cases 14, as a child, by the standards of the ancient era when the Ubium first came into being, girls could marry and bear children at 12. That narrowed the definition of child considerably. Tentatively limiting the scope to the elementary division still meant over 500 students. Well, 500 people. That didn't sound all that many, at least. Hardly a needle in a haystack. Naoya leaned back in the chair, eyes fixed on the clock at the front of the classroom as it ticked relentlessly onward, and waited with what little patience she had for the dismissal bell to ring. Ghost Fire Seek, Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Let's hit these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Chapter 26, Elementary School Girl Detective. 1,547 words. Naoya jolted awake from a half-doze just as the dismissal bell clanged through the school grounds. Renchoku Girls Academy Elementary Division let out at 3:30 every afternoon. Most students would stay behind for 1 or 2 club activities. As a mid-semester transfer student, Naoya had no club to call her own, but that, as it turned out, was the perfect opening for her investigation. I've looked into it thoroughly. During regular class hours, the students are confined to their classrooms. Southwest opportunities for close contact are basically non-existent. But once club activities begin, you can go around the entire school under the pretense of a transfer student checking out the clubs. You'll get to approach every student up close, and not only will no one suspect a thing, the clubs will practically roll out the red carpet for you. Yes. This plan shall henceforth be known as Operation Club Activities. In neither her past life nor this one had Naoya ever attended anything resembling a normal school, so she'd had little choice but to go along with the suggestion from Mineo Ori, the woman who had the audacity to call herself wildly popular during her school days. Anyway, time to get to work. Once the students had mostly filed out in little clusters of 2s and 3s, Naoya pushed back her chair and made to stand. Was it Takeuchi? The one who did it? Yeah, her, that transfer student. A burst of tittering erupted behind her, loud and utterly shameless with curiosity. Naoya paused mid-rise and slowly turned around. 5 or 6 girls with school bags slung over their shoulders were crowded together, peering at her with bright, gleaming eyes. None of them were Changue, but Naoya decided to wait and see. Hey! What did you do to Kirishima? You upset her so badly she skipped afternoon classes, and didn't even come back to school. The girl at the front stepped forward half a pace, and demanded in a raised voice. Naoya considered the scene for a moment. Ah, so this was what they called a school clique, was it? One person loses face, so she drags her friends along to gang up and get revenge, the so-called school common sense that the support supervisor had rattled on and on about while singing her own praises did turn out to be at least a little useful. So these were the class rep's little allies, then. She goes off and cries her own eyes out, and somehow I'm the one who gets blamed. Ha! Classic elementary school logic. What do you mean, she's the one who? Naoya had barely opened her mouth when the girl in front of her stepped closer and planted a hand firmly on her shoulder. That was incredible. How did you manage to chase her off like that? Teach us too. I didn't do anything. Naoya blinked, then answered honestly. She ran off on her own. Liar. Liar, one of the girls in the back shouted. She's been so annoying forever, you must have some kind of trick. I have no idea what you're talking about. Naoya was already thoroughly done with this pointless exchange. She shoved past the girl blocking her path, and walked straight ahead. Ah, wait, don't go, I'm not finished. The girl darted sideways and planted herself in Naoya's way again, going on and on. Because of Kirishima, everyone went out of their way to make her class rep, and you know what she did? She actually started taking herself seriously. Every single day, going on about school rules this, school rules that, bossing everyone around. Poking her nose into everything, always threatening to tell the teacher, she's made us look bad over and over again. Takeuchi, you get it, right? That kind of person, you should just stay away from her. Move. It was as though a venomous snake had fixed its gaze on her. The girl's entire body locked up, unable to move, left with nothing but the impression of those ice-cold eyes. Naoya had long since lost all patience for this childish game of house. She raised her hand, shoved hard, and sent the girl stumbling sideways, the path ahead instantly clear. She didn't spare them another glance. She walked on. Hey! You actually put your hands on me. The girl staggered and dropped straight onto the floor, a cold sweat breaking across her back. By the time she gritted her teeth and looked up furiously toward the doorway, there was no trace of Naoya left in the corridor. A minor interlude, one that didn't interfere with Naoya's plans in the slightest. Right then, club activities. Club activities. Let's just find one at random. She stepped out of the school building and onto the grounds. The first thing she spotted was a group of students in gym clothes playing dodgeball on the open grass. Naoya walked over and stopped at the edge of the court, silently watching both teams. Found one, she noted inwardly. Sure enough, get close enough, and identifying one was no great challenge. Standing at the back of the group, yet still getting pelted by the ball time and again, was a slight, small girl. Without a doubt, she was a Changue under the Ubum's control. It seemed Mineo Ori's idea hadn't been half bad after all. Click. The shutter sound was almost imperceptible. The pinhole camera concealed beneath her ribbon tie captured the girl's face. Naoya made no further move, just swept the Changui with one more cold glance, confirmed the identifying features, turned, and left without a word. Her mission was investigation only. Perhaps more victims would be added while the investigation was ongoing. Perhaps the Changui before her had already chosen her next target. But if she made a move now, she would tip off the Ubum lurking in the shadows, and everything that had been set up until now would go to waste. This was never a tiresome trolley problem thought experiment about sacrificing a few to save many. In Naoya's eyes, and in the eyes of the overwhelming majority of jujitsu sorcerers, the one and only duty of a sorcerer had always been, and would always be, the exorcism of cursed spirits. Whether lives could be saved and how many, even when it happened to align with the goal of exorcism, was ultimately nothing more than a side effect. After all, the jujitsu world was desperately short on manpower, brutally so. Willing sorcerers were rare enough to begin with, even freshmen, who'd just enrolled at Jujitsu High were being sent off to fight cursed spirits. Under that kind of pressure, a perfect solution was nothing but wishful thinking. Anyway, on to the next one, Naoya thought, lifting her gaze, only for it to drift, without intent, to a corner of the school grounds. That figure looked familiar. Ah! That was the class rep who'd cried and bolted this morning, Kirishima Mayatsuki. Naoya looked more carefully. Kirishima's expression was vacant and dazed. She was trailing behind a tall girl, the two of them moving one after the other along the shadow of the school building, heading somewhere unknown. The one in front, another Changui. Kirishima had clearly been hooked. The Changui would be leading her somewhere deserted, then steal her soul and claim her as a new victim. The Ubum only preyed on those who were alone. Watching the two of them about to disappear around a bend in the path, Naoya hurried forward a few steps and reached out, seizing Kirishima's ice-cold wrist. Snap! Kirishima slowly turned her head and looked at Naoya with blank, unfocused eyes. The tall Changui ahead stopped as well. A voice seemed to reach her as if from somewhere very far away. Kirishima-san, have you forgotten? You were going to show me around the school. I wanted to see the clubs. Please take me to visit them. Oh right. Yes, there was that. Kirishima seemed to snap back into herself all at once, then turned and said. That, senpai, this is my classmate. Right, and who was this senpai again? All she could remember was that she'd stormed off and gone home in a huff, then had second thoughts halfway and turned back to school. She'd run into this senpai, and it seemed she'd promised her something, and just followed along. Kirishima's mind was a complete tangle of knots. Just then, she felt the hand gripping her right wrist give a gentle tug. Are you all right, Kirishima-san? You're Takeuchi-san. Kirishima slowly turned her head, and the moment she recognized who was holding her hand, her cheeks flushed scarlet. It all came rushing back. She had made an absolute fool of herself in front of Takeuchi-san that morning, crying and running away. She opened her mouth, fumbling frantically for some kind of explanation, then noticed that Takeuchi-san wasn't even looking at her. She was stroking her ribbon tie, eyes fixed coldly on the senpai ahead. It's fine, you two go on. The senpai slowly turned away, forcing out a hoarse, raspy sentence, like someone with a bad cold. Oh, okay. Kirishima murmured. And then, almost as if she were being physically dragged, Kirishima was pulled away from that place by Naoya. Ghost Fire Walnut Chan in P for more, Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Help us unlock these community rewards. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 27, Come Eat Bento. 1,307 words. Weaklings are born followers. The moment they catch sight of someone strong, they trip over themselves to latch on, never having learned a single thing about standing on their own 2 feet. That particular flow runs especially deep in women. Who said that again? It sounds irritatingly apt, like something a seasoned cynic might have coined. Oh, right. She remembered now. That had been her own words, in her previous life. When Maki, that insufferable woman, had heard it, she'd come at her in a fury, only to end up on the receiving end instead. So, given how things had turned out, she never should have stuck her nose in that day. Never should have saved this hopelessly overconfident creature. Instead of ending up like this. Getting stuck with her. Takeuchi-san. The short-haired girl stood in front of the desk, stumbling over her words. About the cleaning roster, since you're a transfer student, we need to add you in now. If you don't mind, I was thinking of putting you on Mondays. Same day as me. Whatever, said Naoya, eyes drifting down to her fingernails. Also, are you going to check out more clubs today? Like the past couple of days, I can go with you again. Right. Ever since that day when Naoya had used club scouting as a pretext to pry Kirishima away from the Changui, this girl had seized on the excuse with both hands and been gluing herself to Naoya's side every day since, apparently dead set on not stopping until every last club on campus had been visited. Not that Naoya herself had any objection to that plan, strictly speaking. So that means we've finished all the sports clubs. Naoya tapped lightly on the desk and murmured to herself. That's right, we have. Kirishima jumped in immediately. Are we doing the arts clubs today? Our school's art club is seriously impressive. Every year someone takes home a national award. By the way, have you found any clubs you actually like yet, Takeuchi-san? No. It wasn't as if Naoya actually intended to join anything. She was conducting a search for the Changui hidden among the student body, and her tally so far stood at roughly a dozen candidates. Besides, as aggravating as it was to have an elementary school girl trailing after her, she had to admit that having Kirishima as a familiar guide did make the club scouting considerably more efficient than blundering around on her own. All right then, it's settled. Kirishima clasped her hands behind her back, gave a little bounce, and then spun around and jogged back to her seat. Quiet at last. Naoya had barely exhaled in relief when Kirishima whipped back around. Oh, one more thing. Will it ever end? Naoya looked up with a cold stare, then noticed that Kirishima was cradling a small, perfectly square aluminum lunchbox as she approached the desk. I've noticed that Takeuchi-san hasn't brought a lunch these past few days. Skipping lunch isn't good for growing up. I made 2 portions, so. She seemed too embarrassed to finish the sentence. Before she got the words out properly, she plunked the lunchbox down on Naoya's desk and darted away. What on earth? Naoya lifted one corner of the lid and peered inside, rice balls, cauliflower, and little fish cake rounds. The corner of her mouth twitched, almost imperceptibly. She pressed the lid back down and pushed the box to the far corner of the desk. I'm so sorry. Just before the end of day bell, Kirishima reappeared at the desk. Something came up at home all of a sudden. I have to go straight back today. I'm really, really sorry. The girl pressed her palms together and bowed deeply. Naoya paused, then said, I can manage alone. It's fine. I'm so sorry. Tomorrow, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Kirishima bent herself into a 90-degree bow, then fled as if her life depended on it. Same as always, Naoya waited until the classroom had mostly emptied before slowly pulling herself to her feet. At the corner of the desk, the small silver lunchbox sat quietly, its lid firmly shut, contents untouched, naturally. She'd forgotten. She should have told Kirishima to take it back, Naoya thought. Oh well. Tomorrow would do. Hold on, knowing that girl's exhausting personality, if she returned it exactly as it was, Kirishima would probably throw another fit. Hadn't she gone off in a huff that first day just because Naoya's answers had been too perfunctory? Naoya sighed, picked up the lunchbox, tucked it under her arm, and left the classroom. She'd find somewhere to dump the food, rinse the box clean, and give it back. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the corridor windows. Naoya walked along the windowside, deciding to head for the art club first. Over the past 2 days, with Kirishima showing her the ropes, she'd worked out roughly how to present herself in front of people, essentially, put on an adorable, well-behaved act, say something like, "Senpai, I'm really interested in your club, would it be alright if I had a look around?" And the club presidents would welcome her in without a second thought, answering every question she had. Now where was the art club again? Naoya stood at the corridor's four-way junction, turning it over in her mind. Before she could arrive at an answer, a clatter of chaotic footsteps rose up behind her. "Hey, Takeuchi!" A shrill voice cut through the air. Naoya tilted her head and looked back. She recognized the faces, oh. The girls who had come after her on the very first day of school. But Naoya narrowed her eyes. Standing behind them were 2 taller girls in dark navy-collared sailor uniforms, the mark of the middle school division. She weighed her options for a moment, then decided to ignore the lot of them. Might as well go left. The 2 tall girls moved in an instant, flanking her from both sides and blocking the way. "Takeuchi, didn't I warn you to stop associating with someone like Kirishima?" The ringleader stepped forward slowly and spoke low into Naoya's ear. "Since you just keep doing whatever you want, and putting your hands on people, I called in 2 upperclassmen from the middle school to teach you a lesson." Naoya glanced at the 2 girls in front of her. The physical difference between a girl of 10 and one of 14 was worlds apart. These middle schoolers already stood nearly a full head taller than any elementary student, with noticeably broader arms, a difference in sheer mass that placed them in an entirely different weight class. "Hold her down." On command, the 2 middle schoolers reached for Naoya's shoulders from either side and shoved her against the wall. Humph. Naoya didn't resist, she let them pin her there. But inwardly, she laughed without a trace of warmth. The Sorcerer's Code did technically prohibit actively attacking ordinary people. But at this level of interference, if it escalated just a bit further, it would constitute obstruction of a mission. An obstruction couldn't exactly be called active on her part, now could it? Why not give these rude little brats a small lesson, while she was at it? The Naoya of her previous life would have snapped their wrists the instant their hands touched her. But the Naoya of today had more patience. She was almost curious to see just how far these small fry intended to take this. "Hey, what's this thing?" Seeing Naoya pinned and helpless, the ringleader grew bolder, reached under her arm, and yanked out the aluminum lunchbox. Her fingers didn't get a proper grip. The box hit the floor with a sharp clatter, the lid flying off on impact, the rice balls and side dishes scattered across the floorboards, instantly coated in dust and grime. Ghost Fire read more, Walnut Chan Fire Ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Help us hit our community goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 28, Heaven. Reason. Bonus chitter. 1,682 words. Ah, so this is the food Kirishima made for you, isn't it? The ringleader wrinkled her nose in contempt as she glanced at the meal on the floor, then let a malicious smile spread across her face. She bent down and picked up the rice ball that had half fallen apart from the drop, pinched it between her fingers, waggled it in the air, and thrust it toward Naoya's mouth. "Go on, eat." "Why aren't you eating?" "Fine, I'll just eat it for you then." And with that, she moved to force it into Naoya's mouth. She'd been told this was a school for young ladies. She'd expected the bullying to at least be at the level of proper delinquents. She'd held out a modest shred of hope for that much. Instead, all she got was this uninspired nonsense. Absolutely tedious. Fine then, so be it. Facing the rice ball being shoved toward her, Naoya didn't even bother lifting her gaze. She simply slid her eyes sideways and glanced at the 2 middle schoolers flanking her. To deal with a bunch like this, she didn't even need cursed energy. But then again, since she'd been startled, if her hand slipped for just a moment, she could hardly be blamed for losing a little control. "Hey! You two, are you up to your old tricks?" bullying the little kids in the elementary wing again. Just as she was about to move, a bright, carrying voice rang out and stopped her cold. "Hey! You two, you're already in your first year of middle school, and you're still running over to the elementary wing to pick on little kids. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?" The voice was absurdly energetic. Naoya glanced up. Going by the color of the uniform and the height, it was plainly yet another middle school student, a girl, rushing over at a jog. "Mind your own business, and know your place first. I've already called a teacher, so you're the ones who'd better know your place." Outnumbered as she was, the newcomer didn't budge a single inch. TCH. The two middle schoolers exchanged a look. Whether it was the threat of teacher authority that gave them pause, they hesitated for a beat, then. "Fall back. TCH. Don't think you're off the hook. Next time we see you hanging around with that Kirishima girl, just you wait." The ringleader could only spit out one last threat before the grip on Naoya's shoulders suddenly went slack, and the whole pack of unwelcome visitors scattered like startled birds and vanished without a trace. The middle school girl who had come to the rescue immediately stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Naoya's shoulder. Are you all right?" She looked at her with genuine concern. But Naoya only kept her head bowed in silence, and bent down to pick up the empty aluminum lunchbox that lay on the floor. She said nothing. That was also the reason she had stopped herself just in time, because this girl standing before her, her cursed energy, was that of a possessed. The middle schooler in front of her wore her hair in braided pigtails, with a white ribbon pinning her dark bangs back. She looked at Naoya, on the verge of saying something, then abruptly jerked her head up, her blue-gray eyes darting about like a prairie dog on watch. "Oh no, the teacher's coming." Students wore soft-soled indoor shoes, but teachers wore leather ones. The footsteps were easy to tell apart. Her expression shifted, and she said quickly, About what I said, calling the teacher. That was a lie. I made it up to scare them off. Middle schoolers aren't allowed in the elementary wing, and that goes for me too. If we get caught, we're done for. Anyway, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself and don't run into them again. Those two make a hobby of picking on people. I only came because I overheard them on the phone, saying they were heading to the elementary wing, so I snuck along after them. Okay, got to run. The braided girl gave a wave and sprinted off down the other end of the corridor. Naoya watched her retreating figure in silence for a beat, and then quietly followed. The intelligence report had said the possessed's hunting ground was limited to the elementary wing, hadn't it? So then, what was this girl? Naoya kept her distance, not too close, not too far, trailing behind the braided middle schooler. The defining trait of a possessed was that the cursed energy within their body didn't dissipate naturally, and this girl's cursed energy clearly fit that description. And yet, the possessed's instinct was to prey on children. A cursed spirit's instincts, its appetites, were nothing like a human craving sweets or spicy food, something that could shift with the mood. They were more like a binding vow, carved into the spirit's very core, impossible to simply change. A middle schooler was plainly outside the hunting range. Furthermore, what that girl had just done could at least be called helping a stranger for no personal gain. The behavior of the possessed might look human on the surface, but it was really nothing more than a hollow, mechanical response, the dregs left behind after the possessed had consumed a soul, fashioned into a puppet. At its root, it had no will of its own. It was a feeding instrument. There was no way it could act out of pure altruism with nothing to gain. Could she be a jujitsu sorcerer? Naoya turned the thought over in her mind. If she was an unidentified sorcerer, that made it all the more important to find out. Rensho Girls' Academy was already a layered hunting ground nested within itself, the possessed lurking in the shadows to prey on students, the Zenin clan laying its net to hunt the possessed in turn, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If an unknown sorcerer came blundering in, and disrupted the existing arrangements. So she kept her distance and followed. She watched the middle school girl slip out of the main building via the fire escape stairs, Cut around to the side courtyard of the middle school wing, we've passed the patrolling groundskeeper, and then fish a backpack out from inside a hedge of hollies, brush the bits of grass off of it, and without breaking stride, head straight for the school gate. She's leaving campus. All right then, let's see who you really are. She left through the school gate and walked along Sephora Road for roughly 500 or 600 meters, until a black sedan came into view parked at the roadside. Standing beside it was a young woman with her black hair tied up in a bun, dressed like a household servant. Her expression held a trace of anxiety. "Hey, Kurwa." The braided middle schooler waved and jogged over. "My lady, you're nearly an hour later than usual," the woman called Kurwa said, brow furrowing. That, the braided girl's face stiffened for an instant. Her eyes drifted evasively, and her tone took on a sudden, bizarre formality. "Ahem, a trifling delay in my return is of little consequence, for I was about the business of gathering vital intelligence. Let us speak no more of such minor matters." "One moment, my lady." Kurwa suddenly raised a hand in a silencing gesture. "Kurwa, what is it?" Kurwa's brow furrowed. She swept her gaze left and right, stepped forward 2 paces, then stopped sharply and drew a slow, deep breath. "My lady, get behind me, quickly. Someone is there, someone has been following you." "What? Are you serious? Is it those thugs coming to get revenge on me?" The braided girl gave a start and hurriedly ducked behind Kurwa. "My lady, you said you wouldn't cause any trouble. Why would you be tangled up with thugs? Never mind, I'll ask you about it later." Kurwa reached into her apron and drew out a kitchen knife, fixing her gaze forward as she crouched slightly into a ready stance. Naoya raised an eyebrow, genuinely caught off guard, just slightly. This woman called Kurwa looked like nothing more than an ordinary maid, and yet she had clearly received training in cursed energy control. Whether she had a technique of her own was another question. "Who's there? Come out right now. Stop lurking in the shadows." Kurwa called out once more. Naoya thought it over. From the subtle differences she'd been reading, she had already confirmed that neither of the 2 women were possessed under the control of the possessed spirit. So she decided there was no point in beating around the bush, and stepped out directly from behind the scholar tree, where she'd been concealed. The moment she emerged from the shade, both the knife-ready Kurwa and the braided middle schooler hiding behind her froze completely on the spot. Naoya's brow creased slightly as she weighed her words, intending to warn these 2 outsiders not to meddle in the academy's affairs. But before she could get a word out, the braided girl moved first. She came tumbling out from behind Kurwa in a flustered rush, crossed the distance in a few quick steps, spread both arms wide, and planted herself squarely between Naoya and Kurwa. "My lady. Kurwa. This girl is my junior from school. Put the knife away this instant, you're going to frighten her." This poor child was already bullied by those thugs just now. And as she said it, she pressed further still, crouching down, looping both arms around Naoya, and pulling her into an embrace. Ghost Fire P, Walnut Chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 29, Riko Amanai. 1661 words. You got quite a scare back there, didn't you? I'm so terribly sorry, please, you simply must let me make it up to you. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Amai Riko. You can call me Riko-ne-chan, or if you prefer, Lady Riko. Who on earth would call you that, you absolute ditz? Naoya kept that thought firmly behind her teeth. Things had taken a turn she hadn't remotely anticipated. One moment they'd been sizing each other up like a pair of cats about to fight, the next, this middle schooler who called herself Amai Riko had grabbed her by the wrist and all but dragged her into a cafe on the corner of the street. "Let me see, how about I treat you to a parfait? What flavor do you want? Oh, what about this one with the nuts? Or would chocolate sauce be better?" Riko flipped through the laminated menu with an enthusiastic rustle, and held it up in front of Naoya's face, fingertip darting from one dessert photo to the next. She was supposedly treating Naoya as an apology, but her eyes had been glued to the colorful parfait pictures from the start. She was completely absorbed in choosing for herself, utterly oblivious to the fact that Naoya hadn't so much as glanced at the menu. "Young mistress, it's quite obvious you simply want to eat this yourself." The maid called Kurwa, who had gone to park the car separately, pushed open the cafe door just now and walked in. At the sight of Riko, she let out a long-suffering sigh, then composed herself and turned toward Naoya with a bow. "How do you do? My name is Kurwa Miri. I serve as Lady Riko's maid and guardian. I offer my sincerest apologies for the inexcusable behavior you witnessed earlier." She stepped slowly to the tableside and bent into a deep, formal bow toward a girl considerably younger than herself. Naoya wasn't sure how to respond and mumbled something non-committal. Still, what was the deal with these two? They seemed to have at least a passing familiarity with cursed energy, yet they were completely devoid of any common sense from the jujitsu world. They hadn't even recognized that the person standing across from them was a sorcerer. Naoya had been the one tailing them, and somehow the situation had flipped entirely, with them being the ones apologizing to her. And that name, Amai Riko. She had the nagging feeling she'd heard it somewhere before, or at least a surname like it. Could it be one of those fringe sorcerer families that had drifted away from the jujitsu world entirely, surviving in civilian society by commercializing whatever scraps of hereditary cursed energy technique they'd managed to preserve, long since cutting all ties with the established jujitsu community, and losing even the most basic common knowledge along the way? When she considered it through that lens, every baffling thing about them suddenly made sense. Not necessarily deliberate meddlers, then. In which case, she'd just go along with them for now and keep watching. That was Naoya's conclusion. "Excuse me. One large chocolate parfait, and one small strawberry jam parfait. Kurwa, what are you having? You always drink espresso, right? Or did you want something else?" "I don't need anything, actually, fine, please order me a coffee." Kurwa could see there was absolutely no stopping her, and resigned herself to the fact with a sigh. And just like that, in a manner that brooked absolutely no discussion, Amai Riko placed the order. Only then did she finally free up a moment to look over at Naoya, who had been sitting quietly beside her. From the look on your face, it seems like you have something you want to ask." She did have something she wanted to ask, just nothing she could say out loud to the girl's face. Naoya was silent for a moment, then spoke. "That thing just now, why did you talk like that?" "Talk like what?" "Like which?" Riko blinked. "Like," Naoya deadpanned her best impression of the girl's earlier tone, "my name is Amai Riko." "Is that what they call a Chinibu?" "Wha? How can you be such an uncute kohai? Isn't it cool to talk like that?" Riko's cheeks flushed red instantly. It was her own words, all the girl had done was repeat them back to her. Ahem. Kurwa cleared her throat twice, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "In any case, young mistress, what exactly happened between you and this young lady at school? I believe you mentioned something about delinquents earlier." Oh. That's. Riko's expression immediately stiffened. It's nothing. Just a little misunderstanding. Please don't hide these things from me." Kurwa's brow furrowed sharply. Under the maid's earnest, unyielding gaze, Riko finally and haltingly gave a full account of what had happened. Absolutely disgraceful. To think that an academy with such an outstanding reputation for conduct would harbor that kind of filth. Kurwa drew a sharp breath, then rose to her feet. "Please wait here just a moment." With that, Kurwa strode out of the cafe in large, purposeful steps. The parfaits arrived at last. For some reason Amai Riko looked deflated. She stirred the plastic spoon around her glass and stared into space. After a while she seemed to come back to herself, and pushed the smaller parfait across the table toward Naoya. This one's yours. Strawberry jam. You'll probably like it." What exactly made you think I'd like strawberries? Ah well, your collar is red, and it made me think of the color of strawberries. Are you aware that this is a standardized school uniform? I'm sorry. I forgot. Rico slumped, crestfallen. Tell me what flavor you want, and I'll have them change it. Naoya sighed and pulled the strawberry parfait in front of her. Truth be told, she had never eaten anything like this, a cold dessert drink. In her mind, it was the sort of thing only children and women bothered getting excited about. She picked up the small spoon but only turned it idly through the shaved ice, when she heard Rico murmur beside her, voice low and muffled around a mouthful of parfait. Kurwa definitely went to call the school. Once that call goes through, those people are probably going to get it. Called into the disciplinary office, made to write a formal apology, I'd imagine. But I didn't really want to rely on her for this. Those bullies, I wanted to settle it with my own strength. She seemed to catch herself mid-sentence, head snapping up abruptly. The despondency on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of remorse. She pulled a somewhat strained smile toward Naoya. Sorry about that, the thing is, you're the one who was being picked on, so you must want those awful people to be punished as soon as possible, right? Your feelings should come first, of course. Just now I was saying selfish things again. I really shouldn't say selfish things like that. The shadow on her face was gone as quickly as it had come. Rico broke into a bright, sunny smile, and reached a hand toward the top of Naoya's head. Ugh, don't. Naoya jerked backward. Rico's hand closed on empty air. She blinked, then puffed up indignantly. Hey! What's the big deal about letting your senpai pat your head? You're so stingy. Humph. Naoya sniffed. But Rico wasn't giving up. She half knelt on the cafe sofa and leaned across, making a grab for her. Young mistress, you're disturbing the other customers. Kurwa's voice floated over from the door. She had finished her call and returned to the cafe, just in time to walk in on what looked like a miniature wrestling match. Kurwa looked at Amai Rico, sulking as she reluctantly settled back into her seat, and then at Naoya, whose expression radiated pure disdain, and allowed herself a small smile. Right then. Everything's been taken care of. Please enjoy the rest of your time, both of you. Ah, come to think of it, I still don't know this young lady's name. Shall I arrange a car to take you home afterward? A name. Naoya's eyes flickered for a moment. Should she give a false name? Or would it be worth testing the waters just a little? Naoya. My name is Zenin Naoya. After a brief silence she answered. Oh, so it's Miss Zenin. And the characters, how do you write it? Zenin. Zenin? Kurwa turned the surname over in her mouth, and her pupils contracted, just slightly. She froze and said nothing more. Naoya quietly noted the reaction. So they did know the Zenin clan after all. Suddenly, a frantic cry burst into the cafe, shattering the frozen stillness at the table. Oh, thank goodness. How did you end up somewhere like this? We've been looking everywhere for you. All three of them twisted around. Two figures in black formal suits, one man, one woman, were rushing through the cafe door with barely contained urgency. Their eyes swept the room, landed on Naoya, and the relief on their faces was instant and unmistakable. It was Ida Ryuichi and Mineo Ori, the two assistant supervisors. Who are you? Kurwa snapped to attention and stood. Mineo stepped forward quickly, coming face to face with her. Who are you? Why are you here? Naoya let out a quiet sound through her nose. She gave the two assistant supervisors who had rushed in a small shake of her head, a signal to calm down, then hopped down from her chair and turned back to look at Rico and Kurwa, who were staring blankly. As you can see. I'll be taking my leave, then. With that, she smoothed out the wrinkles in her uniform skirt, and walked out without so much as a backward glance. Ghost fire here, Walnut-chan fire ghost. Fire new history, Coat, confessing to Sakayanaji from the start. We have set new community milestones. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Chapter 30, Tengen. 1,436 words. As for the two people you encountered, we looked into them, and it's complicated. Back at the safe house, Naoya handed off the day's photographs of the cursed spirits to Ida for processing. The assistant supervisor on their end had apparently gotten hold of the student records from Rendo Girls Academy, and was now running comparisons on the computer, working to narrow down the list. As for Mineo Ori, the moment Naoya mentioned Amai Riko, she had immediately volunteered to go dig up information. That had been over 3 hours ago. She'd just returned, wearing an expression of total, bewildered chaos. So what's the situation? Naoya was sprawled on the sofa, idly flipping through a magazine she'd fished out from between the cushions to kill time. It was an old one, the cover featured Kuroki Kaoru, of all people, probably forgotten there by some sorcerer from a previous era. Whoosh! The magazine was snatched out of her hands in an instant. Naoya looked up blankly to find it already in Mineo Ori's grip. Hey, what gives? You can't read that. Mineo's face had gone rather pink. She rolled the magazine into a tube and waved it around. You're too young for this. TCH. Naoya couldn't be bothered to argue. It had only been something to stare at anyway, she just grabbed whatever was nearby. So what's the complicated situation with those two? Oh right. Mineo finally remembered the actual point. Well, based on what you described, I figured those two might be some kind of off-the-grid sorcerers, so I tried to use some headquarters channels to send them a warning, and get them to clear out of the girls' school for the time being. But the response I got back was strange. It turns out headquarters has had their eye on this girl, the one called Amai Riko, for some time already. She's not some fringe sorcerer drifting outside the system. And sending them a warning, apparently, wasn't going to be permitted either. All they'd say was that it could be coordinated through proper channels. There were hints, vague ones, that the order to look after Amai Riko came from Master Tengen himself. Who? Naoya went still for a moment, genuinely thrown. Master Tengen, there were very few sorcerers who hadn't heard that name. A sorcerer of legend, said to possess an immortality technique, alive for over 1,000 years. The one who had constructed and maintained the barrier network blanketing all of Japan, including the defensive barriers of both the Tokyo and Kyoto Jujutsu high schools, and the detection barriers monitoring cursed spirit activity across the entire country. In practical terms, the foundation upon which the modern Jujutsu world stood. Beyond that, the barriers protecting every sorcerer's stronghold and supporting countless assistant supervisors had all been comprehensively reinforced through Tengen's power. Without him, the current infrastructure of safety, protection, and mission coordination that the Jujutsu world depended on simply could not function. Amai Riko and Tengen. How does that connection even make sense? Naoya pressed her fingers to her temple. Wait, no. It can't be. Is she a star plasma vessel? In her previous life as Naoya Zenin, she had once heard, though Tengen's immortality technique kept him from dying, it did not keep him from aging. When his body deteriorated beyond what it could sustain, the technique would begin remodeling him in a direction no longer human. To prevent this, once every 500 years, he required a merger, an assimilation with a specific type of human being possessing a special constitution known as the star plasma vessel. By her rough calculation, the 500-year mark was almost upon them. She recalled that in her previous life, the whole affair had caused a mess. Certain individuals with ambitions to overturn the Jujutsu world had attempted to assassinate the star plasma vessel. But it had all ended as a farce in the end. Apparently the vessel who'd been killed was a deliberate decoy, sent out as a smokescreen, and while the outside world descended into chaos, Tengen had already completed his assimilation with the real star plasma vessel in secret. The specific details of that incident had grown hazy in her memory. The one thing that had left a strong impression, the one thing she still remembered clearly, was hearing the news that Zenin Jinichi had been involved in the attempted assassination of the star plasma vessel, and had been killed by Gojo Satoru. That man had long since cut ties with the clan, shunned and feared by his own kin for reasons they never spoke aloud. When the news of his death reached them, Naoya remembered, more than a few people in the Zenin household had quietly celebrated. So that means Mai Riko is the decoy Tengen has prepared. No wonder she's under his protection. Either way, she's in the middle school division, and our operation is in the elementary school. It shouldn't cause any trouble, should it? The night had grown late. It was only after Naoya had already lain down in bed that she remembered what she'd forgotten. Kirishima's lunchbox still hadn't been washed. She'd meant to take care of it casually after dinner, but Mineo had ordered pizza again when they got back to the safe house, and the whole thing had slipped her mind entirely. Come to think of it, when exactly had she stopped minding things like washing and scrubbing? At the beginning, the moment her hands touched water, she'd felt a deep, simmering resentment. A proper man, reduced to the work of a servant and a maid. But what choice was there? She'd been raising 2 children, Maki and Mai. There was no escaping that sort of thing. Anyway, her body was already tucked under the covers, and she had absolutely no desire to move. They say laziness is in the nature of children, so clearly, it was entirely the fault of this 10-year-old body she was stuck in. Fine. Time to make use of someone else for once. It had been a while. Naoya rolled over and called out with languid indifference. Hey, what's her name, Mineo? You there? There's a lunchbox by the entrance, wash it for me. 2 seconds passed. Then a soft knock at the door, and Mineo's voice filtered through. I found it. What is this, what's it for? Kirishima's, it had her bento in it. Understood. I see. Mineo picked up the lunchbox, took a half step back, and then broke into a quick trot. She hurried out to the balcony, where Ida stood smoking, and said in a voice buzzing with barely contained excitement. Did you hear that? That kid, she made a friend at school. And they even shared a bento. Ida held his cigarette in one hand and flipped through a magazine with the other. Mineo. Haven't I told you? That's the Zenin clan's weapon. Don't go treating it like a person. After everything we've seen, how can you still call a person a weapon? Mineo lowered her voice, but the emotion in it was impossible to miss. Come on, think about it. These days, when you look at this kid, do you really feel nothing? Aside from coming across a little old-fashioned sometimes, how is she not a real little girl in every single way? Ida looked at Mineo. He said nothing. He only let the hand holding the cigarette fall slowly to his side. After a long silence, he finally spoke quietly. And even if we know that, what then? Even if she really is just a child, in the sorcerer clans, as long as a child has value, they get bought and sold all the same, don't they? Ranked by talent, by cursed energy, by technique, given a price tag. When you get down to it, what's the difference between that and a weapon? Your heart's too soft. For people in our line of work, that's not a good thing. It's getting late. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up in the second half of the night, and we'll swap shifts for the watch, that's it. With that, Ida stubbed out his cigarette and walked back inside, leaving Mineo standing alone on the balcony in silence. Ghost Fire P, Walnut Chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknights Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Help us hit our targets. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Chapter 31, The Witnessed Shadow. 2027 words. Did you hear about that Takeuchi girl? What about her? Apparently, she's the daughter of a Yakuza family. What? Are you serious? Haven't you noticed? Kirishima hasn't come to school in days. Word is she got too close to that Yakuza princess, said something to offend her, and then, a finger drew a sharp line across the throat, you know. Gone. Wait, I thought Kirishima was out because of something with her family. And you actually believed that? Oh, and Kyuka, Mika, apparently they crossed Takeuchi somehow, too, and now they've been sent packing as well. The Yakuza connections she has backing her up, they say she can pull strings all the way up to the academy principal. That's terrifying. Hold on, she's looking over here. Shut up, don't let her see us. Quick. Use your textbook, cover your face, don't let her remember us. As though sensing some pair of eyes on her, the two girls in the front row frantically raised their textbooks to hide their faces, the very picture of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. Kids these days really have no manners, gossiping that loudly about someone right in front of them. Naoya let the thought pass through her mind and slowly withdrew her gaze. Not that it mattered. It wasn't as though she were some starved-for-affection little brat who needed to be on good terms with her classmates. Her assignment was almost finished, anyway. 37. That was the confirmed count, every single vengeful spirit within the school grounds. Naoya was certain she had made contact with every student in the elementary division. Before the day was out, the assistant supervisor would transmit the finalized, verified list back to the Zenin clan. The actual extermination sweep would be handled by someone else from there. In other words, today was her last day at Rincho Girls' Academy. Naoya felt no particular attachment to this brief campus life of less than 2 weeks. She wasn't actually a child, after all, and even real children didn't necessarily enjoy going to school. There was just one thing still nagging at the back of her mind. Her fingertip tapped the bottom of her desk drawer, where a small aluminum lunchbox sat, producing a dull, hollow thud with each knock. All because that Kirishima had been absent for days on end, she'd had no chance to return the thing. Infuriating. Does it even need to go back? She muttered under her breath with a click of her tongue. It was just an ordinary lunchbox. It had only ended up in her hands through sheer bad luck. Surely there was no real obligation to go out of her way to return it. She rapped the lid twice more with her fingertip, then pressed her lips together. Fine. It was nothing, just something she could do in passing. She had no interest in being meticulous about every last thing. It was just that having the thing in her possession was starting to irritate her. Just because it was her last day didn't mean life would grace the occasion with any special significance. The tedious elementary school curriculum ended, as expected, at 3 in the afternoon. Naoya shouldered her bag and made one final circuit of the campus, moving like a predator surveying its territory. Unbearably dull. When she'd first received the assignment, something about handling a matter tied to a special grade cursed spirit, she'd at least mentally prepared herself for the unexpected. In her experience, no matter how airtight the planning, field conditions always managed to throw up some wrinkle or another. But this time, everything had gone smoothly. Frighteningly smoothly. The vengeful spirits had been rooted out one by one with surgical precision, every step had locked into place exactly as planned. Just as Naobito had said, she hadn't needed to lift a finger. The cursed tools she'd specifically selected and carried on her person hadn't found a single opportunity to be drawn. For an ordinary sorcerer, completing a mission this peacefully and without incident would probably feel like a luxury. But Naoya had been away from the battlefield for too long. Some part of her had begun to crave the smell of blood, something to jolt her dulled nerves back awake. Well then. That's that. Time to go home. So what if nothing had gone wrong? She could hardly manufacture trouble on purpose. Naoya tamped down the faint restlessness stirring beneath her ribs and turned to walk toward the school gate. She had barely stepped through the iron gate when she spotted a figure standing just outside it. Hey! A pair of black braids hung over the shoulders, tied with a snow-white ribbon. A middle school uniform with a navy collar. The figure was waving energetically in her direction, deliberately, unmistakably, at her. Naoya's brow nodded immediately. She had only just rid herself of that barnacle Kirishima, and now, as though it were fated, a brand new barnacle had latched straight on. My Riko. Naoya kept her gaze straight ahead and walked on, attempting to treat the girl as scenery, but Riko skipped forward with light, quick steps and planted herself squarely in her path. Zenin Kohai, you're out early again today. Want to go shopping together? What an impossibly forward person. No, forward didn't even begin to cover it. For the past few days, Riko had been turning up at the elementary division gate every single afternoon to wait for her. No, don't bother. Stay away from me, you brainless woman. Didn't I tell you not to come anywhere near this place? Did this person have even a shred of self-awareness? No wonder Tengen had written her off as a disposable decoy. So cold, Riko muttered, pouting. But she fell into step behind Naoya anyway, trailing 2 paces back. Besides, Kurwa told me it was fine as long as I didn't go inside the elementary division. She said it came down from above apparently. Which honestly sounds kind of funny when you say it out loud. A great beauty. You? At that, Naoya's gaze dragged slowly from head to toe over Riko's unremarkable figure, and she barely suppressed a derisive snort. As far as I can tell, the only remotely feminine thing about you is the stockings. Everything else, you could pass for a plank. Wow. You're a little kid, how are you this vicious? I'm technically your elder, you're supposed to use polite speech with me. Riko squealed in protest, then lunged forward 2 steps and slapped a hand onto the top of Naoya's head, musing her hair with petty, vengeful enthusiasm. You've got nothing up top either, so what gives you the right to critique anyone else? TCH, I'm never going to have anything like that, and I don't care. Naoya squirmed once, then gave up and decided to demote Riko to background noise. She had put up a real fight in the beginning, but a barnacle was a barnacle precisely because it was nearly impossible to shake off. Then, for reasons known only to whatever loose screw this madwoman had rattling around inside her, Riko abruptly struck an air of profound and cryptic wisdom. Zenin Kohai, did you know? Little girls around your age, after a little while longer, will start to notice a certain itching sensation in their ch. Stop. Enough. Not another word. Unable to bear another syllable, Naoya lurched forward and wrenched herself free from Riko's clutches. Hee, my little Kohai's embarrassed. Riko covered her mouth, giggling. And to think, you were the one who came to me first and asked for my contact info. Naoya walked on, head down, saying nothing. However much she loathed to admit it, it was true. She had been the one to approach Riko. She had asked for her number. Ever since the day she had remembered who Riko was, she had found herself inevitably thinking of him. No cursed energy whatsoever. Shunned and cast aside by the Zenin clan. His name, Zenin Toji. From what she knew, Riko seemed to have some connection to the circumstances of Toji's death. Even though they shared the Zenin name, Naoya had never truly known that man. In her previous life, she had crossed paths with him only once, by sheer chance, and in this life, having been born later than before, she had never encountered him at all. And yet, that single, fleeting glimpse in her previous life had seared his image into Naoya's memory. The way he moved, like some magnificent, dangerous animal, that brand of pride no one else could comprehend. It was the image lodged deepest in her mind, what a truly strong person looked like. Even after she had learned that Zenin Toji had ultimately died at Gojo Satoru's hands, that impression had never wavered. She didn't know the details of that battle, but Naoya had always believed that even in defeat, it must have been a clash between 2 true peaks, fought to its absolute limit. And so she had tried to summon that image from memory, to trace again the outline of Zenin Toji. That bearing that belonged only to the strong. A powerful, lithe body. Black hair. And those eyes half hidden beneath it, cold and contemptuous of everything in existence, yes. That was it. That was him. She reached for that figure in her mind. But when an image finally crystallized before her eyes, clear and unmistakable. It was not Toji. It was Maki Zenin at 17. That face, mapped over with scars from end to end. Impossible. Why her? Why on earth would it be her? That woman, even if she had managed to kill her twice by sheer luck, even if she bore the same heavenly restriction as Toji, even if she fought in the exact same way he had, she was nothing but a pale imitation. A counterfeit. What right did a copy have to march uninvited into her head like she owned the place? But the harder she tried to recall Zenin Toji's face, the more Maki's image overlapped with his. In the end, even Toji's features had blurred beyond recognition, leaving only one thing behind, the face that had filled her vision in the moment before death. Maki's face, like some wrathful, blood-soaked demon lord. This she would never admit. Not under any circumstances. So she had to find a way. She had to see Zenin Toji in person. Of course. If she could lay eyes on the genuine article herself, she could confirm once and for all, that a cheap forgery like Maki could never, in any conceivable way, take the place of the real thing. But Zenin Toji's whereabouts were always a mystery. Which meant she absolutely could not let this thread, a Mai Riko, slip through her fingers. So same place as always today. Riko's voice drifted from behind her. You sure you won't come shopping with me? No, I won't. Naoya came back to herself and glanced ahead. The assistant supervisor's vehicle was parked at the intersection in the distance. Much as she wanted to find Toji immediately, she couldn't let impatience get the better of her. There were still matters that needed attending to. For now, she would keep a Mai Riko filed away as a future lead. Ah, well then, bye-bye. Riko said with a cheerful smile. Under a Mai Riko's gaze, Naoya gave a perfunctory wave in return, then climbed into the assistant supervisor's car. Young mistress, you're aware that girl is from the Zenin clan? Yes. I don't really understand it, though. You've been quite friendly with her, you've gone out of your way to find her every day for the past several days. I have not. That little brat is an absolute demon, she has zero manners. Who in their right mind would want to be close to someone like that? After trading a few more cheerful complaints with her maid, Mai Riko suddenly went quiet. After a long pause, she spoke. But Kurwa, don't you think? That kid, for some reason, when I look at her, she seems really, really lost. When I see her, it's almost like looking at a version of my old self. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 32, No Martial Virtue. 1501 words. The Zenin clan has transmitted the operation plan. Naoya gave a small nod, signaling Mineo Ori to continue. The plan is to gather all elementary school students at the school infirmary under the pretense of a full student medical examination. Driven by behavioral inertia, the ghosts will inevitably blend in among the students and follow along. At the entrance to the infirmary, sorcerers lying in wait will conduct a final identity check. Then, during the X-ray portion of the exam, each subject must enter a lead-lined room alone. That step is specifically designed to completely isolate the battlefield. Of course, killing the ghosts one by one would inevitably alert the Een Mother's true body. So they've specially modified the layout of the radiology room. It can transfer all identified ghosts one by one into a single sealed space, and then, before the Een Mother has a chance to react, the sorcerers in ambush launch a simultaneous all-out strike and wipe them out in one go. I see, a Hongmen banquet, Naoya mused. Precisely, Mineo Ori nodded. Which means your task ends today. Right, exactly as she said. Once the Een Mother's true body was flushed out, even the two squad could handle the extermination. She wasn't some wild, newborn cursed spirit with unpredictable abilities. She was an old acquaintance the Zenin clan had kept sealed away for centuries, which meant they held the intelligence advantage from the very start. But I should still go take a look, shouldn't I? Naoya glanced sideways at Mineo Ori and Ida beside her. It had been far too long since she'd seen a proper sorcerer battlefield. She was starting to feel the itch. No, absolutely not. Mineo Ori shot bolt upright, her voice urgent. Our primary mission is to ensure your safety. Protect me. With just the two of them. What a monumental joke. Naoya let out a silent, contemptuous laugh. If she truly wanted to leave by force, these two assistant supervisors who didn't even qualify as proper sorcerers wouldn't be any more of an obstacle than a polite "excuse me." Yet just as she was about to act on that impulse, Naoya suddenly paused. Come to think of it, had this woman, Mineo Ori, been completely misreading the situation from the very beginning? That pity lurking behind her eyes, that gaze tinged with something like mournful sympathy, Naoya had noticed it all along. She'd simply never bothered to care. But right now, for reasons she couldn't quite name, she found herself curious. She wanted to use this as a hook and see how the woman would react. Really, can't I go? Naoya let her eyelids drop slightly, fixing her gaze on the floor ahead of her, while her hand rummaged idly through her school bag. Because if I can't, then I won't be able to return this to my friend with my own hands. Because today is the last chance. As she finished speaking, she lifted from the bag the aluminum lunch box. Even she hadn't expected that the thing she'd been too lazy to throw away would actually come in handy at a moment like this. She kept her gaze downcast and waited quietly. Above her head, a long silence stretched. After what felt like an age, she finally heard Mineo Ori draw a deep breath, her voice trembling noticeably as she turned to Ida beside her. Senior, since the Zenin clan's operation this time is being conducted in secret, letting this child go one last time shouldn't be a problem, right? Besides, the other students haven't been specifically evacuated either, have they? Heh! What an easy mark. In the blink of an eye, Naoya had pushed the car door open and stepped out, walking into the school under the watchful eyes of the two assistant supervisors. She was a little later than usual today, but it didn't matter. The so-called health examination had cancelled classes for the entire elementary division for the day. Yet the moment she crossed through the school gate, Naoya's step faltered. It wasn't any clear or definable perception, more like a reflex bordering on hallucination, as though someone was watching her from behind. In an instant, every hair on her body stood on end. She whipped around, but all she could see were the two assistant supervisors standing guard at the gate, Mineo Ori still waving enthusiastically at her, her face wearing an expression of profound, friendship-moved tenderness. What was that? The girl steadied herself, cleared her mind, and walked on deeper into the school grounds. The Renji Girls' Academy Infirmary was situated in the southeast corner of the campus. By the time Naoya arrived, she could already see elementary students in matching uniforms lined up at the entrance, waiting their turn to go in. She scanned the interior, letting her gaze sweep across the windows and the blind spots along the corridors, silently guessing at the positions where the two squad sorcerers had gone to ground. Among the students outside, there's no trace of a ghost's presence anymore. Does that mean the battle has already begun? Through the fabric of her sailor uniform, her fingertips brushed the waistband of her skirt, the short blade known as smiling aokage lay hidden beneath the uniform, and its cold radiated up through the blade, settling her restless heart by a fraction. Should I go in? Naoya had barely taken a step forward when an extremely faint sound of footsteps came from directly behind her. Her attention had been entirely fixed on the infirmary's defensive layout, and the sudden noise sent a jolt through her. She spun around on reflex. Who's there? Even as the sharp challenge left her lips, her hand had already shot out and seized the wrist reaching toward her in an iron grip. Ow! Ow, that hurts, Takeuchi-san, let go. The person she had pinned by the wrist and yanked in front of her was Kirishima. Naoya's brow creased, she stepped back half a pace and released her hold. It's you. What are you sneaking around for? Because I saw you, Takeuchi-san. You weren't there for roll call earlier, so I thought you weren't coming. Kirishima rubbed the reddened wrist while pouting in protest. I was being nice coming to find you, and Takeuchi-san's being way too rough. That's what you get for appearing behind me without a word. Okay, forget it, let's go. Everyone's waiting for us inside the infirmary. Kirishima suddenly broke into a smile, and before Naoya could react, grabbed her hand without ceremony, and pulled her into a run toward the infirmary. I'm not here for the exam. Naoya had barely begun to refuse when a sensation of violent, bone-deep wrongness suddenly spread through her chest. No. Something's wrong. The grip was too strong. The hand Kirishima had latched onto, she couldn't break free, not even for a moment. Her entire body was being dragged forward by force. And that miasma of ominous cursed energy reeking of rot and decay, which until this very instant had been perfectly concealed, was now seeping out without a shred of restraint. Bzzzt. The next second, Kirishima's form was utterly frozen in place, compressed, as though force-fitted into a single still frame. This was her projection sorcery, slicing 1 second into 24 frames, and through physical contact, forcibly locking the target's movements. Naoya didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. She reached back and drew smiling Aokage from her waist, and drove it straight through the frozen frame before her with full force. Thwack! A dull, wet impact detonated, and in the next instant, the frozen frame shattered and released. A massive bloom of blood burst open across Kirishima's chest. Yet the body not only failed to collapse, it twisted its limbs in a manner that completely defied human anatomy, and using the momentum of the thrust, flew backward through the deep interior of the infirmary doors. Trying to run. The days Kirishima was absent, was she attacked by the Een Mother? No, wait, that can't be right. A ghost shouldn't be capable of this. Unless, is this the true body? She hadn't yet sorted out exactly what had gone wrong, but eliminating the immediate threat in front of her first, that was always the primary rule. Naoya activated projection sorcery again, and moved to give chase, but the very instant the tip of her foot was about to cross the threshold of the infirmary entrance, a wave of cold, oppressive atmosphere suddenly billowed outward. This is a barrier? She didn't dare risk it. In the next second she wrenched her direction entirely, and fell back. Ghost fire went more, Walnut Chan fire ghost. Fire new history, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gaga. Let's reach these milestones together. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Chapter 33, Hour of the Demons. 1871 words. Wha? Blood. There's blood. After a brief, stunned silence, panic detonated through the crowd like a thunderclap. The bystanders around her hadn't even registered what had happened, but the sudden splash of vivid crimson staining the pavement left no room for doubt. Naoya stood in silence, her gaze fixed on the school infirmary building before her. A barrier? Deployed across the entire structure as its medium. Should she go in? But something was off about both of them, the Hidora, and that Kirishima girl. Something she couldn't quite name. Just now, was the Hidora puppeting Kirishima to make a move on me? Which would mean, it already knew I was here. TCH. When did I slip up? Unease spread through her like ink in water. The vast majority of cursed spirits, even special grades, operated on pure instinct. The Hidora had never been a direct combatant, it was a bully, a coward, the type to bolt the instant it sensed real danger. And yet this cursed spirit's behavior had already crept well beyond the bounds of instinct. It hadn't fled. It had set this barrier. Was it actually trying to fight back? And the team the Zenin clan had sent, what had become of them? Hey! Are you all right? A security guard came rushing over in a panic. He had no awareness of the supernatural unfolding around him, his eyes landed on Naoya, her clothes smeared with blood, and his pupils contracted sharply. This girl, who looked no older than an elementary schooler, was holding a gleaming blade in her hand. Hey! Who gave you that knife? That's dangerous, hand it over right now. He scolded her as he reached for the weapon, but she was already gone. Just an afterimage. The girl had sidestepped him with an effortless twist, and he hadn't even grazed the hem of her clothes. Naoya's brow furrowed. She raised her right hand, extending 2 fingers like a sword seal, and began murmuring an incantation under her breath. Whatever was going on inside, she couldn't have civilians getting in the way. born of darkness, blacker than dark, all impurity and defilement be cleansed and cast away. To a sorcerer's eyes, a curtain of ink-black cursed energy descended from the sky and swallowed the infirmary whole. To ordinary people, nothing appeared, only a strange, inexplicable certainty that they could not take another step toward the building, as if an invisible wall had sealed off both access and awareness. This was the barrier technique known as the curtain, a foundational curse even assistant supervisors could deploy without effort. Naoya had never been strong with barrier techniques. The curtain she'd laid down now was barely sufficient to hold back civilians, and nothing more. Those two assistant supervisors, if they spot this curtain, they should realize something's wrong, Naoya thought to herself. As for how much panic this supernatural incident might stir up among the public, that simply wasn't her concern. "Hey! What is wrong with you, kid?" The guard was still shouting furiously behind her, but Naoya paid him no mind. She drew a slow breath, stepped forward, and walked into the shadow cast by the curtain. The main power had been cut. The interior of the school infirmary was pitch black. Emergency lights along both sides of the corridor flickered and buzzed with electric static, throwing shifting shadows across the walls. Naoya tightened her reverse grip on Waribaoe and pressed steadily deeper inside. This is an incomplete domain. An incomplete domain expansion lacked the absolute, sure-hit guarantee of a perfected one, but it could still dramatically amplify the cursed spirit's own power. A thick, sludge-like miasma of ominous cursed energy seeped through every crack in the floor and walls, oozing and churning. Sweeping her gaze downward, Naoya found the corridors and lobby littered with unconscious bodies lying every which way. She reached down, faint vital signs, but no matter what she tried, none of them would wake. And this volume of cursed energy, this is nowhere near the level a normal special-grade cursed spirit should have. Naoya stepped over a body sprawled at her feet, located the stairwell, and descended directly to the basement level of the infirmary. An ordinary school infirmary would have been a modest affair, but Renjuku Girls' Academies served the elementary, middle, and high school divisions combined, and with the institution's considerable resources behind it, the facility rivaled many small private hospitals. Her footsteps landed with quiet steadiness on the bottom stair, touching down on the basement landing. The scene that greeted her next was, as she'd expected, exactly what she'd feared. A wide section of the floor had caved in. The 7 sorcerers of the Zenin clans, 2 unit lay scattered through the rubble in broken heaps, their fates unknown. The 2 unit had been assembled on the assumption that the Hidora possessed only the direct combat capability of a grade 1 cursed spirit. But this thing, whatever it had mutated into, had already surpassed anything the 2 unit could have handled. And standing at the center of those fallen sorcerers in life or death unknown, was the slight figure of Kirishima Mayatsuki. No. It could no longer be called human. Her entire upper chest had been split wide open, her head and right shoulder lolling at a grotesque angle, yet within that yawning wound, there was no bone, no viscera. Only a mass of cursed energy black as crude oil, churning and writhing within. "I think I understand what happened." Naoya kept her eyes locked on the cursed spirit as she advanced at an unhurried, deliberate pace. "The day I first ran into the Hidora, you already knew I was a sorcerer, didn't you? I saved Kirishima Mayatsuki, but you didn't stand down. Instead, you slipped back in the moment she left my sight and snatched her soul away again, keeping her as your trump card against me. Somewhere along the way you got it into your head that I'd go soft on her, didn't you? And to catch me off guard, you kept her hidden for days on end, terrified I'd see through you ahead of time. Pathetic. Step. Step. The steady rhythm of her footsteps echoed through the vast, empty underground hall. The cursed spirit stood frozen, a thick, wet gurgling rising from the black hollow of its chest cavity. Naoya pressed forward, step by step, her frown deepening with every stride. Right now, there's only one thing I can't figure out. How? This volume of cursed energy. An incomplete domain. And an intelligence that has long since eclipsed anything a cursed spirit should possess by instinct alone. Where did any of it come from? The cursed spirit gave no answer. It lunged, but Naoya was already faster. With projection sorcery running at full force, her silhouette flickered, and in an instant she was directly in front of it. SHHK. The blade flashed cold. She didn't strike at the human shell on display, instead, she drove the short blade of Waribaoe straight into the churning mass of black cursed energy within. Aren't we friends? Why are you attacking me? It hurts. It hurts. A shrill, distorted female voice exploded through the air. Naoya's hand snapped tight, the blade in her grip had sunk into something viscous, like a bog, and was being held fast. No, not suction, it was a surge of raw, terrifying cursed energy, yanking at the blade, dragging her whole body toward it. If she didn't pull out now, she'd be swallowed whole. Naoya poured everything into one instant of force, wrenched the blade free, and threw herself backward. She looked up, and her pupils contracted. Inside the split-open chest cavity, the black cursed energy was swelling like a balloon being inflated to bursting, as though something were breaking out of a shell, surging upward until it filled the ceiling of the underground hall. A woman's face slowly materialized across the surface of the black mass. Zenin, everyone from Zenin, kill them all. Impossible, the cursed energy just spiked again. The realization hit her in an instant. That form she'd been looking at before, that wasn't the cursed spirit's true body at all. It was a womb, incubating something far more powerful, a cursed womb. Now it all made sense. The reason the Hidora hadn't fled was because it couldn't. It was in the middle of metamorphosis. And a school, a place where humans gathered in dense numbers, was precisely the ideal incubator for a cursed spirit. Pop. A soft sound, and Kirishima's body was torn apart completely. The cursed energy mass, swollen to its limit, burst open. A bloated, maggot-like form tumbled free from within it, rolls of flesh undulating and squirming across the floor. From one end of the grotesque body stretched an eerily elongated neck, and atop it rested the pale face of a young woman. Jet black hair with a cold metallic sheen spread outward in all directions, like iron bars of a cage, shooting out to every corner of the room. Special grade imaginary curse spirit, Hidora, fully manifested. Kill them all. Humans. Zenin, I want revenge. The cursed spirit unleashed a deafening roar. A creature born entirely of accumulated resentment, and yet it burned with this much hatred. It seemed to be vomiting out every drop of poison it had stored over God knows how many years, and in doing so, it failed to notice that the slender girl's silhouette had already vanished from where she'd stood. A heartbeat later, a streak of cold light, swift beyond measure, tore through the darkness. The long, outstretched neck snapped rigid, then severed cleanly down the middle. The head bearing the woman's face plummeted straight down. Naoya's figure reappeared from the blur of her high-speed movement, watching the falling head with cold, impassive eyes. Sorry. I'm in a hurry. Wrong. The alarm detonated in her mind. While it was true that a cursed spirit's core usually manifested in a vital point like the head, that deliberately extended, slender neck was too obvious, like the glowing lure dangling from an anglerfish's forehead. It had been bait. A deliberate invitation for her to cut it. She spun around, and there it was. Atop the vast, maggot-like body, two spindly arms had already risen, fingertips pinched into precise hand seals. Domain expansion. Box of the Demon's Hour, Child Taker. Outside Renjika Girls' Academy, on the rooftop of a nearby hotel. From this vantage point, the black barrier hanging over the school infirmary was perfectly visible. Hey! Gojo Satoru adjusted his sunglasses and turned around. We've been watching for days, the fight's finally started, it's my turn to step in now, isn't it? Old man. The figure standing behind him only gazed quietly into the distance, and said nothing. Ghost Fire Walnut-chan Winky Face Fire Ghost. Fire New History, Arknight's Enfield, picked up a Gugagaga. Help smash these goals. Direct hit 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Chapter 34, Top. 1421 words. Domain expansion. No, wait, was it an incomplete domain? Hold on, or did it just fully complete itself right now? Doubt, conflict, decision, all of it flashed through his mind in an instant. Should I open my own domain to counter it? No, I can't. I only have enough to sustain full output of my technique and cursed energy for 3 minutes. If this turns into an attrition war between domains, I'm at a disadvantage. Which means, I shouldn't expand a domain. I should use Flower of Worship to counter the sure hit effect, and press my speed advantage to take out the cursed spirit's true body fast. No. That's wrong too. The domain's effect is still unknown. Flower of Worship can only counter a straightforward sure hit. So then, I should really... What do I do? All of these thoughts flickered past in a single heartbeat. 1 second before the cursed spirit's domain swallowed the space whole, Naoya made his choice. Domain expansion. Temporal Lunar Palace. The moment the domain erupted open, the entire space was ripped clean in two, one half a twisted labyrinth of warped planks crammed into a box, the other a pitch-black temporal void, a vast womb of dark crimson flesh. For one roaring instant, two domains collided in the same space. Wild, churning cursed energy tore at everything around them, and the two sure-hit techniques crashed into each other and cancelled out. The best counter to a domain is a domain of your own. A more refined domain will always overwhelm a weaker one. Naoya drew a slow breath and fixed his gaze on the massive cursed spirit ahead. I'm fine. The advantage is mine. So, I'll shatter your domain in 3 minutes flat. Hey! The cursed spirit has fully manifested, hasn't it? What are you still stalling for? Gojo Satoru had one hand hooked over the rooftop's metal railing, half his body hanging out over the edge. He snapped his head around to face the middle-aged man behind him. Satoru. I told you, it isn't time yet. You just need to follow my lead. The man wore a grey haori, and was the current head of the Gojo clan. He stood still, quietly watching the curtain in the distance. Not yet, not nearly enough. Following your lead, I'm not opposed to that. Gojo Satoru frowned. But the Zenin clan's forces have almost certainly been wiped out by now. If we wait any longer... That's exactly why I said it isn't enough yet. The Gojo clan head spun around and cut him off with a sharp bark, eyes blazing with a fervor he'd been holding back for a long, long time. Have you forgotten? Did we come here to clean up after the Zenin clan? Wrong. We came here to make the Zenin clan look utterly incompetent in front of the entire jujitsu world. A special-grade cursed spirit that escaped from Zenin custody, we barely managed to get this kind of filth on them. How could we waste it? But isn't that exactly what's happening right now? Gojo Satoru paused, slowly straightening up from the railing, eyes locked onto this man he knew so well, and yet not at all. What more do you want? The scale of the disaster. It isn't large enough yet. The Gojo clan head suddenly dropped his voice. The casualties right now won't touch the foundations of the Zenin clan. A handful of victims in one hospital, that's nothing. We need at least an entire school's worth of lives buried alongside them before we can drag the Zenin clan into a hole they will never climb out of. The words were ice-cold, like a viper's tongue curling around his ear. Gojo Satoru went completely still. But the Gojo clan head kept going, his fervor blazing higher like a wildfire catching wind. Think about it carefully, the Zenin clan secretly released a sealed special-grade cursed spirit, then botched the suppression so completely that what should have been a minor incident spiraled into a catastrophe with thousands of casualties. Only then will the rot at the Zenin clan's core be dragged out and laid bare under the sun for the entire jujitsu world to see. Once the disaster is completely out of control and no one can contain it, the strongest 6 eyes of the Gojo clan, you, will step in and cut down the special grade that left the Zenin clan helpless. When it's all over, the Gojo clan will be standing on the Zenin clan's neck. No. We'll be ripping that clan, rotten to its bones for centuries, out by the root. Everyone will see the Zenin clan's incompetence. Everyone will fear the Gojo clan's power. And at that point, we'll have every justification to launch a formal campaign against them. A Zenin clan that has committed an atrocity of this scale, even the Jujutsu headquarters will have no grounds to stop us. Satoru, because we have you. Once the Zenin are gone, the next 100 years, no, 500 years, will belong to the Gojo clan. Bang! A dull, heavy impact exploded through the air. The Gojo clan head was still lost in the grand vision he'd painted for himself, shaking with excitement, but before he could finish speaking, an irresistible force seized him by the collar and slammed him hard into the concrete wall behind him. The pain in his back turned his vision black. It took everything he had to pull himself back to focus, and what he found staring back at him were those blue eyes, the ones that in ordinary times always drifted along without a care in the world. Let me confirm this one more time. Did you mean every word you just said? Gojo Satoru had his hand around the clan head's throat, his voice utterly flat. What? Satoru, don't you understand yet? Even with a hand at his throat and his breathing cut short, the Gojo clan head's expression stayed composed. He looked down at the white-haired boy in front of him. I suppose that makes sense. You may have unrivaled power, but you're still too young. You need an adult to teach you what real compromise looks like. No, you're the one who doesn't understand. Gojo Satoru forced the words out through clenched teeth. Everything we do for the clan. You, me, we were born into the Gojo clan. The faintest smile touched the clan head's face, as though he were instructing a child who didn't know any better. And tell me, where exactly am I wrong? Satoru, think it through. Even if we hadn't come, the Zenin suppression squad was always going to fail miserably. The casualties then would only have been worse than now. None of this is the Gojo clan's responsibility to begin with. All I'm asking for now is that you enter at the right moment. That's the only condition I have. Gojo Satoru's blue six eyes stayed locked onto the men before him. Those eyes, capable of seeing through every technique and trace of cursed energy, were now searching his expression for any hint of a joke, any crack of a lie. You see, Satoru, if you understand, then put me down. Actually, now that I think about it, there's something that's been bothering me for a while. Gojo Satoru seemed to finally grow calm. Out of nowhere, he asked. You say the responsibility has nothing to do with the Gojo clan. But why? You believed from the very beginning that the Zenin suppression would fail. Answer me. What made you so certain? Gojo Satoru's eyes snapped up, and the smile on the Gojo clan head's face was gone. Satoru, be good. You were raised by the Gojo clan. Before he could finish, the revered elder of the Gojo clan was hurled to the ground. Cough, cough. The Gojo clan head struggled to his feet, only to look up and find Gojo Satoru standing over him with eyes like frozen steel. Trash. With that, Gojo Satoru stopped looking at the men crumpled on the ground. He stepped onto the railing in a single motion and leapt toward the curtain. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a story.